So I don't know.
Well, I mean, what else were they going to say?
Right?
But when do you get to the point where, like,
When are OTAs, Greg?
Broadcasting from beautiful and safe Brighton, Massachusetts.
It's go time.
It's
You're a cool hill man.
The Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing. White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
Can I sandwich two things together? Because
Yes.
they both involve sports and politics.
Yeah, well, great. Now I have to have a sandwich for lunch, but go ahead. It was going to be an acai bowl.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. I had a bench warrant out for not going. I thought because I was a public figure / celebrity that I couldn't be on jury duty.
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
You think they're going for bottomless fries and drinks at Round Robin on their first date?
Round robin? What is that?
What's it?
It's Red Robin.
Red
Wiggy.
Robin.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis.
It was the least political event I have ever been to. Go to the Rose Garden, he says, "Where's Danny Amendola?" Oh, and you leave.
And Shime. Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Good hello, morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go time.
Let the games begin.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What up? Welcome back.
Well, seems like Curtis has delivered another glorious day for us today. Thank you, Curtis.
Yesterday was perfect.
I know.
Oh,
I had zero responsibility. My parents grabbed James. I did a jog around Castle Island, then I walked to your neck of the woods, and it was just perfect. It was like this little bit of AC coming off with the sea breeze. Everybody was outside, and you didn't know the Sox were going to lose for about 5 hours.
Don't get me started on that.
they
Thank-
try to make it at the end.
Thank God that organized team activities begin for the New England
Yes.
Patriots today, because that Red Sox team is so frustrating.
Oh, man.
And it's and they make you stay awake. Last night, first of all, I had to watch an hour of the Summer House reunion argument thing, whatever that thing is, on Bravo, which I know you're into, Megan.
I am. Don't spoil it, because I was going back and forth between baseball and basketball last night, and I am saving it for today after the show.
Welcome to the world of men with no balls.
Yeah.
But believe me, I'm there when it comes to the Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Thank you. Well, I was somewhat intrigued based on what Lindsay had been telling me, and this giant confrontation was going to happen. Whatever. So I leave the Red Sox. First of all, they start off. You got back-to-backers. You're up 2. You're like, all right, great. I leave the Red Sox. They're in the game, and then I come back. It was 7-4 or whatever. So then they get that rally going in the 9th, and absolutely cannot advance a runner home when you got him on base. It is just so utterly frustrating, Curtis.
Well, that was Curtis's boy, the reliever he wanted to keep here instead. Wasn't that the guy Guerrero he was talking?
Yeah. That's,
By the way, how tall is he?
He's tall.
Is he like 7 feet tall,
Yeah, he's
Guerrero?
tall. Yeah.
right, that's the Red Sox team that Wiggy thinks is good.
Yeah.
So if we want to talk about baseball acumen.
Was 5'4". Next thing you know, boom.
Yeah, no.
7'4".
I mean, it's just very frustrating.
They're
And
8-18 at home. They played 26 games. Do you know the 2018 Red Sox lost 24 games at Fenway Park over the course of the entire season?
They are 9 games under 500,
They stink.
which they have not been since 2022, Curtis.
They just suck. And I find the whole thing to just be loathsome. I find the organization, the way that they talk to. By the way, Lou yesterday is in a tough spot because whether it's where Mago does some work with the Celtics or where Lou works to do the Red Sox, I am so fed up with the ownerships in this town that are so childish as it pertains to criticism. Like, let people be honest about your team. They're watching the same thing we're watching. And Lou is brilliant when it comes to understanding baseball. Like, the fact that these people are hamstrung at Nesson to talk honestly about the car crash we watch every night is such an indictment on John Henry and Sam Kennedy and Tom Werner. Tom Werner, who made his billions off Roseanne and TV, he should understand how TV works.
Lou was excellent. Lou was excellent on the show yesterday.
Awesome. But when I asked him about Breslow, I thought that was revealing.
Yeah.
But you can't bite the hand that feeds you, man.
No, but he was pretty. I like the way he said it. You know, he said, "I don't like talking about other people's jobs, but there has to be some improvement here. There has to be some light at the end of the tunnel." So.
It's
MLB
awful.
Insider, I don't know if you guys saw this, Bob Nightingale noted that because they're 8-18, somebody just said.
Yeah.
Curtis just said, at home, they are on pace to have the worst home record at Fenway Park in a full season since 1932.
Wow.
How was that year, Greg?
Curtis, I was young. I don't remember much.
Yeah,
they are just.
They stink.
And Lou brought up a great point yesterday, which I was thinking about last night watching that game, where he was talking about if you are indeed going to be on the market and you believe this is a playoff team, then you're going to pay a really high price up until trade deadline time for what you want to get. Well, that also means that if you can make a decision about this season and say goodbye to it, you're going to receive an awful lot of value for what you have.
Yeah.
And
why don't they just call Noah Kahan and have him just perform nightly during the game? Trade everybody and win-win.
Well, it's probably flush the toilet time on this team, and then move on from players.
But see, they're never going to make that decision. Like, they're not going to make the decision about flush the toilet time, as you called it, until it's way too late to get value.
They're only 3 games out in the loss column of the wild card wings.
Do you think they really look at it that way, though, Curtis?
No. I pray they don't.
Do you think that, seriously, that there is a part of them that goes, well, if we can eke by with that final wild card spot because the AL is so bad across the board, like, we can at least keep a little bit semblance of engagement from the fans, or at least say we made the postseason?
I think you could if you knew your team could put together a series of wins where you win a few series back to back to back. And I don't think they're able to do that.
Back-to-back series wins?
Yeah.
They couldn't even win against the Twins. We're talking about series wins. They couldn't win a game against the team that is basically like the mirror image of them in the Central Division.
That's why when you asked the question, I said no, because I don't believe they think that they can do that. The answer to your question is no, because I don't think they can look at it and go, all right, we are kind of like, treading water in this area, and we can win a couple series in a row. I think they believe they can't do that, so that's why they're probably at the point where it's like, yeah, there's no need to kind of tread water because as soon as we get toward the ends, we're just going to drown.
What if they listened to Wiggy's lead where they were like 6-10 against good teams, but in 2-run games they were 4-3 and 3-2?
If you look at it, there are 2 things that this team can't do. They can't keep a lead.
No, they can't win.
And they can't. Well, they had a lead last night, 2-0. Like
unfortunately, the game's 9 innings.
I understand.
It was a little bit of Kenny Atkinson-ish.
Right. Well, that's why I said they can't keep a lead.
James Harden just tweeted the Red Sox are the better team.
And they can't come back from a lead, when they're down 3-0.
How about in the ninth?
Or down by 3 runs.
How about bottom of the ninth, you're down by a run, and you got guys on base. Can you swing the bat to try to make contact with the baseball?
Absolutely not. It's too much to ask.
Or do you need to go down looking like swing the baseball bat?
Who was that, Monasterio?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
And take the glasses off. Like, what's with the glasses? They're not helping.
He needs those to see.
He needs the LASIK.
Are those safety goggles, or does he need them to see? Like, swing. Swing the bat,
Those
bro.
are the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
Just
specials.
swing the bat.
Yeah,
He
no.
does look like he should have like a Bunsen burner in front of him when he's up there at the plate.
Yeah.
It's like if you're on the
Isn't that one of the signs you pee your bed? Bunsen burner.
If you're on the floating door with Rose in the middle of the ocean, do you at least want to try to hang on and crawl up, or do you just want to sit there and stare at it?
Yeah.
You were really impacted by Bravo last night. You're doing Titanic references.
I that entire thing.
Greg.
I'm not up to speed on
Was
what
it
happened
great,
with-
though? Theater?
Define great. Like
Entertaining.
it was somewhat entertaining.
Come on.
There you
I guess.
go.
I don't know the whole thing with West and Sierra and Amanda. I just
She broke girl code.
Right.
Is that
There's
what she
like,
did?
yes, there was a love triangle that developed, and one of the two women are best friends, and one of them went out with the other one's boyfriend.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
hooked up.
I've heard it. Welcome to the world. That's my world, the Ratchet reality TV. I don't watch the Summer House. I know they have two versions, the white version and the black version.
Well, no, this one was
House.
was well represented. It was
No, it
it
wasn't.
was
I think
diverse.
there's no. I think-
Hampton Summer House has gotten a lot more diverse.
How many
Sierra-
black people in the
There's
cast?
3 full-time cast members.
All right.
Is her name Sierra?
Yes.
She's black.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
She's a.
They have a Summer House black version where the whole cast is all black.
Oh,
They do it in
okay.
the vineyard.
This is the Summer House Seaport.
No, yeah, so that's what I mean. So you'll get like in the Summer House that you're talking about, they probably have what,
The
9, 10?
Hampton Summer House.
They have like 10 cast members or something like
I
that?
think they probably have 8.
Okay, so yeah, they might sprinkle a little bit of, a little chocolate in there every now and then. But on the other one, it's fully black.
I'm really excited for this reunion.
All right.
I felt like I was working last night.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, because I was like glued to the basketball, then
Okay.
going back and forth between basketball and baseball when my heart was with Bravo.
Stay away from baseball.
Congratulations to your guy Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
Yes,
who
Coach
is-
of the Year.
He is the NBA Coach of
Yes.
the Year.
Yes.
There you go. Broadway Joe.
I am never compromised, Curtis. There's Coach of the Year over there. He says it should be the Staff of the Year award.
Right.
I am assuming that he will refuse to accept the award because he didn't want
He
it. right?
accepted on behalf of the staff.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes.
So he ran away with it. 62 of 100 first place votes.
Right.
So Joe Mazzulla is the NBA Coach of the Year. We will talk more about that, I am sure, this morning.
It's really Jaylen Brown, if we're going to be honest. I'm serious. Like, Jaylen Brown was awesome, and that enabled Joe Mazzulla to be Coach of the Year.
Yeah, that definitely helped.
Well, I think they probably look at the fact that Brad got rid of Porzingis, got rid of
Everybody.
Drew Holiday,
Yeah,
and
Al
and
Horford was gone. I
yeah.
mean, other than Jaylen Brown, you kind of had to figure out what your team was and what everybody's roles were, because I mean that's the biggest thing in the NBA. You watch, last night's game between the Spurs and Oklahoma City. Yeah, no, don't even get me
I
started
am
on that.
so upset
The
about these NBA finals that are going to be coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Is this going to be your lead?
No.
Or- no. Okay.
It's just going to be the Orange Cup.
Oh, yeah. And we got to deal with Knicks fans. But I guess, like, the one good thing is when the Knicks do lose in the finals, we can really bask in their misery and say, you guys got all the way there, and once again, you lost. So, but
I don't know if they're going to lose, Wiggy.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know
All right,
if they're
talk
going
to
to
me then.
lose. Like, I was watching that game last night, and I was like, this is not the series I thought we were going to get between OKC and the Spurs. I thought it was going to be more exciting basketball based off of game 1, and maybe I just got my hopes up too much. But I was like, ugh.
The Spurs look young.
The Spurs could have only won it in 6, I think. And now it's going to maybe go to 7, best
Yeah.
case scenario. OKC will win. And then you get OKC, a team that has a superstar on it that I can't remember. Like, I was thinking about this on the drive-in, guys. When was the last time that a young MVP had the public turn against him so quickly for the way that he played? Like, everybody is citing the stat about how much SGA falls when
Flopping.
We were
yeah,
talking
and
about it
how-
yesterday.
I heard you guys.
It's very frustrating, though, when you watch the game. Like, you must get frustrated.
Oh, I'm not
but-
defending him. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking maybe like Patrick Mahomes, the thing that he does when he's a like free and open runner
On the
and he gets
sidelines?
pushed out of bounds,
Yeah.
and then he gets calls for that. But it really flipped very quickly
Oh,
for
yeah.
SGA.
Yeah, it definitely did, because he's so extreme. when you look at his flopping, and I think a lot of it is because he gets a lot of calls. So not only do casual fans not like it, basketball huddles don't like it, and there are Jaylen Brown and a few other players in the league that will speak about it.
Are you saying that the opinion has flipped on the flops? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Not on your flops, though.
No, it's flip-flop weather. Got them on this morning because we are headed toward 90, I guess. All right. OTAs, I mentioned OTAs.
Are you talking about your whoop age or the weather?
OTAs get underway
Rude.
today.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Vrabel will speak at 11:30. We can talk about that on today's show. We got a lot to cover this morning. So that includes leads in about 10 minutes. We'll get underway with those. They said it at 7:20 this morning. What Tom E. Curran said yesterday on this radio station about Will Campbell with OTAs getting underway today, and what a member of this Boston Red Sox team said about fighting for his career right now. And honestly, that could be any of them. So we will get to that during They Said It. But to get us started, back from jury duty, what happened yesterday?
They let us all go, guys.
There you
I didn't
go.
even know this was a thing that could happen.
Okay.
I may not have totally understood what the judge was telling us, but at some point after watching that wonderful video from 2009 and sitting around and getting more and more instructions for like 2 hours, they came in and they were like, I think we called too many jurors. You guys can all go.
Excellent.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did
There you
they
go.
tell you that like in a text message?
Yeah,
So you don't
I
have to
did
go to,
hear.
like, court, or-
I was listening to yesterday's show and hearing that I was in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
For
You don't wanna get a
responding
bench
to
warrant.
my summons, though.
Well, you're not as Wiggy referred to himself yesterday, public figure / celebrity.
That's
So you may not have had the same luck that he had. Okay. All right. Well, here is Mego to get us started with what is trending right now.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by Subaru of New England. Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla won the 2026 NBA Coach of the Year award last night, making him the fourth Celtics coach in league history to win the honor. The Red Auerbach Award recognized the Celtics' 56-26 record during the regular season and ascension to the number 2 seed in the East, ahead of their eventual first-round playoff exit. Mazzulla previously dismissed the award in a press conference, but in a statement Tuesday, he said he accepted it on behalf of the entire Boston coaching staff. Quote, "This award should be named Staff of the Year," he said. Let love bloom in a brand new 2026 Subaru Forester with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for just $269 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
Tonight, Sox and
got herself out of jury duty. They had too many jurors or something along those lines. So we are delighted to have you. We missed you yesterday.
I missed you guys.
Shime is back from the honeymoon of all honeymoons on Friday.
I think 9 a.m. Friday.
Yeah, what is he? So he's working Friday.
Yeah.
Yes. I think
That's weird,
no,
right?
It's a douche move.
It's not a douche move. What are you talking about?
It's weird.
He's trying to help out because we have a road show.
Just go ahead and it's a look at me.
Right.
I'm willing to go the extra mile.
Eye wash.
Is that what this called?
Yeah, eye wash. You try to make yourself look good.
Yeah, like eye wash, rather than just saying, you know what, I'm just gonna take that extra day and come back Monday.
Right.
It's like, I mean, come on, like when you a hotto move equals basically douche move. So it's like, all right, Shime.
Yeah,
You showed up on Friday.
Yeah,
Right. It's no longer about the 2 weeks you took off. It's the day you decided to come
Right.
back.
How about show up on a Monday?
Yeah. Well, we're heading to Vermont, and we will be there tomorrow night. It's been a couple years since we have been up in that region, the Keene, New Hampshire, Brattleboro, Vermont region. And so we'll be up there with our affiliate partners tomorrow night at a place in Brattleboro, which is called Bar 580, which I've never been to. Looking forward to it. And then Friday morning, we will be at the marina, which is in Brattleboro on the, I believe, it is the Connecticut River up there, which is what Brattleboro, Vermont is on. So looking forward to that and cannot wait to see you. And I hope that you will be out. Weather is not going to be so great. It's going to be, this is the way it works, Curtis. It's beautiful during the week. And then by the time we get to the weekend, I think I saw it's going to be 60 on Saturday. So nothing great, right?
Nope, not going to be great. But this is the great thing about working early mornings.
Yeah.
You get to enjoy days like today in the afternoon.
All right. Coming
Half
up,
full, Greg. Look at the world half full.
I'm
Come on.
trying. I've been trying that with the Red Sox. We will hear from Mike Vrabel this morning at 11:30 as OTAs get underway for the New England Patriots.
Is Jackson going to go down and pepper him?
I don't know. Like, is it going to be full peppering? Like, are the news stations sending the reporters as opposed to
who's
people?
the Hardo guy from Channel 7 that would go
I
down
don't
there?
know. Is that like has every question not been answered by the general pub? Like on what happened? Like I
don't know what they would ask them.
So are the pound of flesh people going to demand that the first 10 minutes are him prostrating himself? And get like, does he have to stand up there and get beaten by by people who are perfect or like?
I want you attached to a polygraph.
Oh my God!
I don't think there's going to be that many. I don't think there's going to be questions about it, to be honest.
You don't?
No, because I think it's going to be mostly football writers there. So maybe.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Maybe the seat stealer will ask one or two things about distractions in the locker room. But other than that, I think it's going to be a lot of questions about the offseason.
See, those are the
program.
football questions that I think, like, the way I think they'll try to spin it into a football question is, with your situation off the field, how is that going to maybe change your coaching style? Or are you going to do anything different along, so I think it's going to be maybe along those lines of the situation that he was in. What does that do for your coaching style, your culture? That like,
I feel like a football guy could ask a question about if he is heartened by the public support he has received from Drake May and other players.
Sure.
That would be a way to get into
that's
it.
another way.
Without being, accusatory or pound of flesh seeking.
I mean, he has appeared from the outside to be no different than he was upon arrival here, at least when you look at his involvement out on the field with the guys and what so I
feel like it looks a little different.
You do?
Oh, you
How?
do?
I don't know.
think
I
so.
saw him with
How?
Robert Kraft at the event they had, and I don't know. It just felt weird. Felt different.
Is that about you or him? Like, are you looking at it and trying to like parcel it apart, or is it?
Isn't that what we always do? We look at things and we parse.
I
it
know,
apart.
but I feel like everything I've seen, the weirdest thing that I thought was that it was like 93 degrees and he was wearing the long sleeve and vest at practice. I was like,
he
what are you
always does that.
doing?
That's aggressive.
See, like, I
mean, one thing that is a little bit different, I was told he had to sit down and watch the entire Summer House reunion on Bravo last night. He had no say in the matter.
Yeah,
He was like Team West,
Sackless.
the one Team West
That's what I
guy.
heard.
All right, watching some shows
he
he
was like,
doesn't.
absolutely. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. So I don't know.
I think we'll know how he's changed a little bit, and I think he will ultimately change a little bit, is how he does press conferences or interviews. Because remember, he used to be a little bit of a ish talker and like to have fun. And
smart ass.
Yeah, smart ass is a great thing. Back and forth, where I don't think you're going to get that from him.
Will he return to giving Karen the first question today?
I mean, I could see him doing that. I just think,
I don't think he's going to ask Courtney how rich her husband is based on her ring again, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, he's not going to. And I think, Mego, you that's the perfect way to define it. He's no longer going to have that kind of smart ass and like go back and forth with you jokingly.
Well, that was a huge part of who he was.
Right, but that's where I think he's going to change.
I think it'll come back after some time. I don't think it's going to be the full Bill Belichick switch where, like, after Spygate and some of that stuff, Belichick became somebody who just did not even want to engage with the media at all at the podium. Like, behind closed doors would be a different guy, but it publicly facing was just like, this is crap. I'm not dealing with any of this. I don't think he's going to make that much of a heel turn. I think probably once we get into the season, if things are going well, then he'll be back to that little bit tongue-in-cheek.
See, I don't think he'll go tongue-in-cheek. I think he'll just keep it strictly football. Like, he won't go complete Bill Belichick with you know what I mean?
You don't think he'll, like, tease reporters anymore?
No, I don't think so. I think he'll kind of stay out of that, world of just
Can he help himself?
I don't know. That's the thing. His personality has always been like, a little bit of like that stir the pot type of guy.
Like if Ben Volen asks a question that he thinks is dumb.
Right.
Is he going to be able to help himself from saying, well, Ben, if you had been listening 45 seconds ago when I answered that the first time?
No. Ben Volen causes all of us to lose inhibition. Like, you just have to attack because he's such a dink.
I would think that he would respond the same way.
See, I don't know.
Maybe a little less jovial, or it's not even jovial. Like, he may be
having fun with it.
He may be less likely to crack a funny.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But Greg, you know how crazed some of these people have gotten. You hear from them. Whenever we talk about Vrabel, there is a percentage of the audience that is enraged.
Yeah.
So if he is who he is, which is an affable guy that is funny and has a very sharp wit, then people are going to say, he's laughing. Well, but he's not taking it seriously.
Here's a text that displays that says, what a collection of wimps. Don't rock the boat, or you won't be able to play grab ass with Mike Vrabel. I mean, not what we would normally want to do, but I certainly. Somebody said, "Are you going to ask him about it when you have him on for the first time?" Yes, we'll ask. Find a way to ask about it. See what he wants to say about it.
Imagine texting a show at 6:30 on a gorgeous day saying someone's a wimp.
Wimp is funny. I don't know the last time, maybe like second grade. You're a wimp.
You're a wimp, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess people want more. He's told you that he hopes to be the guy that the organization deserves, his players deserve. I feel like
He just wants to get back to doing what he does well, which is coach football players and play and be around football. And he created a distraction. He's acknowledged that. I don't know how many more times you can say the same thing.
Yeah, and he'll do that. I don't think his coaching will change. I don't think he'll lose anything when it comes to that locker room and that culture and what, players, how they look at him. I just think his personality will be different when he's doing interviews and press conferences.
In the Twitch chat, Pistol Pete 8169 says blueberries or no blueberries this year.
Ooh.
No blueberries for you.
That's it.
No, I'll offer the blueberries. Mm-hmm. It's our little thing.
Now, was he born in 81 and he likes that, or was there already 8168 Pistol Pete's in Twitch?
There may have been 8100
68.
80 whatever the number is, Pistol Pete's that are already there.
Like, is 81 separate and 69 funny, or is it 8169 like before?
I'm going to guess we're doing August 1st of 1969 birthday.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, Pistol Pete.
Twitch, I just brought that up. Twitch is brought to you every day by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they have been New England's most trusted destination for diamonds and fine watches for over a century. So go see them in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And Tom, let's get rolling with today's leads.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for the lead.
Tom, that lead song is from 38 Special, and that is called Hold On Loosely. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir,
All
Greg.
right, thank you. Leads today brought to you by Subaru. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Here he is, real life Tom, with a lead this morning. Hello, Tom.
Good morning, Mr. Hill. And I know we started the show just ripping the Red Sox, but I want to get my pound of flesh in there as well because they are so offensively bad. It seems every single loss, there's a new thing to look at and go, how is this team so bad at that? Whether it's winning games at home at your home ballpark where you know you're going to play 81 games, but you design a roster that isn't fit to play at Fenway Park, or you have guys like Caleb Durbin out there who are just painful to watch play baseball. But to me, the thing that hit me last night was how bad they are at the ABS challenge system. There is no excuse for it. It's been in the minors since 2022, and Chad Tracy has been in Worcester for multiple years. If anything, he should have improved upon this.
Good point,
when he came to the Red Sox as the intern manager.
And his boss is a computer.
Literally, that challenge from Ranger Suarez, you could have had a whole other baseball between the strike zone and where the ball actually was last night. It is pathetic how bad they are. It's every single game you go, you know what? This is the most aggressively bad thing they're bad at, and it's just different every game.
I think they're one of the worst teams in Major League
They
Baseball.
are statistically the worst team.
They were like that.
41.7%
They've
total
been like
success
that all
rate.
year long. I would just stay away from it. Leave it in the umpire's hands.
Well, and Curtis, how is that? What's the function there? They got a video guy watching everything, correct?
Right. Yep. Dorito Dink.
And that should come into Chad Tracy.
I thought it was the player.
Well, the player can and does activate, but I'm assuming that they're all communicating. Hence, why do you have the earpiece? If you're not communicating,
I just thought
what's the point of doing
I thought
it?
that the earpiece communication, and I don't know, I'm asking these questions, as we're kind of talking about this, was pitcher to catcher. And then obviously if you're the hitter, it was your decision on whether or not you felt like you saw it. And then obviously the pitcher and the catcher decided all right, and you didn't even really have time to look over to the dugout and get a signal from them. So I could be wrong about that, but that's always the impression that I was under, because I remember we got on, was it Roman Anthony, or we praised him, and then we got on some guys early in the season because they were making their own decisions when it came to when to challenge, what to challenge. So, I mean, that's what I thought.
Tom, excellent lead from you. Thank you. Curtis, good morning.
Good morning. A follow-up. Yesterday, I discussed the Jackson Dart fiasco of him introducing the President of the United States, and a guest every week on our show, Boomer Esiason, and went on WFAN, and he absolutely perfectly explained what I was attempting to, and here's what he had to say.
This was a real error on the part of Abdul Carter, not on the part of Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was asked to do something to introduce the President of the United States. How many people get an opportunity to do something like that, regardless of who the president is? You may have hated Barack Obama. You may have hated Joe Biden. And some guys didn't want to go to the White House because they didn't like those presidents, just like other guys didn't want to go to the White House because they didn't like President Trump. But to put this out like a child on social media is ridiculous. And then when I heard, we spoke man to man. Yeah, there was only one man on that call, and that was Jackson Dart. You were a man who was late to meetings. You were a man who didn't live up to your draft choice. You're a man who wanted to wear number 56. And by the way, your idol, number 56, has introduced Donald Trump numerous times. So I don't want to hear this. So he made another boneheaded error by going to social media.
Get him.
A+.
Yeah.
Got him.
I just think stay out of people's business. Like in a locker room or in life in general, you're not going to agree what that person's political or religious beliefs
You
are.
wanted to wear 56. You idolize Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor
Taylor's
has
the best.
openly supported and introduced the person you're attacking your quarterback for introducing.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
It's just like it's weird, like that, like when you're in that locker room, because everybody's from such a different world. That's the fascinating thing about being in a locker room, and you'll meet guys from California, down south, that come up in so many different ways. I just don't get why guys have to jump out on the ledge and be like, "Oh, it's a bad look for you to be doing that." Like, mind your business.
Well, I think it's also different when you invite the public to weigh in, right? And I guess you could say that Jackson Dart did that by publicly introducing the president. But I think Carter coming in and saying, I thought this was AI, whoa. Yeah. Then it opens the door to people going, wow, what does this mean for the locker room? Yeah. Wow, look at the division here. And the truth is, Wiggy, if you're an adult, you may disagree with somebody and you may really not like their beliefs.
Right.
They may offend you even based on what you believe. But the truth is you have to coexist in a workplace. And move forward. And
we talked about this yesterday. There'll be a little friction that'll be caused in that locker room because of this. Because Abdul Carter, for him doing what he is doing, he looks now at Jackson Dart differently because of his belief. So he kind of looks at him sideways a little bit in his mind. And there might be an issue where if things are not going great, one of them says something slick to the other one, which then causes this major rift in the locker room.
Curtis, thank you. By the way, congratulations to our guy Boomer, who is going to be inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame.
All right.
So
absolutely spectacular career. And I will say, Boomer Esiason, when his son was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, said he will use the gifts that football has given him to change the direction of the disease and eradicate it. And now, people that were born with a death sentence, thanks to a foundation that has raised hundreds of millions of dollars, are now able to live normal, full lives. And his son, who was likely going to pass before he was 16 or 17, is a father and is living a great life thanks to what he has done off the field.
And he will be on every Monday with us again during football season, so can't wait for that. All right, Mego. What are we going to get to when it comes to your lead?
Okay, so I read this exclusive interview with someone who has spoken out about a real creepy story for the first time. And I think it indicates something about where our real estate market is in the Northeast. And I'm curious how much some people would be willing to accept to get their dream house.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. We'll get to that and the rest of the leads coming up.
The Red Sox Station.
Hop on the show today at 7:20. They said it, and that includes what Tom E. Curran said on this radio station yesterday about Will Campbell and the expectation for him and what a member of this Red Sox team said about fighting for his career right now. Red Sox, as you might expect, lost last night. That is 4 straight L's after the sweep of the Royals.
Mm-hmm.
So things continuing here at Fenway as they have been for most of the season, unfortunately. And you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Mego is requesting a douche move ruling, which we can get at about 8:30 this morning, on something that happened to you yesterday. Is that correct?
Happened beside me. I'll say that.
Beside you.
It didn't happen
All right.
directly to me, but I was a witness.
All right.
Okay, all right. So, and we're always hoping that you will leave a Hill note for us on any topic on the Odyssey app. And it's very simple to do. You'll see the microphone. Just click on that puppy and talk to your heart's content. And we'll pick the best voice notes and play them back at about 9:20. But here is Mego with her lead this morning. Hello.
Okay. Hello. Quick show poll to start. Did you guys watch the Netflix series? I think it came out like a year or two ago, called The Watcher.
Yes, the people who had the house,
It was
Long Island or something like that.
It was in New Jersey. It was Curtis. Did you watch it by any chance?
I think Curtis did watch it.
I think I did.
I watched that one. Is that the one with the Italian guy as like the main character?
Yes.
I can't remember his
So
name.
a family bought a beautiful 6-bedroom Dutch colonial house from
Yes.
1905 in this wonderful town in New Jersey. And it was a little bit cheap for them. And then once they move in, they start being stalked.
Getting letters in the mail,
They
right?
get these horrible letters in the mail, and they feel that they're being stalked.
Yeah, I watched that.
And after just 8 months, this was based on a real story. So after 8 months, this family puts the house on the market. The house sat there for 5 years. So the realtor who eventually sold this real house gave his first exclusive interview on how he did it. And basically he's like, I had to jump through all these hoops to get people interested. One of the things he had to do was have serious potential buyers sign a non-disclosure agreement, and then they read through all these things that were actually never made public, even to the creators of the Netflix series, about what else happened around the owners of this house and the stalking that they alleged. But basically, he knocked it down by $400,000.
Oh, wow.
It was valued, I think they bought it at just under $1.4 million. That's what they originally listed it as after 8 months. He knocked it down to like $900-something thousand, which I looked at and I went, man, I would definitely do that.
Not bad.
I would take, in this housing market, I would take my chances with a stalker house,
Okay.
a murder house,
All right.
a haunted house.
Okay.
Really?
Any of these houses. Have you seen a picture of this house? This house, it's 6 bedrooms in like a prime town. I'm sure that the public schools are excellent,
Right.
that everything there is like beautiful. And so I would ask you guys, I mean, put yourselves back in the frame of mind where you're looking for your first home and something like this hits the market. Would you buy a murder house? Would you buy a stalker house? Because in the state of Massachusetts, your realtor doesn't have to disclose
Right.
that it was a murder or even that somebody died in the house.
Right. Yeah.
Nothing like that. They only have to disclose it if you ask them directly. Like if you're like, by the way, has anyone been murdered in this house?
Right.
Then they have to go, I was hoping you wouldn't ask.
But by the way,
Yes.
here's what happened. Stalker house I would do. I would not do like a murder or possessed house.
So
No.
you would do a house that comes with a stalker.
Yes, I would do that. I wouldn't do an Amityville
which is
house.
what this one is.
Yes, I wouldn't do an
but-
Amityville house.
Are you okay? Because
No.
you're afraid of the supernatural.
Yeah, I do not want, some voice telling me at night, kill my family, or some voice telling my
If I-
kids, kill me. I don't want none of that.
House is-
Stalker house, I can deal with because
House discounted like 40%.
Stalker house, I'm all day with. I'm a law-abiding Second Amendment guy,
Okay,
so
but
feel
what if-
free to come in at your own will.
But what if you're going into some place where a spouse killed another spouse in the bedroom? and you're going to go to sleep in there?
No, I wouldn't do no murder house. Too much.
No, that's the kids' room.
Yeah.
I just don't think I
Too
could
potential
do that.
leftover, like,
You couldn't do it?
No, I know. Nope. Leftover ghost things. No.
Oh,
not
I
doing-
want a
Have you
house
never
with-
seen? Have you ever seen Amityville Horror?
Yeah, of course, the original from the 70s.
Yeah. Well, pick anyone.
Speaking of the supernatural,
Yeah.
what were you posting about yesterday where you bought some sort of possessed wooden duck or
I
something?
bought this after I got out of jury duty. I went shopping because the show was over. So I was like, well, I'm not going to go to the station. So yeah, we moved recently. We moved into a house that we're renting that's from 1905.
Oh, yeah.
And so I am hoping that there's going to be at least like one or two ghosts there. But yeah, I bought this like little duck statue. Everybody else in my house, my dog and my husband, are not sure that they're in on this because they think it's a little weird.
Yeah.
but
Have you not seen any of the Conjurings?
What?
Have you not heard of Ed and Lorraine Warren, the Connecticut couple?
this is somebody was recently telling me because I was saying I wanted to buy like a huge mirror for, this makes me sound very narcissistic, but a huge mirror for our hallway. And I was like, I'm just going to buy one off Facebook Marketplace. And somebody said, don't ever buy a mirror secondhand.
No, too many.
It's haunted.
Too many spirits and demons and all types of stuff. Yeah,
you sound like an absolute psycho.
Yeah, you are
feel like
psycho.
you think the wooden duck has some sort of supernatural,
It had this like hold on me.
like like some kind of mental hold on you from the supernatural.
Yes. So now it's posted up in our living room, and I'm going
Really?
to buy a haunted mirror. And
Yeah, and why don't you buy like an Annabelle doll? Sit it right.
that's
at,
basically what it feels
sit
like.
right at the front of the bed, and your husband can look at it all night long while the
And then
thing's
the
staring at it.
Doll's head turns around in the
Yeah.
middle of the night.
I don't know where you come
I would
from.
buy a haunted house,
No
a
way.
murder house, any of these, and especially like the craftsmanship that you get from one of those houses back in the day. I'm like, look at that molding up there. Who cares? Who cares if we're haunted?
They had a sacrifice right here in the living room. Oh, you're gonna take a $200,000 off the price? I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll be like, okay, but are these original floors? I need to know.
All right, a little strange.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, I think you might have an issue if you think the duck is secretly quacking at you. We are going to take a break. We'll get to the rest of the leads coming up. One from Wiggy. What's the topic of your lead this morning?
I have a question for the room, and I'd like your answer. And it's removing somebody very critical.
Removing somebody very critical in
Mm-hmm.
sports?
Yes, in sports.
Okay,
world.
okay. All right, so Wiggy's lead coming up. News with Mego at 8, and that includes pickleball injury rage, which resulted in an arrest in Pennsylvania. All of that coming up on the Greg Hill Show today.
You're listening to the Greg
They said it on the way in about 15 minutes, and then the news with Mego coming up at 8 this morning. Mego asking for a douche move ruling, which we should be able to get to at about 8:30. And can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis on another beautiful day? Curtis, poke that head outside and tell us what we're going to get today.
Oh, good morning. Sorry for the head. 68 degrees right now in downtown Boston. It's going to be hot. Going to be approaching 90. If we get to 90, it will be, according to my rival Eric Fisher, the most 90s ever recorded at Logan Airport during the month of May. So, interesting note.
Okay.
And especially considering how cold the ocean has been, that's a lot of heat to heat up that airport right there on the water. So enjoy it today. The weekend's going to suck. So
Yeah.
get out there and enjoy the heat this afternoon. We're going to be back into the 60s and 70s the rest of the week.
Okay. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. There are 4 local showrooms you can visit. Go to windowworldofboston.com to find the one that is closest to you. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So I was thinking about this, and I said, I'm going to ask the room a question. Take out Drake May. Remove him from your answer. Who, when you look at this football team now that we have OTAs today, and, a lot of people were kind of getting back into football, who's the one guy that you have huge expectations for this season for this team to go to where it needs to be?
Okay.
Because I know,
like a big step forward, or a guy that you thought was going to be great already?
no, a guy, the guy that you just look at and you go, he needs to have a big year for this team to really take that next step.
Will Campbell.
I have 2, but my first was going to be Curtis, so I was going to say Will Campbell.
Okay.
Like, you got to protect Drake May. Drake needs to, you removed him, but he needs to stop fumbling the football, needs to be able to hold on to the football. But also, I have high expectations for what Travion Henderson can be.
That's the guy I had on my list.
That's who I was going to say.
Yeah. Travion Henderson, for me, and I wrote that down, is the guy that I think really will take this team, obviously, to that next level, because we know the importance of this offense when they have a player that has the skill set that he has, and how valuable that player is, whether it's James White, whether it was, Kevin Falk when I played, whether it was Deion Lewis, we saw Danny Woodhead. Like, there's just so many guys who have that skill set, and Travion Henderson, I think, when you talk about athleticism, is at the top of that list when compared to those guys that we talked about, name-wise, just physical ability. To me, he is the guy this year that I think has to take that major step for this team to, get over that hump and obviously that offense taking that next step to that next level.
I think that entire 2025 draft class is going to be fascinating because in the immediate aftermath, everybody was like, what a great draft class. Mike Vrabel coming in has made all the difference. And a lot of those guys, obviously Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, left a big mark on the Super Bowl run that they had. And so I wonder, when we look at them this season, if we feel like those guys are going to take another major step forward. I know a lot of eyes will be on Will Campbell because of the playoff performance and injury that he had.
Right.
But even Kyle Williams.
I think Kyle Williams is up.
So you already discount him.
I think because, and when I look at the wide receivers, my expectations are.
Or Craig Woodson. Some of these guys, they're going to look at and say, we still need really meaningful contributions.
The 3 guys
from you.
that I look at is going to be Jared Wilson, because now they're moving him to center. As obviously you talked about Will Campbell, you brought him up. Travion Henderson. I think Kyle Williams is, if you get A.J. Brown, he becomes just all right, there's no real high expectation for Kyle Williams. If he performs well, great, but if he doesn't, he's a 3rd-round pick. No big deal. He might be a developmental guy, because you're going to go A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, and then Mac Hollins, Pop Douglas, and then
Okay, but wait, Wiggy, just from your perspective, how long can a guy be developmental as a wide receiver in today's NFL?
Not very long.
Because he was developmental last year.
Right, but I think if you're going out and getting an A.J. Brown, you went out and got a Romeo Doubs, I think the expectation is, okay, He was developmental last year.
We don't have faith.
Yeah, maybe we don't have much faith, but we'll give him one more year to see if he can take another step up or take another 2-3 steps up, and then let's see what he looks like going into that third year when we're probably going to maybe move on from a Matt Collins, or we're trying to figure out what's going on. Where does he fit into the offense?
Faith rejoin from Limp Bizkit, maybe, Tom? For me?
I thought he was going to say George Michael.
I mean, A.J. Brown seems like a done deal. We've been
Does
talking.
he?
We've been talking. Yes, it does.
I'm
It really-
so tired of
I
A.J.
know.
Brown.
Let's get him. Once he gets here, then it's a done
I mean,
deal.
don't you think they would have taken a wide receiver in the draft if they weren't so confident that they were getting him?
No, because I think they went with Romeo Doubs. Like, I think they were like, oh, we'd love to have A.J. Brown. We don't know what the price tag's going to be when it comes to draft picks, but I think you do know you're going to have to come up a first-round draft pick. The question is whether or not you want to do that. And then I think they're looking at it, do we want to do that, come off that draft pick, have to pay some money, or do we think Romeo Doubs can give us more than what we got from Steph Diggs because he's younger?
But don't you wonder if the reason why Booty is disgruntled is because he basically has been told that they're getting A.J. Brown?
I don't think so, because what if another team comes?
Related?
No, I think they're. I think
it has to be related.
I think it's related because he hears the A.J. Brown stuff, and
Okay, but if
he
you're
sees
just-
the
if you-
Romeo Doubs.
If you're just hearing it, you're kind of a dumbass if you're not going to show up at any point and show a little bit of interest in participating in team activities.
Well, he's trying to shoot his way out of here.
Yeah.
Once they sign Romeo Doubs, and then he hears the whispers about A.J. Brown, I think he's like, let's say a team like the Rams goes, all right, we'll give you a better offer. Do you think the Patriots are still going to get A.J. Brown?
It just seems like the giant cacophony of voices that are saying it's a done deal are correct about it. But I don't know.
I mean, the only voice
we have to wait till.
Yeah,
Monday.
the only voice I heard is Adam Schefter.
Well, we got one coming up during they said it.
And I think
another one.
And I think a lot of these voices are only making the connection because Vrabel coached them in Tennessee.
You think that's all it is?
No,
Wiggy?
they're not hearing anybody else even talk about it. Like, there's a
Mm-hmm.
team every once in a while. There's speculation that somebody's interested, and then they're no longer interested.
It's like, compare it to what is going on with Giannis right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, every team in the East is apparently in on Giannis. You open up Twitter or X or whatever, and it's like, guess what? Miami's on Giannis. Boston, Giannis wants Boston, but does Boston want Giannis?
Right.
Giannis may be a Knick. Like, it's every team compared to, like, A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
The only updates we get is another week goes by and it goes, still looks like a done deal for the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you.
You think it's just that they work together in Tennessee? You don't think that there's been actual conversations that they've come to an understanding that the second it's able to be done, he's coming here?
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Philly went out and stocked up on wide receivers.
Yeah, I think Philly's moving on from him.
Yeah.
Like, I know Philly is moving on from him. I'm just saying, if there's another team who decides to come out of nowhere that gives you a better offer, that team will get A.J. Brown.
What would prompt that, do you think?
Well, I think there's
Like a Rasheed Rice situation with the Chiefs?
For like a day, maybe over the weekend or last week, it was like, okay, Chiefs are in on them, but then they're not anymore. So I just don't think it's. I think the Patriots have.
Hey, man, I want to believe all these.
We need some kind of a signal on Monday morning from Gillette Stadium. Like, can you affix some kind of a Batman light to the lighthouse, the new lighthouse?
Smoke that comes out of the chimney?
Like when they have a new pope. Like, we just need to know Monday morning, 6 a.m. We need a signal from. Can you arrange that with Stacey James?
I will. But we could work on maybe like a Rossini image. That will be
like maybe some kind of a siren.
Right.
That goes off, and the entire region is aware that A.J. Brown is a New England Patriot.
We need somebody to tap back into the seaport and see what's going on with the crib him and his
I can't do
wife
that.
were
I have
looking
no
for.
sources in the seaport.
Big Jim's already on top of it.
Very embarrassing. Outscooped by Big Jim Murray. In my own backyard. Very embarrassing.
So I mean,
I heard Rich give you some scoop credit. The start of the Rich, Ken, and Ted show yesterday.
Okay, well, I sort of got back into the scoop game on the Roman Anthony partial tear in the ring finger.
Oh my God, you threw a grenade with that. And then as somebody who had to do who had the blessing of doing the Big Dog show on Saturday, I had to deal with is it a tear? Is it a sprain?
Yeah.
Is a sprain technically a tear? Here's me on Twitter trying to talk about different levels of a sprain.
Yes.
All right, Wiggy, thank you.
You got
Thank
it.
you very much. Well, I think we may have gotten an answer yesterday to a question that we were asking last week, which was, is LeBron James the kind of guy who would take less money to help a team win a championship? And the answer is apparently no when it comes to the Cleveland Cavaliers. So the reporting late yesterday was that LeBron James is not willing to take a discount to help the poor people of Cleveland win one more championship.
Did not know that.
So he wants full dollar. And also apparently, I guess, wants to know whether the Lakers are going to go all in and pay him full dollar and then get what he believes they need in order to win it. So I don't.
So then that story of him willing to take the veteran minimum, who dropped that thing?
I think probably LeBron dropped that.
Because that scoop was wrong.
That was
way wrong.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know where he ends up. I mean, are you willing to? What are you willing to pay him if he's your 3?
If he was my 3, this might sound ridiculous. I would do like the 25 to 30 range. If it's a very short-term deal,
which it will be.
He's going to be what, like year to year going
I would
forward?
imagine. Yeah, I would imagine so.
For a year, I feel like you could, if it was the right combination,
right?
And he's totally bought in, and he knows the setup that he's going into in terms of being the third option. I think it's worth a swing.
25, 30, yeah.
Especially if you're in the East.
Yeah, I guess that would be the number. I mean, he made $52 million last year. Do you think there's a team?
He's not going to take that. He's not going to take 25 or 30.
But do you think there's a team that will give him, let's call it $50 million?
Maybe.
Really?
I wonder about the Lakers.
Think
I
the
don't
Lakers
know.
will give him a 50
Well, because
burger?
if you really think about this, like we were talking last week, and I said, there's just athletes just don't do this at the end of their careers. They're trying to get more money at the end, not less.
Doesn't Austin?
Gotta be honest, it's a Pratt summer in L.A. and that looks electric.
Isn't Austin Reeves eligible for like a Supermax or something like that? So don't they have to figure out paying him too?
Yeah, that's a good point. I just wonder with LeBron, like, I don't see him taking like a major, like you said, like the reports are wrong. Yeah. The athletes just don't do this. They don't take less at the end. Yeah. Nobody does this.
So the Lakers can offer Austin Reeves, it looks like 5 years, $241 million. So, I mean, I think they have to figure out and go, all right, we're only going to get LeBron, like Mego said, for 1 year. Maybe he goes year to year. Maybe
they're also locked down with Bronny for 5 years, $500,000. So
yes. They can afford that.
I bet his hotels cost more than his contract.
I bet LeBron pays him out of his salary. Like, listen, we'll keep him on the team, LeBron, but you got to pay him.
Now that's a reality show, Bronny and the Giannis brothers. That would be awesome.
All right, those are the leads. They said it. Coming up next, right now, Mego with what is trending this hour.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by the Prudential Center. Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla won the 2026 NBA Coach of the Year award last night, making him the 4th Celtics coach in league history to win the honor. The Red Auerbach Award recognized the Celtics' 56-26 record and ascension to the number 2 seed in the East ahead of their eventual first-round playoff exit. Mazzulla previously dismissed the award in a press conference, but in a statement Tuesday said he accepted it on behalf of the entire Boston coaching staff. Quote, "This award should be named Staff of the Year," he said. Headed to Fenway for the game? Park in Prudential Center's garage for just $26 for night and weekend games located in the heart of Back Bay. Shop, dine, and discover all Prudential Center has to offer, including the View Boston Observation Deck. Just a short walk over to Fenway from the Pru. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
The Red Sox station.
I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody has got a body like me, but I gotta think twice before I give my heart away. And I know all the games you play, 'cause I play them too. Oh, but I need some time off from that emotion, time to pick my heart up off the floor.
Well, one for Kyle Williams, who Wiggy said rudely moments ago he has zero faith in. So, there you go.
Yeah, I don't think he's a major factor, especially if you're going to get A.J. Brown.
Yes.
Define major factor. What are we talking about in receiving yards? Like over 500?
Like if you get 500 yards, you're not a major factor.
I'm saying over 500.
All right, so if you get 600, are you a major factor? 700?
People are telling me Romeo Doubs is going to be a replacement for Stephon Diggs,
Right,
and he had
they-
like 7 and change
No.
last year.
They think Romeo Doubs is going to be over 1,000 this year.
Yeah, I'm saying that's like over a 30% jump that
Right,
they're
but
expecting
that's-
from him.
but
That's
that-
like the discount you get on a murder house.
Right. But that's the expectations that they expect from him. I think if you said your best receiver is going to be a 700-yard guy, you would look at that and say, well, that's not a lot, right?
OTAs begin for the New England Patriots today. Mike Vrabel will speak at 11:30. I would assume we would have that live here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
Yep.
Drake May will also speak. What do you think of the photo of Drake May making its rounds yesterday on social media where it looks like he's added some swole?
Are you getting to it?
I mean, I feel like maybe that's where Trainer Dan has been. I haven't seen Trainer Dan in months. I don't know if that's on him or on me, but maybe that's where Trainer Dan has been.
The arms looked big.
Okay.
Yoked.
All right. Well, that's good.
Well, I got to see
Yoked.
these pictures.
You didn't see these pictures?
No.
He
High
looks-
expectations for the man.
Looks thicker.
There are high expectations for the quarterback. So,
I love the hat. Does he look that much bigger?
Yes,
I
he
don't know.
does.
People were talking about. You think he does?
So I will say, like, I don't know if you guys noticed it a couple months ago or a month ago when you saw him. Like, my impression of Drake in the locker room when he doesn't have all the football gear on is that he's kind of built like a basketball player.
Yeah.
He's taller than you expect, and he's a little bit more narrow than you'd expect. And so, yeah, I thought these pictures he looked significantly thicker.
Do you think this is in any relation to being called Big Dog by
Maybe.
Shai?
It could be. Maybe that's how he was able to put a little extra zip on that second throw to Shine. Maybe.
Try and take
Guess
Shime
he's-
out there.
I guess he's staying away from the treats of Ann Michael, which is a good
Yeah.
thing. Because
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it does look a little bit. He's kind of running up a hill a little bit with a blue shirt
You
on.
think it's just the angle?
I mean, it's down low. You tell me. You're the pitcher girl.
Well,
Is that a good angle down low?
I know my angles personally, and I do not like a down low angle.
Okay, so you don't like it down low?
It's very dangerous with the chin.
Oh, okay.
You got to be careful there.
Well, we will hear from Mike Vrabel and from Drake May today, and let's get right to They Said It.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They Said It. They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It, brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you have been injured at work, injured at a business, reach out to Catches to get the help you need. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. Young Tom, what is up first today?
Well, let's stay with the New England Patriots, and let's start with Tommy Curran, who comes on Jones and Keefe every single Tuesday. And the guys asked him how bad it would be if Will Campbell didn't end up playing left tackle.
Really? It's kind of early for that question, but okay. Are we hoping that Will Campbell fails? Like, what's going on here?
The Sox are so bad. You got to look forward to something.
I would say Adam Jones hoping that Will Campbell is a failure of a draft pick. All right. So that
Not
was
hoping. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Oh, listen, he was hurt, for crying out loud. So what? So, okay, the question was, what happens if he's a failure?
Yes, and here's what Tommy Curran had to say.
I think he has to faceplant entirely and utterly and be an abject disaster. I think that it would have to be an epic failure on his part to hold down the job.
So what he did in the playoffs, basically the playoffs. Yeah, just what he did last postseason.
Yeah, you get 10 games of that where you can't block anybody. Then I guess the playoffs. But I think he's a starter. Certainly can perform at a starter level, on a healthy knee. Now you must attribute some of what happened in the playoffs, Jonesy, to the fact that he was coming off an injury that probably would have ended his season if the Patriots weren't playoff bound, right?
So what did Jones say to that when Tommy Curran responded? Because I would agree. Like, prior to the injury, I think everybody was like, "Oh, he's probably doing a good job." Maybe,
as a rookie?
Yeah, you'd probably give him like a B. Some people might have gave him a B+, but you, as a rookie, you'd be like, "All right, he's done a good job." I mean, everybody's going to give up sacks against Myles Garrett, and you're like, all right, Myles Garrett, I think they had 5 sacks. His lunch. Yeah, but it's Myles Garrett. All right. That's going to happen as a rookie. But when he got hurt, then he had obviously the issues in the postseason. I would think that a large portion of maybe him struggling was because of the injury.
I agree. I just, the thing that jumps out to me there is when Tom says if we get 10 games of that, I'm like, 10 games of that? If he was playing like he played in the Super Bowl or even leading up to it in the playoffs, how many games do you give him? Like, how long is the leash? Right. And I don't think he's gonna perform that poorly. I really don't. And I think the other side of this is that Lomu is coming in as this very developmental guy. Mm-hmm. So it's not like he's somebody who's like a turnkey tackle that you're going to say, well, he's already more NFL ready than Will Campbell is.
What would you say if the Jets drafted tackles in the first round in consecutive years?
Well, I'd
say
they
were unhappy with the first pick,
or that they're that they're at least getting some insurance.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about in the Super Bowl is not Matt Light and Dwight Freeney. Okay, it's not even Max Lane and Reggie White. It is historically awful. He allowed 14 quarterback pressures, the most by any tackle in any game in 8 years. So it's not like it was bad.
In the playoffs?
Any game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's going against some really talented players.
Every week there's talented players.
Yeah,
in 8
but not
years
like
it didn't happen.
You got to talk about Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter against the Texans.
Wiggy, offensive lines played against the Seahawks all year. Nobody did that.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying how much of those 14 pressures were because of the injury.
Right. I don't know. The point is
a lot of it was the injury.
Right. That's my point. So if you say if he's not hurt and he gave up 14 pressures, is that what you said? If 14 pressures is the number?
Yes.
If he wasn't hurt and he gives up 14 pressures, then we got a real problem.
The question to me is he going to be your starting left tackle after this season?
Yes.
You think so? Because then
he has to be.
Wiggy, this is where I think they get into the territory that they flirted with Mike Onwenu, where they gave Micah Onwenu tackle money and he's a guard. Because they had no other option, they keep finding themselves in these situations where they don't have any other option at tackle. So they give him a huge contract that's meant for a tackle, then he plays guard. That could happen with Will Campbell.
No. Here's the difference, and I kind of agree with Curtis to this point a little bit. You're talking about the 4th overall pick. You don't waste the 4th overall pick with a guy that you might go, maybe in 2 years we got to move him to guard. The 4th overall pick, you're going, this is the guy that we expect to be the left tackle for the next 10 years.
But you already used the pick. Isn't it doubling down on the error if he truly is just a guard naturally and you give him tackle money and continue forcing him into that role?
No, I wouldn't give him tackle money. If he's not the tackle...
If he plays 3 seasons at tackle, he's going to be saying my extension my contract is going to be left tackle money.
This is the year, though. If he doesn't perform well this year, you'll know he's not the left tackle of the future. This is the year. If he doesn't perform well, they're going to say, this is not the guy, and we swung and missed with that 4th overall pick. We have to figure out maybe now, is Lomo the guy who we drafted in the 1st round, and is he become the guy?
How do you think Will Campbell watched the draft and how he thought about that pick?
I think maybe he could have looked at it like...
Not could have. How do you think he did?
How would you feel, Wiggy, if you were drafted at tight end?
You're saying if we drafted another former New England Patriot and
in the immediate...
No, we had Ninkovich waiting, and Ninkovich was producing the show.
Different, though. It's different for the tight end position.
Ninkovich was on paternity leave.
In the tackle position, you could easily say, okay, they drafted him because he's going to replace Morgan Moses at right tackle.
You're talking about Lomu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a part of it. Certainly is the offensive line. I don't know that Will Campbell is
he's not worried about
drafting a guy that they want to replace me. I think.
Did you hear how he ended the year where he didn't even meet the media?
Yeah.
He's a guy that
apologized
obviously
for that.
I've made a million apologies. It doesn't mean they all work.
I don't think he was worried about them taking a tackle. If the right tackle that the Patriots had on their team was a young guy, then I think he would be like, oh, wait a second, what's going on here? But because it's Moses, who's 36, 37 years old, he's you know what you have to have in the NFL? That both need to be on the field at the same time?
Tackles.
Exactly. With tight ends, it's different.
Same thing with tight ends.
No.
Tight end offense.
No. But you don't. But they're at the same time. You don't have to have 2 tight ends out there. You could play with 1 tight end.
Curtis, I have a question because you brought up Will Campbell not speaking to us at the end of the season after the Super Bowl. Do fans care about that? Because, from a media perspective, I was thinking about this because Wemby didn't talk last night. He broke a major NBA rule. He didn't talk after the game to media. And media made a big note about it. Mm-hmm. And as media, I care about that. Do fans care?
Yes.
Are fans I need to hear after the guy after a loss?
Yes.
Or is that just a media construct where we're mad that we don't get our quotes and our sound and our sound bites?
So for me, as a fan, I always viewed it as an indictment of who they were in that room. In that if you're not willing to take accountability, screw the media. The people that you play with are forced to answer on your behalf, and that's something that is not a good locker room guy. And to me, championship teams, we've had a bunch of them. Not many of those teams are full of guys that would make a decision like Will Campbell made.
Yeah, you got to talk.
I think it's helpful, for fans, if Will Campbell spoke after the Super Bowl and said, "Hey, I was horrible," and part of it, unfortunately, probably has to do with my knee. Mm-hmm. I think that's informative for fans, and they can make a judgment on the player based on that information.
That's how fans are. Especially, you've been around here long enough now to know this, Mego. Look what people used to say about Chris Sale. Oh, at least he comes out and he talks about his struggles.
My God, he'd crucify himself after every start.
Right. And people like that versus maybe, some other pitches that
David Price.
Yeah, David Price or something like that. So fans look at it like, oh, this guy cares, or this guy's willing to throw himself, on the grenade when he didn't play well, and he's willing to come out and say that right after the game.
Yeah, I would agree with Mego. I feel like he had a really good regular season as a rookie, and that most of what happened Super Bowl wise, playoff wise, if you want to go that deep, was because of the injury.
And I'll give him a pass on that. I will give him a pass on that because of what we've seen prior to that.
Yeah.
I don't think people could be like, ooh, there's a chink in his arm, or like he doesn't look good for the majority of the season that he played. You were like, all right, he's doing a good job for a rookie.
And he is a Vrabel guy. Like, that was someone Vrabel personally worked out. He said he was a left tackle. This is not someone that Vrabel's going to move off of easily.
Okay, what's next, Tom?
Well, it's a day that ends in Y, Mr. Hill. So we have yet another report of someone who is absolutely 100% confident that A.J. Brown will be a New England Patriot. Here's what Jason McCourty had to say regarding A.J. Brown to New England.
All the people that are on the inside and that they know continue to echo the same sentiment that it's almost a done deal that he's going to be a New England Patriot. It always feels like whenever something is said for that long, for about a month now, this has been stated, you always feel like something could potentially happen. Is there another team that may come into the mix? It does feel like he's on his way out of Philadelphia. The Patriots just make so much sense. The relationship, obviously, that he has with Mike Vrabel, going there with a quarterback in Drake May, and what they were able to do last year, getting to the Super Bowl, giving him a target on the outside like an A.J. Brown that can dictate coverage on the defensive side of the ball, a guy that can get open on a third down and be able to throw one up to him. So this just feels like it's going to be the move to happen.
Okay. I want official holiday from the governor, Curtis, if you could reach out. Monday, AJ Day.
Well, I'm still working on Brady International.
Okay, this is happening.
Do we get it Monday?
I would.
Or do we have to wait till
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
You might
Okay.
have to wait till
So,
Tuesday.
if we don't hear,
listen, if everything's, if the what do? They dot the I's and they cross the T's. If that's ready to go, then why not Monday afternoon?
well, that's what I'm asking, right?
Yeah.
So if we should hear something at the latest by Tuesday that AJ.
I would hope so.
All right.
Yes. All right. Rest of They Said It coming up next.
You can watch the Greg Hill Show live stream every day on Twitch.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios, no fee unless you win. The news with Mego coming up in about 10 minutes at 8. And that includes an incident of pickleball injury rage, which led to an arrest in Pennsylvania, among other news.
By the way, I walked past Ballers in the Seaport.
Yes.
You can't hear anything.
No.
Like, it is the dumbest thing in the world.
And
I didn't know it had pickleball until I saw it was pickleball.
Yeah.
I did not hear the pickleball.
It's beautiful too. It's right there in the middle of the seaport, and beautiful spot. So
one of the whiter areas in a white town. I'll tell you that.
That's not true. That is not accurate. But
AJ Brown will be there, so he'll add a little color to it.
Take that, Marjorie.
Yes, he will. AJ Brown will be right there. We're going to play the best Hill Notes that you leave for us back at about 9:20 this morning. So leave one of those on any topic on the Odyssey app. And we have discussed a lot of things this morning, including the Red Sox loss last night, which I suffered through. Actually got very excited at the end of that baseball game last night, and then I got very disappointed at the end of that baseball game. So leave a voice note on that or on any other topic.
Sierra in the Summer House.
Correct, yeah. Summer House reunion show, part 1. Please don't spoil it for Mego. She hasn't watched yet.
I'll watch today.
Where at some point this morning, we don't have time, but we have to get into since you're a Real Housewives fan, the drama of the beef on one of the Real Housewives, who another one called out for having an affair with a prominent sports personality.
Allegations. There are allegations.
We'll have to get into that.
My goodness.
Brian Windhorst?
Allegedly?
No, it was not. It's all alleged. All alleged.
Providence, man.
That
New England, that Rhode Island area, it's tiny.
I guess so. So we are doing a road show in Rhode Island at the end of June, beginning of July. So we will finish the road shows back in Newport, Rhode Island. If you want to see the full road show schedule, it's on our social media. So give the show a follow on Instagram or on X or I guess Facebook. Curtis, I know you're big still on the Facebook.
Oh, I still call it the Facebook.
Yes. All right. Anyway, we were in the middle of They Said It. What is next, Tom?
Well, let's go to the Boston Red Sox, Greg. And one of the players, Isaiah Conifalefre, he hit a home run last night, and he was asked after.
Can you please call him IKF?
IKF? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know if that was okay or not.
Yeah.
I did have to look up how to say his name phonetically. It's a tough one. But either way, he was asked about his plate appearances and how much the season's meaning to him. And he was very honest that he is fighting for his career, he said. And this is what IKF had to say.
Fighting for my career, fighting for my life, scrapping for every at-bat I can get. Just understanding, like, I'm getting older and my playing time has been, cut. Like, not even playing at all. So just in there fighting for my life, fighting for my career. And, this is a situation I've been in most of my career when I wasn't playing every day. And it's kind of the same answer it's been. So it's nice for them to give me an opportunity. And, I'm helping the team, but it's, I wish I could do more.
Yeah, well, we all wish that all of you could do more. I brought this up earlier, Curtis, but if you were John Henry / Brez Bott, when would you give up on this season and decide that it is time to sell? While, as Lou Merloni pointed out on this show yesterday, the return is high. The value is high if you sell right now.
The team, that would be awesome. But I would say John Henry, Control-Alt-Deletes if this thing continues another week. Like if they are still, you're 8-18, right? Is that what they are now at home?
Yes.
Okay. That is like the worst team in baseball is an 8-18 at home. But this is what you get for building a roster that is not conducive to the park you play in. Like this roster, first of all, was horribly put together. Second of all, it was not built where you could take advantage of the place you play half your games in. Like, everything about it just screams that it was poorly managed. It was improperly put together. You fire the manager, nothing's changed. The offense is worse now that drive lines had a bigger role.
Yeah.
And I
don't know where you're going to get the bump that you need. I mean, we talked yesterday about Garrett Crochet coming back whenever that is. He threw live BP yesterday, so then he's got a rehab.
See, Roman took dry swings, went well.
Roman is swinging, but you have
also known as Greg's high school.
You got some guys that the Padres are interested in Chapman. Duran what does Duran have? 2 years left. Pretty reasonable money. Like
Jaron Duran, he's still under arbitration control.
Okay, so you have got guys that are going to be of interest to other teams, and at some point you just got to give up on this season.
Yeah. I mean, I think and they have a lot of guys that Sonny Gray's another one. Where you can look and go, okay, there could be a playoff team out there, a team that it feels like that they can make the postseason and needs a starting pitcher. So there are some things. It's just with this team, it's like when you get a little bit of offense, your pitching, issues the bed. When your pitching's great, you get no offense. You look at last night's game and you score 6 runs in that game, but then your pitching gives up. You come in and you bring Guerrero in, he gives up a 2-run home run late in the game, and you're giving up these things. It's like,
well, it doesn't matter when you score 6 runs and you lose by 1. And you got a bottom of the 9th rally, and you can't close it out. Like you got guys on base that you cannot get home.
Has Connor Wong gotten home yet? Or
no, it doesn't. It does, but bringing up IKF in that situation where he hit that ground ball up the middle when you end up scoring 2 runs. If Guerrero doesn't give up a 2-run home run the inning before. That game, you're now up in that game 6-5 because you were down 5-4. So it's just like when this team is pitching well, they're not hitting. When they're hitting better than when they're hitting okay, they're pitching. They're not getting their pitches to look good. You look at the other day we talked about the Minnesota game. Peyton Tolley, he's got a 4-0 lead in the first inning, and then boom comes out. He's been pitching good and gives up 3 runs. It's like what the hell? And then before you know it, you end up losing that game.
But even a play like Jaron Duran that we talked about briefly, where there's a runner on third, he's at the plate, it's I think 3-1, and instead of getting, or 2-1 was the count, instead of getting away from the ball, he gets hit by a pitch, so he gets to first base, and he gets the benefit his on base percentage instead of the ball going past him and the run scoring the game being tied.
Yeah, it's just some of it is bad luck. Some of it I do think is like we talked about at the very start of the season. That the margins for error are so small because your talent is just average at best. So then when something is unlucky or somebody makes a goof, like it's done. Like you can't come back. They can't come back from anything.
And it's not even average at best. It's the guys that you expected to be average are extremely below average. Like Jaron Duran is one of those guys. You think about Marcelo Meyer. You think about Roman Anthony before he got hurt. You think of like some of these other guys that you go, okay, if they could just be average.
Trevor Story. If he could just be average Trevor Story before he got hurt.
You know, and you're just like, what the hell? But these guys are extremely bad. They're way below average.
All right. Well, that is They Said It for today. The news with Mego, including the unfortunate incident of pickleball injury rage, which led to an arrest, coming up next.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show on W.
What did I just say to you?
She's a lawyer, so she knows. I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
The news.
You're putting me in handcuffs and you're Mirandizing. You're not Mirandizing me. But you're gonna regret this.
Yeah.
You're gonna regret it.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
I never said he was soft. I think he's as hard as they come.
The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com.
Hey, I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
On WEEI.
Curtis would be a huge get for the Lobster Bar Roadshow, final roadshow of roadshow season, the 5th roadshow season, if you could get that AG or former AG.
Well, that's a Wiggy job. He has the key to the city. I mean,
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Wiggy does have the key to Newport given to him by the mayor.
That is true.
Year, so.
The AG or one of the Real Housewives of Rhode Island.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we could do that.
So if we can lock down one of them two.
I thought one of them was going to be there.
Well, yeah, there's a guy who's married to one of the housewives. You know this better than me.
Yes, he's from the Bachelor universe, which is not a universe that I'm really a part of.
Okay, and he was on our show when we started the road shows and is a listener of our show.
All right.
Well, shout out.
Do you know his name?
I think his name's Jared.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
all right. Well, we can reach out to him and see if
work on that.
You know that.
Okay.
I'm an AJ.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because Roadshow number 3 is happening on Friday. We will be in Vermont, in Brattleboro, Vermont, and we will be at the marina on Friday morning and tomorrow night, actually, because this week is a short week. Tomorrow night it is pregame with Miller Lite at Bar 580 in Brattleboro, and that starts at 6:30. And this roadshow season is brought to you by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here by Catches Law Group, your attorney, your neighbor since 1986, by Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer, by Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water, and by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. But let's get right to the news, Mego.
Okay, flags across Massachusetts will fly at half-staff in honor of fallen firefighter Robert Kilduff, whose funeral services have been set for next week. The 24-year vet of the Boston Fire Department fell from the 3rd story of a Dorchester home while fighting a 3-alarm fire. A wake will be held from 3 to 7 in West Roxbury Sunday, and a funeral mass will be held at the Cathedral of the Holy Cross in Boston on Monday. His fellow Roxbury firefighters drew an outline of his boots in the firehouse as a memorial. We can hear a little bit more about keeping his memory alive.
I've had the honor and the privilege of working with this wonderful rescue crew member and my buddy, Bobby Kilduff. Bobby Kilduff is exactly the definition of what you would imagine a true firefighter should be. He is who you want coming for you when you're in trouble, and he did that for over 20-something years. Bobby is not on top of being a great firefighter, an amazing dad that I hope to be half the father he is. And my kids will have the greatest father in their lives.
3rd generation firefighter, Marine. We talked yesterday about this, and I want to thank all of you who have donated to his family through the Greg Hill Foundation. We have a match. Our match was started at $10,000, went up to $30,000, and so far, you incredible people have donated $24,890 to his family. So it would be awesome if we could get up over 30 and be able to get that family that $60,000. And so I just go to the GregHillFoundation.org if you can give, and I appreciate everybody who's given so far.
Greg, we talked about it when it happened, when I was walking home with James from school, and there was a fire on Com Ave. And seeing it in real time, you see it in the news, and it's your distance from it. But, like, literally hundreds of people are sprinting away in real time away from a burning building. And then all of a sudden, 5 fire trucks arrive, and these men and women jump out, climb in, and put it out and leave. And then an hour later, it's all back to normal.
Yeah.
Like, to have those people willing to have that job and to do that, it's just, you cannot put a value on what that bravery does for everybody around. No, because everybody running knew someone was coming to put the fire out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, just and everybody talks about what an extraordinary guy he was, and did a lot of spent a lot of time volunteering with Gary Sinise has that organization, you know, the actor.
Yes.
He gave a lot of time volunteering to that organization. Very, very close with Aaron Lynch from the Greg Hill Foundation, and so an absolute huge loss for the community. So.
And 24 years of service.
Yeah.
That's
amazing.
Green Bay Packers running back Josh Jacobs was arrested Tuesday on several domestic violence charges and felony strangulation in Wisconsin. The arrest stems from an incident Saturday morning in which local police were dispatched to a disturbance complaint involving the Jacobses. The Packers have not commented on the open investigation. Jacobs has denied the allegations through his attorneys.
All right. He will be a Kansas City Chief at some point, I'm guessing. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Less than 2 months after Artemis 2 broke records with its lunar fly-around, NASA is planning a brand new moon base.
Okay. Well, how gullible do they think we are? A moon base?
A moon base.
Suddenly we didn't go to the moon for decades, and now suddenly we're building a moon base?
I love it. NASA announced the base plans yesterday. It will be located near the moon's south pole. And Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin company will deliver moon buggies there. Artemis astronauts could land there as early as 2028.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
What's the purpose of the moon base?
Oh, so do we have another? So we own space, I guess.
What happens first? Red Sox World Series or moon base?
Moon base for sure.
Moon base. Okay.
We can hear from NASA's Jared Isaacman.
America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international and commercial partners to leverage the incredible capabilities from commercial industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor, what we are embarking upon is extremely challenging, and we know so little from what is a combined 80 hours of lunar astronaut EVA time across the Apollo missions, and that was more than a half century ago. So we are not jumping right into the glass dome moon base as a service. As we announced during the ignition event, we intend to take an iterative approach, sending a demand signal to industry for a lot of landers and rovers and tech demonstrations and all the scientific payloads these missions can accommodate. So we are discussing 3 moon-based missions and a series of additional awards with more missions to be announced in the months ahead.
Okay.
All right.
They're suspect. They're suspect in my book. They know something. The billionaires know something.
They definitely know something.
They're way too eager to get to the moon base.
You can just go someplace if nobody's there and just say, all right, we're going to set up shop. Can I do that here in America?
That's
Well,
why
it
we
happened here.
That's
What are
how
you talking
America.
about?
I'm talking about now.
You familiar with history at all?
Yeah. But I feel like that was back in the day when you can get away with
Right,
it.
when there weren't people here.
No, there were people here.
They were not as civilized as the people that were coming across, so they took it from them and they conquered the land.
I believe the Native Americans were very civilized. So can I find a good spot of land out like in Vermont?
What are you talking about?
Let's not get into that.
You can't go plant your flag in Vermont because people already own that.
Because there's a National Guard, there's police.
Nobody owns the moon, so
there's no police on the moon. There's no war. There's no.
Do we not know that there's not a life out there? Maybe we just don't know about it.
This is true.
What? If you're telling me there's alien life form out there, how do we know there's not?
think about this.
Moon
When
inhabitants.
We have things directed at the moon to see if anything's going on there. There's
when
nothing
we
going
have
on
the
there.
moon base, Curtis, we just got the first images of the dark side of the moon.
Right.
We don't know what's up there.
I mean, maybe people.
When we have people,
Please no Pink Floyd rejoin. I can't stand Pink Floyd.
It's out of
Me
my
either.
catalog, so you're all set.
I like 1 or 2 songs at the most.
The only song we can play related to NASA has to be Katy Perry, and she has to be the astronaut that gets us to the moon base.
Well, she did go up with Bezos.
She did.
That was Blue Origin, wasn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that
I'm
Bezos?
telling you,
If
this
these
is
aliens are intelligent, maybe we don't even realize that they're there.
Now
this
that's
should
a good
be
point.
a major red flag.
So they're taking over the moon
Why did the billionaires want to live on the moon so badly?
because they know
So they
that the
want
world
off-
is.
You're saying they want off this planet.
They know something we
Yeah,
don't.
something's coming.
Well, it's actually, I heard a podcast on this where it's really sad that all the billionaires now are obsessed with living forever, not doing good for others. Like, it's all about the potential to find this, like Jeff Bezos wants to live to
What
be.
was this podcast?
Eric Weinstein, very interesting guy on with Joe Rogan.
I'd like to live forever. What does he have? Is Bezos wants to live forever?
Yes, Bezos, all these guys are
Well,
all
there's that
into
one
it.
weird guy who does all that stuff. The weird guy,
Yes.
the maxing guy. He's like
are you talking
life
about
maxing.
the guy who's
I've
out
seen
in
that guy.
like the tech bro?
Yeah, the tech bro who's like spent billions.
How
or
come none of us
millions
can come up with his name?
Clavicular or something like that?
No.
No.
That's a different.
Is that not the looks maxer?
No, yes, that's the looks maxer. That's not this guy. That
Oh,
I'm
you talking about the older dude who looks like he's in really good shape and he's trying to age backwards?
Yes.
Oh my God! Why
Benjamin Button.
Why can none of us come up with
Yeah,
his
I know the
name?
guy you're talking about. He looks like he's in great shape.
Somebody will know it on the
Yeah.
text line or in the Twitch chat.
All right.
Rocco in the Twitch chat said I should ask NASA if they would take the red turtle up there on the moon and leave it up there.
Oh, that's not
Probably
nice.
should.
Yeah.
I'm done with red turtle.
Really?
What a piece of dung that thing is.
Oh,
How much longer does it have?
I leased it, so but I can get rid of the lease. I have
Yeah. Unlimited funds.
I may go Defender. Like I really
That thing
like
is smooth. I ain't gonna lie.
And thank you to Land Rover of Norwood, our partners on the road show, for allowing me to drive a Defender. I love it.
And it's got a little kick to it when I hear it rev up a little bit. It's got a nice little
Depends on
exhaust
if
to
I
it.
can get a deal on it. I'm not
Right.
gonna pay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pay more than I pay for red.
Are
Turtle.
you gonna do the matte paint if you
Yes,
do it?
Yes, matte black.
Yeah, Matt's good color too.
I don't know how I feel about the matte.
Really?
I can't decide. Some
When it's-
like because when it's brand new, it looks really cool.
Right, you gotta keep it clean.
But I worry about how it will look. Like, does it age faster or slower than the regular shiny paint over,
No, you
say,
just-
2 years?
No, you just got to keep it clean. Like as long as you're keeping it clean. and
Okay,
take it
well,
to the
we
car
live
wash.
in New England.
Well, you can't take it to a car wash.
I don't know. I'd
Are
be
you
very
that
careful.
lazy?
I'd be very careful with a car like that.
I mean, there's a million car washes around here. You can literally drive it through. I don't say you have to like go full on detail, but as long as you drive it through like any car, if you drive it through the car wash, it's gonna look nice.
I'm simply asking the question.
973 text. Brian Johnson is the live forever guy.
That's not who I was thinking of, though.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to think of it. This is going to drive me crazy.
I'd like to live forever, so give us some of these tips.
This is Charlie from Norwood. Hello, Charlie.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Nothing much, but I just want to correct you on a few things. The reason I want to go into the moon because the the Chinese had sent up like 150 missions up there, and they found what they might think is water. Now, they're going to land a base here because they have a refueling station that's going to be able to hopefully get water, and that will be their fuel. So you can shoot off anything you want. They'll land on the moon, get refueled, and then take off for any planet you want. That's why they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's about beating somebody else there, I guess it's okay. I'm okay with that.
Peter Thiel. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, he's not like that, though.
He isn't?
No.
I thought that he's one of these guys who like doesn't eat anymore. He just
maybe. You mean like
he
Wiggy?
just
One meal
drinks
a
like
day?
a smoothie every 4
All
hours.
right.
To
Well, guess what?
He's not an optimization guy.
My 1 meal a day means I'm gonna live forever. I like this.
And it's
Peter
full-
Thiel's doing it.
And it's full circle. Eric Weinstein works for Teal. So there you go.
He does?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know if Peter Thiel is ball maxing?
I hope so.
I'd rather not. I'd rather not know. I'd rather not know.
But did you know that Eric Weinstein works with our guy Avi Loeb?
Really?
Yeah, they're on this thing. It's called the Galileo Project.
That sounds interesting.
Sounds ominous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I bet they get no sex. The Galileo Project.
Was that guy the gentleman who just called the show? Appreciate all the callers. Was he calling from the same phone that Nixon used to talk to the Apollo astronauts on the moon?
I think so.
That was awesome.
Sounded like my grandfather when he was alive. And he was born in 1918.
Mego, we got to take a break.
Okay.
We will continue with the rest of the news coming up. Also, Mego is asking for a douche move ruling based on something that happened, you said, next to you yesterday?
To me.
Okay. So
In public.
We'll get that at 8:30. Right now, Mego, and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. The Red Sox lost a heartbreaker last night to the Atlanta Braves 7-6 and now have an 8-18 record at home. MLB insider Bob Nightingale noted the Sox are on pace to go 25-56 at Fenway Park, and the last time they played a full season with fewer than 30 wins at home was in 1932.
And a quick quote in Jen McCaffrey's story today in The Athletic from Craig Breslow, who will join us tomorrow, Craig, I believe.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't look back at our win-loss record over the last month since they fired Cora and say it was this incredible success, unquote. But I think we're starting to more consistently put together good at-bats.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Baby steps.
Maybe not play at home. Play on the road.
Ooh, on the moon.
They're a game above 500 on the road, so play on the road.
One bright spot, Isaiah Connor-Falefa hit his first home run of the season, which is our Nissan Red Sox play of the game.
5-3 Braves, a pitch. Driven high and deep into left center field. This thing is punked. It's way back to the wall. And it's gone! Izzy in the hizzy. A solo homer, and it's 5-4.
Ken got him stepping, leveling up.
Yeah, well, yeah. A lot of pressure. Like he's got Ken breathing down his neck with the creative calls.
A programming note. Spoke with Ken yesterday. The Ken and Curtis show will be back a bit.
Oh, wow.
Wait,
So,
what?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, not different time slot, I think.
Wait,
What's happening to Big Dog?
What about the Big Dog? What about
Big
the
Dog,
Big Dog
I think,
show?
I don't know whether I should have
I mean,
said
could
something.
you have told Mego?
Excuse me.
No.
She's being canceled after
No,
a half a season.
Damn,
I
Meg.
think it would be 11 a.m., not early on Saturday.
Damn,
So,
Mego.
11
Big
a.m.
Dog show is already gone.
We need to talk about this off air.
I
First of
talked
all,
to Ken.
I was listening yesterday, and Ken isn't even returning your calls from Canada for like 48 to 72 hours.
Right.
And now the Big Dog show, we don't even know if
That
it's
was
on
quick.
air or not.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. The other thing was, it was very odd. I was watching the start of the show on Twitch because I love watching and listening to the Rich, Ken, and Ted show daily, 2 o'clock here on WEEI. And the Twitch chat was the same people that are there now talking about me at 2 o'clock. Is that it all day? Like, I had never gone back in. Like, people need a life.
That's flattering.
They really just don't like you.
But it's an obsession.
I know.
Like, they're literally, Rich is talking about the Red Sox, Ken's looking funny, not talking much, and they're talking about me.
You're nobody without haters.
It really is remarkable.
It would be unfortunate if Scheim came all the way back from his honeymoon for the Big Dog show, and it was canceled.
Guys,
Like,
I'm sweating. We
Damn.
just got a new song that I sent to Shime last night
Really?
for Big Dog Show.
No, I really don't think it impacts you.
You should have checked with the higher ups before you did that. Spent all the money on the Big Dog show shirts that are coming.
Shime
Shirts,
got a
we got
tattoo.
hats,
Yeah, that was
we
quick.
got keychains.
Man, that was quick.
Have to ship those off to a third world nation. They will love them.
You didn't even get season 2.
Wear those with the 18-1 or the 19-0 shirts that are in South America.
All right,
Right.
Nego.
We'll have updates on the Big Dog Show. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Want to win free groceries for a year and great prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards? I do. Enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, just like Shaw's shopper, Destiny Cesare of Attleboro, your child could become an honorary Bat Kit. Official rules at Shaw's or starmarket.com/Grand Slam. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
The Greg Hill Road Show travels to...
Images Law Injury Attorneys Studios, no fee unless you win. We are about to get back to the news. OTAs begin for the New England Patriots today, and we will hear from head coach Mike Vrabel at 11:30 and from Drake May today. And we discussed this earlier, but I would assume that we will take Mike Vrabel live, the first legit time that he has spoken to the media in the last couple of months. He did kind of that early presser where there were really no questions that were encouraged, spoke around draft time. That was also a little bit odd as well. So we will see how that goes today at 11:30 and then hear from Drake May as well. We have news left, and then we got to get to your douche move ruling, Mego, but nice to have you back. Avoided jury duty. I mean, you didn't have to avoid it. There were too many jurors or whatever that were there yesterday.
I still don't totally understand what happened, but I didn't ask any questions. I just said, thank you, and I left.
That's great. All right, good. Well, let's get back to the rest of the news.
A 7-year-old who goes by the name of Danger.
Danger's my middle name.
Just scaled the 3,000-foot cliff El Capitan in Yosemite Park.
Really? Hold on.
7 years old?
He's 7?
Wow.
Danger.
And he climbed a 3,000-foot cliff or whatever the thing is?
Yes, I asked Twitch Mitch to put up a picture. If you're looking on Twitch, you can see the cliffside that Danger scaled.
Wow. Jesus.
Holy hell.
It's enormous.
At 7 years old to pull that off, that's pretty impressive.
We can hear from Joey Danger Evermore and his dad talking about the accomplishment.
Tell us how you feel.
Great.
It's an unbelievable task to climb the front of El Capitan. I don't want to pretend that there's no risk. There's not a second that they're not anchored to the wall. It's as good as it gets.
I remember my mother used to say, don't give him chocolate. He'll be climbing the walls. This kid here, you give him chocolate, he's climbing mountains. It's impressive.
Any concern about the parents allowing him to do it? Or I guess
what does mom say? I hear from dad. What does mom say?
I bet they're probably right there with him. I watched this movie called Apex, and there are people that they love to mountain climb. So maybe it seems like if they're teaching them to mountain climb at 7 years old, the parents must absolutely love it.
Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. Yeah. Good on Danger.
All right, Danger.
Yeah.
Greg, you've been teasing this all morning. A 31-year-old pickleball fanatic faces vandalism charges after he allegedly cut down local nets and vandalized courts because he suffered a pickleball injury and told officials, quote, his summer was ruined.
What a psychotic move that is. So wait, he loves pickleball, got hurt.
If he can't play, nobody can play.
Threw his hip out or something. And so he decided he would ruin it for everybody else.
Saif Kaleem of Pennsylvania was caught cutting down the nets on surveillance footage. So, I guess this is he couldn't even bear to look at the courts if he couldn't be out there because the love of the game was so strong.
It's all right, you know what? I can't play basketball, so I'm taking my ball and going home. Yeah, that's wild
Couldn't he just post up against, the little wall that they put up for tennis?
Oh, yeah,
I'm thinking table tennis, in Forrest Gump where he's playing against the wall.
Yeah.
Can't he just sit in a chair and do that and practice his pickleball that way?
At Ballers, they have this other court where it's inside glass where you could kind of hit it off.
That's the other game I told you about.
What's it called?
Padel.
That's the new hot one.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's
it's spelled like paddle, but they call it padel.
Yeah. It's like a tennis ball. And if you were by yourself, you could.
It's really big in South America, I think.
Oh, really? Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Padel.
Yeah, you could. That's a game that he could potentially play by himself if he was just, in a chair or something.
Whatever happened to racquetball?
I think it's part of Padel.
I think Santo's a squash guy, if I remember correctly.
Because if you look at Padel...
Isn't Santo in a squash club or something like that?
A racket club?
If there's a club, they're in it.
Yeah, because he's in a rowing club, too, so... I feel like they're...
He's in an F. Scott Fitzgerald. Who's the guy? The sinking of the ship club?
Oh, yeah, they got that, too. The, whatever it was.
Darn it.
You
know what I'm talking about,
The
Greg?
Andrea Gill, whatever the hell that... that ship that sank with 30
the
people
Michigan
on it.
boat, the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Santo was in the Sons of the Mayflower squash club.
And then he's got White Raven that he writes.
Right. Everything's white somehow.
Yeah. It's like George Costanza. Wait a second. 12 people died.
Wait, we allowed an Italian in this year.
I thought it was celebrating. But when he celebrates the boat thing, I thought it was like the Titanic, where like 2,000 people died, or a massive. Right. It's like 30 people. That's it.
Right. Well, it's because of the song that it's famous.
Yes,
it's a beautiful song.
But then why do you feel compelled to remember something that's already remembered? You know what I'm saying? It's not like people would forget about it if there's a song.
I think most of those things are an excuse to drink.
Right.
It's really
and get out of the house.
Really.
So now he's part of the Patel Club.
I got some nice messages last Friday. Did you talk about drinking enough on the show?
Oh, really?
I was like, they made me an honorary martini. I'm not supposed to say thank you?
Yeah, like, what a bunch of prudes.
Like, seriously.
It's Memorial Day
Hey,
weekend.
you should have talked more about drinking.
I'm wrong with drinking.
Okay.
Really?
Sorry.
Like, I mean,
sorry for having fun.
Yeah, sorry for. Didn't know you were the fun police.
Right.
Like you happen to enjoy the pre-games and the road shows.
They made me this martini. This is horrible. I would never drink alcohol.
No.
Push it away.
You enjoyed.
This is a work night.
You enjoyed the Mego Hotolini.
Hotatinis.
Hottatini.
Yeah.
I adored
Frank has
them.
never said it right.
I have yet to say it right.
It is a tongue twister.
Well, you liked it. You liked it too.
I tried it. It was a little too spicy for me.
Too spicy for you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Well, it's the absolute Tabasco.
Yeah,
That
it
stuff
was.
is
Yeah,
fire.
I mean, I like a little bit of spice, but yeah, that was.
Wiggy couldn't handle it. It was a strong drink.
Yeah, it was too strong for me.
Made for real drinkers.
Yeah, I'm not a real drinker.
Is Santo in a Scotch club, you think? Or is there any of those?
Probably so.
Oh, man.
Bar 580, the menu looks pretty good, Curtis. I don't know if you've stocked the menu yet for
I was
tomorrow
actually
night.
going to do that. I
Looks
can't eat until after a procedure today, so I've been trying to avoid
Oh.
menus.
Is this a tooth?
Yeah, my final dental procedure. I am going under at noon.
Okay.
I thought you sure that's what I heard you were getting butt implants.
Well, I was actually starting a transition because I wanted the Globe to write nice things about me.
Thought it was ball maxing.
So wait, you can't eat how long?
I can't drink or anything.
Oh.
No water.
Where are you? Because you're a Diet Coke fanatic, Mego and I, during the commercial earlier for Shaw's and Star Market, we're talking about the beef between the Coke Zero people and the Diet Coke people.
1,000 Diet Coke.
Really?
Yep. I
What
hate
is
the
it?
flights now where there's some flights where they're like, you order a Diet Coke on Delta and they give you Coke Zero. It's like, what? I didn't order Coke
It's not
Zero.
the same thing.
No.
Yeah, that's the argument. I guess it's overtaking. It's about to overtake Diet Coke, which has been the most popular soda forever.
I would have thought more people bought Diet Coke than Coke, but it's not even close. More people
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, people out here still drinking regular soda.
It's the same thing with Budweiser. Like, I would have thought Bud Light sold more than Budweiser, but the Bud Heavies are
Maybe
still
that's
more
a
popular.
regional thing.
I guess that's
But
true.
Coke Zero is a completely different taste. It's not the same thing at all.
Okay, you know what the
Is that what you're
difference
saying,
is?
Curtis?
Yeah,
Okay.
I love Diet Coke. I think it's different. Coke Zero is trying to be Coke. Diet Coke is its own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Diet Coke kind of makes you burp right away, though.
Oh, does it?
I love a good Diet Coke and pretzels. I mean, it's what's got me without alcohol.
Yeah,
Just
I've
the
had
nicest
Diet
thing.
Coke, but I don't know enough about it to really say how good it is compared to Coke Zero.
Okay. Anything else, Mego?
Yes, we should get this man's opinion on the Diet Coke versus Coke Zero because we have a new inductee into the Hardo of the Day honor that we have begun giving out.
Is that Shime?
No, he's not here. We're not going to give it out to him when he's not even here.
Shime's the work hardo of the day for coming back Friday.
I don't know if you guys have seen this video, but it's absolutely crazy. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. posted a video of when he was hanging out at Dr. Oz's house.
Yeah, I saw this.
That sounds fun.
He picked up
awful.
it gets way more fun. He picked up 2 black snakes that were mating on a patio and continued holding them as they bit his hand. And you can hear his wife, Cheryl Hines, the actress, begging him to stop. Here's some audio of that.
They were having sex, and what were they?
Moccasins. Who's a dangerous? Huh?
They're not moccasins.
Oh, okay.
Are they biting?
Honey, let it go. Oh my God. Oh my God.
The mouths are huge.
Please. Bobby, please. Oh God.
I didn't know he was a snake wrangler too.
What?
He know that they weren't poisonous?
Well, He's got a weird animal thing, doesn't he?
I did not
He's
know.
always picking up
Yes.
dead animals.
Oh, okay, did not know he was a snake wrangler.
How did he know the snakes were having sex?
He must be a snake wrangler. He knows a lot about snakes because you just don't pick up snakes unless you know a lot about them. Because how does he?
They're biting him, Wiggy.
Right, that's what I mean. So he must know that they're not poisonous. Right? You just don't go randomly up to a snake and grab it unless you know a lot about it.
I don't mean this to sound offensive, but when you've had the amount of drugs that he's had through his system, I don't think he's afraid of a snake killing him.
Oh, was he a big drug guy back in the day?
He was, he's successfully gotten clean, but he was.
You name it, he did it.
Yeah. Well, he's in good shape then. I feel like a lot of the former drug addicts, JTs, they generally live a long time for whatever reason. You know, maybe they're built up.
I've never examined the data on that.
I mean, look at Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, I feel like anyone was like, yeah.
That's a fair point.
I feel like anybody's like, yeah, I've done every hard drug known to man.
Mick Jagger?
No. Well, you're Keith Richard more so.
Oh,
than,
yeah.
Oh, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Keith Richards, for sure.
Yeah, Keith Richards has. How old is he?
So I feel like 100. I feel like all those old dudes, like, yeah, I did every
He's
hard drug.
82.
Yeah, think about that.
I
Somebody
might need a Stones rejoin coming up. All right. Anything else news?
Yes. Well, while we're on this topic, Bee Gees singer Barry Gibb?
Yeah.
Barry Gibb is alive and well.
Okay.
Okay.
Contrary to a hoax that went around on social media over the weekend, the 79-year-old was at the center of an RIP Barry Gibb trending page over the holiday weekend, which got nearly 1 million likes, according to TMZ. Some posts included AI-created images of the singer in a hospital bed, but he is reportedly living life in Miami.
Okay.
He's alive and well.
Okay.
Don't
That's
do
good
that.
news.
Bee Gees, great group, bangers.
Really?
They love the Bee Gees.
Did you love them because of Saturday Night Fever, or did you like them before that?
I think I really kind of got into it because, my mother was from the disco era world, so...
But they were before disco. Like, that's one of the amazing things about the Bee Gees.
Right, but...
Is that they had hits before British band, correct? No, Australian band, sorry. Brothers Gibb from Australia, and had hits before, long before disco.
Wow.
And then entered the disco genre because of the film and absolutely killed it.
Yeah, and so I, just growing up as a kid, my mother, who was big into like the disco era of music, you'd hear that you'd hear a lot of, Bee Gees through the house.
Unbelievable, all-time, absolute banger song about the state we live in, which we may have to rejoin with now that it's come up.
I'm glad he's still alive,
unbelievable. Like, all-time great. All right. So he's alive. He's okay.
He is alive.
But because of the Hillman jinx, he will pass away shortly. All right. That is the news with Mego. We're going to get a douche ruling for you coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and Braves. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan starts at 5:45.
telling me I must go home. And the lights all went down in Massachusetts the day I left her standing on her own. Try to hitch a ride to San Francisco. Gotta do the things I wanna do. And the lights all went down in Massachusetts. They brought me back to see my way with you.
Well, as always, dichotomy of man in the Twitch chat. I got somebody saying absolute banger. That's Squonk 8080. And then you got somebody else who is saying cringe on the Bee Gees. How dare they? Really, not a lot of songs about Massachusetts, state we live in. So,
Did you do a lot of like, I like this song, you don't on AAF?
smash it or trash it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. 100%. That was big.
But isn't it just entirely based on your own personal taste?
Well, there are some. I think that there are some songs that have universal appeal. But you're right.
It's hard, though. Music and movies are probably two of the most subjective things out there when you can try to get people to be like, you know, come together and be like, oh, we all like that.
Yeah.
I think it's so difficult.
A lot of people don't like that new Michael Jackson movie, which is so popular.
Yeah, which is, I mean, hundreds of
Getting him
hundreds of
started.
millions. I'm not even going to go down the Michael Jackson road. I did see the movie.
Are you going to watch the documentary on Netflix this weekend?
About the alleged second family who came to Michael's defense back when he the whole stuff from the 90s, and then now all of a sudden wants to sue him, sue the estate for millions.
I just have a simple question.
Come on, stop it.
Do you believe that Michael Jackson slept in the same bed as other boys that were not his children?
Do I believe he had sleepovers with other boys?
No, just answer that question.
Yeah,
directly.
I believe he probably did.
What would you say about that?
weird.
Someone
It's
who
weird.
won't even tell me that a guy is attractive.
It's weird.
A grown man is
It's
sleeping
weird.
with. Weird?
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
very
word you
weird.
use?
Yes, it's very weird.
That is sick and depraved.
No, it's
Nothing
very
gets
weird.
Wiggy.
Can we say it's creepy?
Yeah, it is creepy.
Okay.
It's very strange.
Nothing gets Wiggy more worked
Okay,
up than
so
if you say anything about Michael
No, no,
Jackson. he
let's go.
loses-
If that were anybody else, you would not need to know anything else.
Let's go down the road.
Okay.
The feds.
Careful.
The feds for 13 years. The FBI
Yes.
investigated Michael Jackson, Neverland Ranch. They tore it up and down 13 years. And the Fed said that we couldn't find anything. 13 or 14 counts he was found not guilty of. The reason why people will look at Michael Jackson that way, it was weird and it was creepy.
Yeah.
But Michael Jackson was a superstar when he was 8 years old and never had a childhood. And so he kind of leaned.
the causes of it.
No. I'm trying to give you the other side because you can't talk about Michael
you
Jackson
can.
if
Yes,
you
you can.
don't know the facts.
No, I understand. But also, you
Wait,
need to,
so that gave him an excuse?
No, I didn't say excuse. You
So
gotta
what-
know.
what's the
you gotta-
facts then?
I told you the facts are the feds investigated him for 13 years.
Yes, money
found
talks.
nothing.
Right.
Oh my God, the feds found nothing.
Right.
Curtis.
People don't speak when
Then
they're paid.
He
You
was
understand?
he was acquitted on all the charges. He was acquitted of every charge. The only thing he
So
did.
what do you believe happened in bed?
I told you, Michael Jackson.
So I'm asking you, what
I'm
do you
telling
believe?
you. Would you let every time I
You're
get
going to the feds. I don't care about
No,
the
no.
feds.
I'm telling you what I believed is Michael Jackson was this big kid who never had a childhood, and
Right.
he was fascinated because kids were innocent.
But why were they
didn't
only
see-
boys?
There were because I think he grew up with this love of not having many friends at a young age, especially many boyfriends when he was 8 years old.
Okay.
Oh my Lord.
And so he missed that childhood, and a lot of the times it was him playing video games with, as he got older with Macaulay Culkin and Aaron Carter.
We do have to state whenever this comes up that you are named for a member of the Jackson family.
Jermaine.
Okay,
Jermaine
so
Jackson.
just that.
But
there might be a bit of a bias there.
There is a little bit of a bias.
You
but
love the
No,
Jacksons.
there's a little bit of a bias, but unless you know the facts, if you're gonna give the other side of it, you can't just go like, oh, and I agree. Was he weird? Yes, but you
Weird
can't.
is not the word you would use.
You
Weird
said
is
creepy.
Creepy. I said creepy.
So if somebody did this to your son when they were 4, you'd say that's just weird. He had a strange childhood.
I wouldn't allow.
Are you on drugs?
No, I wouldn't allow my son. Or
Why?
my
it was
daughter.
just a normal experience
But
for
you're
these
not
kids.
listening to me. I wouldn't allow. I said it
Why?
was weird and creepy, right? But
Yeah.
there were other parents who could do it, right? There are other parents that have, some parents might be able to do it. But when you you're only basing it off of that's what he did, so he was guilty.
Yes.
But you're basing that on no facts. You're just basing it on your opinion on how you feel.
Wait, so your facts are that he had a strange childhood.
No,
and he just wanted to
my
be friends
facts are
with
that
8-year-olds.
my facts are that the feds and he went to court for it and was found not guilty of it.
Right.
Okay.
I'm saying to you.
And so
you're
you're
he
saying
had
the feds swept it under the rug.
No, I'm saying that these are the facts that we will not dispute. He had boys only in his bed for sleepovers as a grown adult male with kids that weren't his own.
Yes. Okay, that's the facts.
Yes. That, to
And
me,
what else?
is despicable and disgusting behavior.
Right. But when the feds investigated those facts and he went to court for it, he was found not guilty, and the feds on a 13-year investigation said we found no evidence of him doing anything inappropriate.
What
Then
is
he had
required in almost
hold on.
every case of rape?
No, because
He's also out of breath during
I
this.
know, it's so weird of all people to defend.
No, because
he is
hey,
being
listen,
loyal.
hold on,
He's a loyal guy.
No,
Loyal through
it's
this?
not about loyalty. Stop it. It's not about loyalty. You're giving your opinion based off of something that you have no facts behind.
What are you? I presented the exact case. I agree.
All you said was he had sleepovers with boys, which
Do you know
I
anybody
agree.
else that has ever done that?
Listen,
no, I'm asking you a simple question. Do you know anybody else that has ever done that?
I agree.
Answer the question.
I agree is weird and creepy.
Wiggy,
I
do you
agree.
know of anybody else?
I agree
No,
is
answer
weird
it.
and creepy.
So you can't answer the question?
So then the
Greg,
next...
I'll ask you. Do you know of this happening to anybody else in any other case?
I do not.
So I agreed was
John Wayne Gacy.
I agreed is weird and creepy. So I said that.
Yeah.
But you then went, he was a molester.
Yes.
He molested
Yes.
kids
1,000%.
based on
Yes.
your opinion.
Yep.
Right.
But the facts show that he never molested any children. And the kids that he alleged to have sleepovers with also came out and said he never did anything appropriate. So the thing
I
that
agree,
upset,
he never did anything appropriate.
The thing that upsets me more than anything is that you are now giving your opinion
correct
based on no facts at all.
If you never heard this person's music and
no facts at all.
If you never knew this person's music,
none.
And you can keep interrupting, Wiggy, and get out of breath.
But it's
If you
the
didn't
truth.
if you didn't know this person's
You're
music,
talking reckless.
Reckless.
Yeah,
Why
it's
are you
reckless
so defending of a guy that was at the bare minimum screwing with kids' heads at the age of 8 in a bed away from their own parents?
It's
you
reckless.
Sick bastard.
It's reckless when you talk about
a
people.
power dynamic.
No. It's reckless when you say things about people that you have no facts to back it up other than your opinion.
He was in a bed with other people's kids when they were toddlers or children.
Were they doing anything? Was he diddling them?
That bare minimum screws with them and is something that I would find despicable and disgusting. I believe he did. Yes, I believe he did.
Yes, you're basing that off of your opinion.
Right.
Do you know what?
And
Wiggy, do you know what people used to say to him at the beach all the time?
No.
Can you please get out of my son?
No. I don't know what they're saying about it.
Oh my
But
God.
What?
Oh my God.
What? Too soon? What, is that too soon?
When you start
do you know anybody else that did that?
I don't know anybody else, but when you start basing,
why wouldn't people do it? People have tough childhoods.
Here's what it does.
Let's have a sleepover with your 4-year-old.
Here's what it does.
Sick bastard.
Here's what it does. It shows when you start basically, what's the word I'm looking for? When you start to say this person is guilty based on zero facts and based on the facts showing that the person was innocent. Did I say it's weird?
This is like the jury duty I never got to have.
Did I say
it's
weird? And did I say it was creepy? Yes. But when you start to go down that road, it shows me true colors of how you stand and how you believe.
Yes, if you're defending someone who did that, that shows your true colors.
I should not have.
Well, you brought it up.
This is on me.
He has no.
Imagine defending that. What a sick person.
I'm defending.
God in heaven.
I'm defending what we know.
Oh, it's a sleepover with 5 other boys in my bed.
I'm defending
weirdo.
what we know is right.
God.
That's what I'm defending.
That's wrong. Sleeping in a bed with other people's kids is wrong.
And I said I agree with you. I said it's weird and creepy.
I got to take control. I got to take control of the show.
Yeah, but Greg, when you open the door and you allow him.
Yeah, he certainly opened the door for kids, toddlers,
you
into his
allow
bedroom.
him to be like, oh, this dude was a diddler, and there's no proof of it.
I can't believe.
How is that? How is that right?
I don't understand why.
How is that right?
I understand. I
don't care if I wasn't a Michael Jackson fan or not.
Right. We
How
should
is it
defend
right?
people who have
How is
sleepovers
it
with other people's
right
kids.
to be like, yo, that dude is a diddler?
That's a hill to die on.
No, it's not a hill to die on.
Like the things you defend athletes for.
It's like, oh, he's a wife beater based on your opinion, and there's no facts behind it.
Right, exactly.
So
Great
how
analogy.
is that? But how is that to like when you spewing that out there?
Spewing nothing. Everything I said is factual.
No, it's not fact. All you did is say he slept in bed with boys and
Correct.
had sleepovers.
Thank
yes.
you. Yep.
We've got to pause.
Yo, I just know a true. I know it's
So
true.
listen, a lot of
I'm
people-
ready to. I was gonna say something, but I don't want to say it because I don't want to say anything that goes left. But I know true people's colors when I see them. You feel me?
What are you talking about?
You feel me? I know true people's colors when I see them. I'm saying whether it was a wife beater. When people, and that's because that's where we live. When people start to say, "They're not wrong," what's wrong?
You're
What's wrong
changing
with
your
you?
voice. You're doing a threat.
What's
You're
wrong
doing
with?
this whole
I'm not
thing.
threatening. Why every time I
What's the
say
definition
something,
of it?
you always like, "Oh, he threatening me."
Greg, what did he just say? He goes, "I was about to do something."
No, I was about to say something.
Right.
That's not a.
That-
I
of
wasn't
course
gonna
it
do
is.
nothing.
That's the
Curtis,
definition of it.
I don't understand why you. Like, I would never threaten you. That would be stupid on my part. Like, that would be so
You
dumb.
do
of
it,
me.
and then you say, "I'm not going
No,
to do
I
it."
said I was gonna say something. So that's
He's saying he's restraining himself.
Yeah, because that's not a threat. Like, why would I threaten you? Like, what am I going to do? Beat you up after this? Like,
I have
where
no
is that
idea.
going to get me in life? Like,
I didn't say it.
seriously.
You're the one who
No,
said
you instantly went to, oh, he's threatening me.
Yeah, and then you do the
He's,
voice.
he's threatening me. He's threatening me.
That's two different things.
What is that all about? Like, are you that worried when my voice gets high, you get threatened?
I'm getting so many text messages right now.
That's fantastic.
But that's the issue we live
Honestly,
on. Like, you get so paranoid.
I want
when-
it. Honestly, I want it to stop, but I also don't
No,
want it to stop.
no, don't let it stop.
I
Because
want
you
to see what his endurance is.
No, I'm gonna because
I haven't had anything to
when
drink
you-
since
when
3
you
a.m.
When you get so paranoid, where we get into it, and you be like, "Oh, he threatening me."
Wiggy, I'll play it back for you. We can play the audio.
I said I was getting ready to say something.
Right. That's
not a threat.
What are you talking about?
Were you gonna be starting something?
What is because if I was getting ready to,
Does he want to be starting something?
If I was getting ready to say
do you want to
something,
be starting something?
if I was getting ready to say something,
do you got to be starting something?
No, I could be starting something, but I don't want to because I was saying I was getting ready to say something that could have went left. I would have said something like, "Oh, you're an idiot," or "a-hole." I could have used a bad word, but the fact like, "Oh, he's threatening me. He's threatening me." Like you're.
Would you say Curtis is bad?
I would say it's. Listen, I would say it's more than bad.
We owe Mego a douche move ruling.
Man, I can't even deal with it right now because he's threatened by me. I'm threatened by him. He's threatened by the big black guy on the radio who's talking loud. Don't say, 'Hey, I was getting ready to say something out of the left." Why? Because that's a threat. He's threatened by me.
What does it mean when you say something out of the left?
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
That means
it's gonna go sideways.
Yeah, like I could have been like, F-U-M-F-er. That's going sideways. Not a threat. So all of a sudden, big black man says it's going sideways. That's a threat. Call HR 911. I feel threatened.
What are you talking
because we getting back and forth to it.
Said anything like that.
He said that's a threat. Greg, what part of that's a threat did you hear?
Now I'm afraid.
But that's what he said. Did I miss that point? Did I not hear him say, "Oh, so now you threatening me"? Play it back, Tom, if you know how to do that, because we're in the whole heat of this battle.
We have a clear disagreement.
Man, I ain't even I ain't gonna say nothing because I don't want to walk outside. I don't want to walk outside and then be like, "Oh, I have to talk to the boss who Curtis said."
Has that ever happened, Wiggy?
No, but when you say it, listen.
Have I ever complained to a boss? Have I ever done anything?
When you say it on the air, it paints a picture.
You just said I was angry at a black man. What picture do you think that paints?
You said you was
my
threatened
God,
by me.
It has nothing to do with anything other than you saying you're going to say something.
You said you was threatened by me.
Oh my God!
You said
what do
you
you
was
think is a
threatened by
more
me.
difficult insinuation that I'm afraid of a black man?
Yes, you said you was threatened by me. Did you not say?
We both have Italian moms. That's all I care about.
But did you not say I'm threatened by you?
This is a thriller.
Right.
Thriller.
I want a sleepover.
Okay. Well, douche move ruling.
I need to look at the man in the mirror right now because if I don't, and I gotta say, hey, listen, please. Human nature says don't threaten nobody.
We will be right back with a douche move ruling for Mego next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show.
all-time great guitar solos in that song from the late, great Eddie Van Halen. And the dust has cleared, I believe, in here enough. Dust has settled enough to open the Window World of Boston weather window and get a forecast.
It's always funny who texts me during those things.
Yeah.
Like, my phone was charging, and it was like, I heard from Fourier. Good morning, Christian.
Oh! We saw Fourier at the Super Bowl.
Fogeezy.
And you know he is killing it as a professor.
That he is.
Is he at Bryant?
Bryant University.
Yeah.
Great.
Now that's a tight end I could work with.
Good. He would not threaten you, Fourier.
No, I don't feel threatened. It was the wrong use of words. I apologize. 75 degrees in Boston. Cloudy skies. Afternoon high of 85.
Okay. You get a whole house full of new energy-efficient windows installed for $99 a month from Window World of Boston. Just go to windowworldofboston.com. Tom, let's help Mego out if we could, please.
And now, another episode of Douche Move.
What a douche. All right, you had to show up at court yesterday, see if you got on a jury, and you did not. And then something occurred, and you require a douche move ruling this morning, Mego, correct?
Yes. Is it on me to say something if I see something?
Yes, I believe that's a thing in the airport.
This is not I don't think it's a safety risk. I was at the gym last night, running on the treadmill. And on the treadmill next to me was a woman who was slowly jogging barefoot on the treadmill.
That is kind of gross.
Shoes off. She got her feet out. The shoes were at the base of the treadmill, so she walked in with sneakers on, took the sneakers and socks off, got on the treadmill, and ran barefoot. And this is the second time in 10 years that this has happened to me.
Really?
Where I've been at a gym where someone next to me was barefoot on the treadmill. The last time it happened at a different gym, an employee came over and said, you have to put your shoes back on. And there was a whole argument that went on. Nobody said anything. I noted it. I clocked it. And I was like, is anyone going to stand up and say something?
I blame Matt Collins. He started this. Started this whole thing.
Stupid grounding thing.
There are people that are barefoot an awful lot on aeroplanes. I don't know how you feel about that.
That's disgusting. Because I got to sit next to you and I got to deal with your foot odor or your just crusty feet. Like, just keep your shoes on. I'll give a pass to women because women wear sandals.
Well, this was a woman.
No, on the airplane.
Right.
Okay.
I'll give a pass to a woman not taking her shoes off but wearing her sandals. But you should not be barefoot at the gym because don't people can't you get one of them aqua shoes that they have these shoes that are really light and it almost seems like you're barefoot,
or the shoes that have the toes that you know they look like hands. I don't know.
We never used the audio of Schlereth, but he had this rant during the football season about how when he sees there are people barefoot on a plane, he intentionally urinates all over the floor of the bathroom.
Yes.
So that they have to go in and step in urine.
Yeah.
That's a douche move.
That's horrible.
What's
wrong with him?
But it is also, I don't agree with that behavior.
Sociopath.
That is sociopathic
Yes.
behavior, yes.
That is okay, you want to be barefoot? I got something for you.
I got a bazooka.
Gross.
Yeah, no, that's disgusting. That is disgusting that she was barefoot.
That is disgusting.
Okay,
Well,
but
I mean, what about athletes' foot and things like that? Like, is she not spreading like germs?
I would
all
think
over-
so.
all
well,
over the
everybody
tread?
else is wearing sneakers
So
on
I
the
would-
treadmill.
I would say this. So clearly you could tell if she's not wearing shoes on the treadmill, she's probably one of those people who don't wear shower shoes. So she's probably got foot fungus all over the place because she don't wear shoes in the shower.
Because she's barefoot everywhere.
Well, yeah, but if she's barefoot on the treadmill, you don't think she's barefoot in the shower or barefoot in the sauna or barefoot in the bathroom?
I don't know. I'm genuinely asking.
No, put your
Is it
shoes on.
because we all agree that it's gross? It's a gross move by her. But is in the future, if I see it again, should I say something? Do I say something to her directly?
Well,
do
you-
I Karen it up and
No,
go
you
to
can't
somebody
do that.
working at the
No,
gym?
you won't
It's
do
kind
that.
of none of your business.
I
really.
just
it's
have
not
to
affecting you.
deal
I
with
don't-
it?
Yeah,
But
you have to
this
deal
is
with
what
that.
I don't understand. Like, it's not like it was Sunday where it is pouring rain, and maybe you had an appointment, it got canceled, and you're like, I'm going to go to the gym, and you forget your shoes, so you end. I don't.
Her
none of that
sneakers
is.
were at the base of the treadmill.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's what
telling
she
you,
just said.
she took her sneakers off,
Right.
put them at the base of the treadmill, and then raw dogged the treadmill with her feet.
That is like, yes, I would say something to her. I say, put your shoes on. What are you doing?
I mean, I don't like confrontation like that.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you say something, you got to be dealing with, ooh, she might say something
And
back.
then everybody else in the gym will look at me and be like, ugh.
No, you'll be
bitch.
like their representative. They'll be like, power to Mega.
I
You
would ask
spoke
you
up.
this first. How much gas do you have left in the tank just in case you do got to throw hands?
Wiggy, I have no gas.
All right, so
Look
then
at me.
I wouldn't say nothing. I would just, you take the L.
Was she filming herself? Maybe she's a foot influencer or something
No,
like that.
I don't think you're allowed to film in my gym.
Was Rex Ryan there?
Yeah. I would do that. There's
A
so,
lot of people who are filming themselves in the gym lately. Have you noticed that trend?
yeah, I don't mind that, though. If they want
Huh?
to film themselves, I got no issues with somebody like,
What if you're in the
like-
background accidentally?
who gives a hell?
What if you're like picking your nose or something and then it goes
you
off and everybody's like, oh, look, it's Wiggy. He's picking his nose
Well, you
in the
shouldn't be
background
picking
of
your
this
nose
video.
in public
Wiggy
anyways.
doesn't pick his nose.
Yeah, I don't. If I'm
Okay.
going to pick my nose, believe me, it's not
What
going
if
to be.
you're like picking a wedgie?
I won't do that in the middle of the gym. I wear
Maybe you don't know you're doing it.
I wear the compression shorts.
Okay.
There's only two places you should be where you should have your shoes are off: the pool and the beach.
Curtis, just apropos of nothing, Michael Jackson, big wedgie guy.
Hey,
this, like,
I heard
deep
Michael
dive.
Jackson could fight too, though.
Yeah.
So maybe he might say something. Put shoes back
Okay,
on.
but why-
You can't
why-
moonwalk without shoes, though.
That's true.
Why is it that all decorum has gone completely out the window with the gym?
It's COVID.
The
It's
gym is where everyone acts the weirdest now.
It's the tree huggers. It's all
What do you-
the. It's
this
all the
wasn't
new.
a tree hugger. This
No.
is a very normal looking person.
No, but it's
otherwise.
all the grounding people. It's all the I want to get back to like, oh, people who squat without shoes on. You see that? Like people squat without shoes on now because it's all like, oh, I got to get my feet.
You
It's-
see that like in the lifting area?
Yeah,
I don't
because
go
that's
to the
the big
lifting
thing
area.
now. It's like it all starts with the feet and everything. It's the grounding people. It starts with my feet and works its way up. I got to run barefoot because that's how the cavemen and women ran, and they had the perfect, arches.
Well, I could see why that can be gross, but I don't necessarily. It's really just she's doing something to herself. I don't know if it's a full douche move or not.
All right, I'll just live with it.
But do you want to go on that treadmill after her fungus has been all over?
I don't really care. I have shoes on.
Yeah,
So
it
it's not like
smells.
I'm going to be, it's not like her foot sweat is going to bother me. I'm wearing shoes.
I guess
You know, there's a protective barrier.
Yeah, but you sit down. You would be upset if somebody sat on a bench and they had sweat, and you wouldn't be like, oh, I got clothes on. I got a barrier.
That's a good point.
Maybe you're right.
Hill Notes coming up in just a little bit. Right now, Mego and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla won the 2026 NBA Coach of the Year award last night, making him the fourth Celtics coach in league history to win the honor. The Red Auerbach Award recognized the Celtics' 56-26 record and ascension to the number 2 seed in the East ahead of their eventual first-round playoff exit. Mazzulla previously dismissed the award in a press conference, but in a statement Tuesday, he said he accepted it on behalf of the entire Boston coaching staff. Quote, "This award should be named Staff of the Year," he said. Now at Shaw's and Star Market, buy 2, get 2 on soda. Buy 2 cases, get 2 free on 12-pack, 12-ounce cans of Coca-Cola, Canada Dry, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper. Lowest priced item is free. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
Images Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win. We will get to Hill Notes momentarily. Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. And not only can you listen to them on the radio or stream or Odyssey app, but you can also watch them on Twitch and on YouTube, where they are brought to you by Springer's Jewelers. And for over a century, they have been providing the opportunity for their customers to get beautiful diamonds and fine watches. They are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and go see them and tell them that you listen to this show, because they listen to the show every day as well. OTAs underway, New England Patriots Day 1, and Mike Vrabel will speak at 11:30 this morning, and then Drake May. Is Drake May after, I'm assuming, Mike Vrabel today?
Yes, I believe players start talking at 2.
Are you heading down there to do your work for WEEI.com?
TBD. I wrote a little something last night about a possible trade candidate who is not A.J. Brown.
Oh.
But I don't know if the Patriots would actually be in on him.
Defensive guy, offensive guy?
Sweat. How you feel about that?
He in Chicago?
He is, well,
he used to be in Washington, right?
No.
Oh,
so
I'm thinking about the other. I'm thinking about Montez Sweat.
You are, I don't know who you're thinking. I'm talking in defensive end, Josh Sweat, who the Arizona Cardinals, Jordan Schultz had a report last night that they're taking calls on him. Even though they just signed him last year. This guy had 12 sacks. 28 years old, 3 years left on his contract. I don't think the Patriots would give up so much draft capital on 2 different guys, but he was with the Eagles in 2024, championship pedigree, obviously huge piece of a pass rush that you could use on the Patriots, but just an idea. Just because apparently the Cardinals are taking calls.
I like I told you, I'd be interested on an edge guy. I mean, I know they drafted the kid, is he Yakis? Is that how you say his last name?
Akis.
And I've seen him play a couple times at Illinois. I think, he's got the potential to be a good player, but that's the one area that you got to figure out, okay, like where are they going to get pressure from? That was the issue they had last year, is that edge pressure, and they answered it with a guy in the second round. But yeah, I would definitely be all over that.
Any relation to Keith Sweat?
No. I don't believe so.
Okay.
Keith Sweat, very talented.
Greg, are you a big Sweat fan?
All right.
You like Keith Sweat?
You can, huh?
You like Keith Sweat?
Not really. No, not
Merry-go-round.
Yeah. I mean, Curtis told me some things about him that happened in his personal life that kind of turned me off to his music, to be honest.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to get anybody worried. I'm cool now.
Did Sweat spend $25 million to silence an allegation?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, that's called a civil suit. Happens all the time, Curtis. Right? I don't know if you're aware of that.
Settling outside of court does not mean that you are guilty.
Oh, no. But in this America we live in, with certain people, you settle, you're guilty. Believe that.
What's the inflation on $25 million in '93?
Well, I would say when the lawyers say you could spend $70 million taking a trial, or you could settle out.
Imagine if Stephon Diggs had settled outside of court and we hadn't gotten that day-long trial.
Oh, believe me, he's guilty.
Exactly.
Guilty. That's the world we live in.
No, he went to trial and he won. It was
That's what I'm saying. Imagine if he had settled instead of going to trial, and everybody would have looked at him and been like, "Look what he did to that child."
I know they say you were born that night, but not last night. If you settle, you're guilty.
Your guess at why Diggs has not signed anywhere yet, is it money?
I think maybe
he wants way more than.
Did you see his workout on Instagram?
No, I did not.
It was silly looking.
Well, he was going to make $21 million this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had 1,000 yards. Is he going to take less than that? Is he going to go somewhere for what, $15 million?
Not that much less. Don't you think he's trying to stay in that ballpark?
That's what I think. I think
like upper teens.
I would say, I would say anywhere between. He probably wants 20, but I would say he'd probably be willing to go 18.
Yeah, I'd still bring him back here.
Yeah, the question is anybody going to give him 18? That's the question. 32 years old. Has a 1,000-yard season, because he's not just going to want 1 year deal. He's going to say, okay, let's do a 3-year, and it basically is, I'm going to get 2 years of that 3-year deal, and that
then be done.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe not be done, but then he probably would be like one of those guys that would bounce around for the veteran.
He'd be like in his DeAndre Hopkins mode.
Yeah, especially if you got to take care of some kids, and you're like, all right, I got to continue to play as long as I can play.
All right. Hill Note time.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
The fact that we're going to a moon base after we're releasing all of the information on aliens doesn't surprise me. Look at the two of the people, Elon and Bezos. I think there's a correlation. I think they're both aliens.
Yeah, I wonder if the two have anything to do with each other. Like, once the public knows that the space aliens are out there, then maybe it's okay to acknowledge that we need a base to defend ourselves. I don't know.
I feel like if the space aliens are out there, why are we going to the moon? Aren't there other galaxies that they could take us to?
Well, the moon is going to be like the fuel station. So we'll go to the moon and then fuel up and then go somewhere else.
Right.
You know, it'll be our big gas station.
Well, how much the
It'll
gas
be like
prices
a big,
on the moon?
big Sunoco.
It's a lot of
we
money.
Go and have our space battles with the aliens, and we don't have to have them here.
But I thought I saw
What do you think about a Super Bowl on the moon?
That would be great.
And I don't know because
Is it on a streamer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm out.
It would be on Netflix.
Shy Mushato and up. I guess I got to wait till Friday to ask him. He's the big space guy. Isn't like the closest planet other than the moon like ridiculously far away from us?
Mars.
Is it Mars?
Yeah, that's the one that everybody's talking about next. Got to get to Mars.
Colonize
Mars.
How far is Mars from us?
I don't know.
Isn't it like trillions and trillions of like light years away?
What's further?
So how much
Mars,
gas?
Greg, what's further, Mars or Brattleboro?
I'd probably say Brattleboro. So how much gas you gonna need?
How long is the drive to Brattleboro?
Without traffic, 2 hours.
All
but
right.
with it, a
Looking
week.
forward to that. We will be in Brattleboro tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Bar 580 for pregame.
That we will.
So
come on out.
Yeah.
Pull up.
328 million kilometers, 200 million miles away from Mars.
So how much gas you gonna need on the moon to get you there?
That's a lot.
We can all watch the Red Sox get swept again. So.
Oh, tomorrow's Thursday night. We can watch. Is tomorrow Game 6 of
Game 6. I'm
of
worried.
San Antonio?
I'm worried, guys. I'm going to be so disappointed if it's OKC next and just these two teams. Like, nobody really wants to watch OKC's brand of basketball anymore.
No.
And then you put yourself in the shoes of going, oh, I actually kind of like Jalen Brunson as a guy. And I like the way he plays. But then the Knicks fans are so annoying. And you have Chalamet jumping in with all the wags on the sideline.
Yeah.
Ben Stiller. If the Knicks
Just a
win,
lose. Wemby's
I feel
got
like
to
the
save
world
us.
is gonna implode.
I think it's interesting that the flopping has finally kind of gotten to you.
Jalen was so early on it. I'm not saying it. I don't like it. I don't like it from SGA. I'm more from a point of I think it's really interesting how quickly everybody has turned and said, "This is abhorrent.
Right.
We don't want to watch this at all." And he's the MVP.
Right.
And I'm really thinking, when's the last time that you had a young superstar in any sport who basically in one calendar year went from being, wow, he's the toast of the town, the next big thing, to, oh my God, he's ruining the sport.
Does he change? This is interesting. I was thinking about it. Does this change the game where it gets a little bit away from the flopping? Because, to your point, Mego, SGA is the back-to-back MVP. And do we get to the point where, like, they're like, all right, we're going to eat the whistles for SGA. And if you're going to eat the whistles for SGA, then I would think you would be eating the whistles for everybody.
I thought they were doing that last year in the playoffs. Like I don't understand. I don't understand the officiating at all right now. Because also on the other side, Wemby, you can basically like grab Wemby and throw him into the bench.
Right. It's the Shaq
and it's
effect.
like, deal with it, Wemby. You know, like I don't, it feels very inconsistent to me. And I would much rather in the playoffs have more of a defensive approach and more of a physical approach. I think everybody agrees that brand of basketball is more fun. But this is what we got right now.
Will Wemby get fined for not talking last night?
Yes. I will be shocked if he doesn't get fined. Absolutely shocked because of how big of a stage it is. NBA feels that they need their players to talk after a game.
Mego, this is your deck. I'm coming to get you.
Yeah.
That was interesting that we found that out about Mego.
Or that I have a haunted duck?
That you love the spirit world.
I do.
Well, haunted or kind of a supernatural thing. There's a pretty good show now on Apple called The Burrows. Has anybody watched it?
I seen the.
Speaking of the supernatural,
Yes.
and it's the guys.
A sea town, right? They call it a oceanside town.
That's a different one.
Oh, that's
the Burrows is this elderly community.
You're thinking of Widow's Bay.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Widow's Burrows. I know that's the one.
It's the guys who did Stranger Things.
Okay. Looks kind of like
It's pretty
Cocoon
good.
based.
Yeah, well, yes, sort of.
Yeah,
but-
like there's this old folks home.
It's
and-
an old folks home. That part compares, but there's no they're not looking for the fountain of youth.
No,
or
no, I
anything,
know that.
but yeah, it's pretty good actually.
Curtis and Wiggy, or should I say Jermaine, stop it right now. I want to see both of you guys get up and hug it out immediately.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, good thing about this show is that everybody can argue and we remain fast friends.
I've moved past.
Nobody takes it personal.
No.
On this show. Occasionally somebody will say something. Curtis will say something about my weight or something, which it does bother me.
That is low blow.
Wiggy called me frumpy.
Yes, he did. He called you frumpy.
But you
at
didn't
one
take that
point.
personal.
Yes, she did.
Oh, did
She
you?
bring it up.
No,
Why do
I
you
mean,
think
it did make me think about like how I'm presenting myself. But then I said, sometimes that is the case.
Well, you said it. You said
Yeah.
you're afraid to talk to your neighbor
So
because.
wait, that was the rare criticism which actually you appreciated because you feel like it made you look at the way you dress. And
Well, it's like these are sometimes I'm in my home clothes.
Yeah.
And do I have to be glamorous at home?
No, but you should never wear your home clothes outdoors.
What if it's 6 a.m.?
Right, you have a dog.
It doesn't matter if it's 6 a.m. You might have some comfortable clothes that I can wear outdoors at 6 a.m. Because you brought up your neighbor, the lady that you'd love to talk to, but every time you're like,
Strangely, I haven't seen her over the last couple days. I don't know. Maybe
interesting.
she's like, maybe she heard something and she's like, oh, there's that creep walking by my house.
Well, maybe she can shapeshift into the duck. She's like, quack, quack, I'll be your friend, quack, quack.
you're her watcher. You're sending letters in the mail.
I am the watcher. I'm the creep.
And to be honest, Courtney was called a heifer, which is nothing like a frumpy comment.
Yes.
So I think my favorite part of Red Sox games are listening to Will Fleming. Got to admire that man, how he can go from Mr. Rogers to Chris Berman in 1 second flat.
Yeah. Will sounds great. I got to give it to our guy, Lou. Lou is hanging in there and has full optimism.
Yeah, he
when
does.
it comes to doing the game. He was doing the game from the monster last
Right.
night.
But I think he's, he has the optimism and he's still like, all right, something needs to be done. When does the optimism of like, all right, we're 3 games behind, 3 games out of a wild card, the rest of the AL stinks, but this team doesn't look like it can even get one of those spots.
He said yesterday, basically said on the show yesterday, wants him to pick 3 or 4 young guys and build around them. Just settle on those guys and then build around them, bring in some veteran talent.
But who are those guys?
Well, I mean, I my guess would be it's Marcelo Meyer, it's Roman Anthony.
Listen.
There's a quick note just on the status story. Winks, Jen McCaffrey writes this story today that I cited earlier, and Gordo on Twitter, Boston Sports Gordo, got further into it and notes that in the story, Craig Breslow was aware that his job was on the line before the season began. And that mindset, quote, offered a backdrop to the firings, unquote, of the entire Red Sox coaching staff. So now you could be in a position where just like the Red Sox got rid of Devers and then didn't keep Bregman, they lose both Cora and Breslow in the same season. And I would ask, would Red Sox fans rather have Cora and no Breslow and at least go the rest of the season and see what you had?
Yeah.
Because the thing that we look at is build around, yes, World Baseball Classic, Roman Anthony, and what we saw at the end of last season. Okay. But what we saw at the beginning of the season before the injuries, it's like the Eminem song, with a real Roman Anthony, please stand up, right? And we thought this
Oh, no, he pulled something. Sit back down.
Yes. And we thought this season was going to show us who that was.
Yeah. Do you think, Curtis, that you were talking earlier?
We're rubbing off on Mago. I like it.
Sorry.
You were correctly discussing earlier the roster being not not prepared properly, not built properly for Fenway Park.
Right. You're 8-18.
Do you think Breslow went into this season expecting that Bregman would be back? And so that is why.
No, I don't think Breslow thought Bregman was going to be back. I think maybe Breslow thought he could get Alonso, but to be honest, I mean, Wilson Contreras has been better than Alonso this year.
Oh, yeah.
But for me, it's that there should be that, like there is a computer statistical piece of data you can use, which is called park factor, that they use, I would assume, but they didn't compute it. I honestly don't know. Like my entire life, the Red Sox scored at home. They didn't always win, but the Red Sox, you'd go to Fenway, you'd see some offense, especially, the last 20 years. And this team, it's just awful.
Yeah.
Well, even the last 5 years, they've been a team. If you go back and look at them statistically, the last 5 years when it comes to hits, batting average, they're a team that generally finishes somewhere in the top 10, top 5 offensively. Unfortunately, based on the way it looks this year, it doesn't seem like they're even going to crack the top 20.
Tom, we got time for one more?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Shime Stinks guy. I do love your content, but have to disagree with your Hill note yesterday. Numbnuts has been terrible on trending and was awful with the news. But welcome back, Mego. God, we need you. Thank you for improving trending and the news today. You did an amazing job. Numbnuts, stick to your misery behind the glass. You do a decent job with the weather. You do ask some good questions here and there. But yesterday's performance was a solid D-. No more, Greg. Lead the ship right next time. Have a great day, everybody. Even you, numbnut.
All right. There he is, ending with Angry Principal Day.
I love how he always comes down on you. It's like, Greg, you got to lead it.
Well, listen, my name's on the show. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
WEEI. WEEI. New England.
Tomorrow on our show, Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox at 9. Jones and Keefe coming up next. Mike Vrabel will speak in about an hour and a half at 11:30. And I'm guessing they will take some or all of that live on the radio and on the Odyssey.
That'll be interesting, though.
Very.
I want to see, what's asked, if anything's even asked. I think maybe
I gotta believe first 5 questions or so will probably be about it.
Really?
Wow, that's
you are on drugs.
I don't think
You
there's
don't
going
think
to be
so?
a question.
No, not 5.
I was wondering if there was even going to be any, if it was going to be mainly all football.
Well, somebody has to ask something about it to make the complainers go away. Like I just.
Well, I mean, it is your job in the media is to cover the news, and it is the biggest newsworthy item related to the team.
There hasn't been anything new for weeks at this point,
But
though.
he hasn't really spoken about it.
He did speak about it at the draft because remember he had to come back out and say, "Ooh, I'm actually going to miss day 3 of the draft."
Yeah, but that was essentially a statement, and
He took questions after.
Well, but he says, and I'm guessing he'll say the same thing, which is, I understand that you have to do your job, but this is what I am saying.
We're here to talk about football.
Then Wiggy's right. That's the morphing into Bill.
Yeah.
Because Bill would issue a statement written, and then they would have the press conference, and he would cite the statement. That's how they would handle it in the past.
And this would be a good way, because we always talk, I think the biggest thing with Mike Vrabel that, people were like, oh, he's such a cool coach or he's cool to interview, is his personality. And you'll start to see now with some questions, how does that personality then change? Is he not like joking, or what was the word that you
being a smart ass?
Yeah, is he kind of gotten away from the smart ass stuff? Is he going to be like, I talked about that question earlier, Ben, here's what we're going to do. Is it going to be, what Vrabel are we going to see?
Yeah, I mean, I admire the approach that he has had when it comes to acknowledging that he's done things that he wished he didn't do, that put the organization in this light, however he says it. So I admire him for saying that, and I don't think he's going to turn into somebody who is snapping back when the question's asked. I think he's going to politely say those same things, which is that, I'm trying to be a better person and a better leader for the team, and what you expect from me, but listen, it might be, you're probably right, maybe 1 or 2 questions. It really depends on if the local news people are sending the attack dog reporters down, or it's just the Substackers. I have no idea.
It would be an interesting question that
he's trying to be in the front office. I mean,
that I would. You thought you and I were beefing. Well, that's a whole nother beef.
Oh my Lord!
What would be an interesting question would be, what did you learn from your off the field situation that might lead you to do things differently when it comes to culture and
We're surrounded by cameras.
When it comes to coaching your team.
Would you start with that, or
no? I'm just saying, like,
would you say like, "Hey, coach, how was your off season?" Or like, how do you start it?
No, I'm just saying,
what went better, Will Campbell's Super Bowl or your off season?
I'm saying when it comes like 3 or 4 questions in, where that would be like, what have you learned from the off the field stuff that you might do differently when talking to your team about culture, or like some of those things?
I think he has a simple, and he's much smarter than I am, a simple refrain if it is asked, which is, we are all aware of the decisions and the lack of judgment I showed. My goal has been and remains to be better coach, be a better father, be a better person, and I hope I'm able to do that. I'm not going to revisit it. I clearly was wrong. I've been humiliated publicly, and my goal today is to coach the team, and that's what I'm hired to do.
And that, from my perspective, that should be enough.
Right.
Like, it's his.
Because then if they keep asking it, he becomes more of a victim.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he addressed it. Then the story is Ben Volen being a dink or the.
I don't think he's going to get asked.
Yeah, I'm kind of with
You
Megan.
don't think there's going to be a single question about it?
I'm leaning
I
towards
think it's going to be.
Let's
I
do
think it's
bagels
going
on
to
it.
be football questions.
Football. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards you.
Curtis, regular bagels or pizza bagels?
I love a pizza.
Can we have pizza bagels tomorrow morning?
Let's do it. I'm
Okay.
starving. I
From
can't
El
eat until
Gato's,
noon.
Chelsea?
Yeah, that's the place that's is
Cat's
that the pla-
Bakery.
Cat's.
Mm-hmm.
You know who introduced me to Cat's Bakery? Stanley Stiz Grimes.
Yeah, he's a Chelsea native.
Yeah.
Cat's Bakery.
I've never had a pizza bagel from there
Man.
before. They are.
That's the place
to
right there.
Die for over
Man, that is the place.
Oh my
El
God.
Gatos.
Did you go up growing there?
Yes. It used to be a Riley's roast beef right there where it's now a chicken place. But yeah, El Gatos.
Yeah. All right, dead weight before we go, Tom?
Dead weight belongs on the bench, not on your waist. Drop weight every week, hit your goal, then keep it off with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Okay, anybody got one?
I got one. I'm
Yeah.
going to say for the fourth year in a row, the Cleveland Cavs are looking at the offseason and saying, are we going to blow it up? And now Brian Windhorst comes out with a report yesterday that James Harden is definitely going to be back as a Cav. To which I say, that is some dead weight.
Right.
You guys should be looking in the mirror and cutting.
Pun intended.
Yeah, well, he's going to opt in. He's
Fat
got
suit dead weight.
Yeah, he's got that player option of what, 42
million?
42 million.
Jeez.
And they
how's he ever going to make ends meet on $42 million a year?
Yeah, he's made a ton of money.
Wow.
He's like KD. And they brought the coach back, right? Kenny Atkinson. So, and you're right. Cleveland is one of those teams where it's like
Every year.
they.
What are we going to do? What
Yeah.
are we going to do? What are we,
Well, if they can get Bronny there for $50 million.
All right. Well, Mego, great to have you back.
It's great to be back, guys.
We will be back tomorrow morning at 6. Brezbot on the show tomorrow. Jones and Keith are next.
Now the time has come for leaving, and now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but
ready to throw away the Coach of the Year award, Keith?
Oh, I think you're going to have to.
Joe Mazzulla hates it.
He hates it.
It's a stupid award.
And you know, the moment he said that, I was like, he's definitely going to win it. He's for sure going to win it. He was moving up the whole time as the season was ending because he wasn't the favorite all along, right? He was like second, third, fourth in sort of the odds. And then as soon as he went on that great rant about how dumb it is and they shouldn't even give it out, I'm like, you're taking that home. You're going to have that. I don't know what you're going to do with it. Probably won't throw it away.
Well, congrats.
But, congrats to the Coach of the Year.
They are in order for the Coach of the Year, the fourth in Celtics franchise history, joining.
It's a stupid award. They shouldn't have it.
Joining Red Auerbach, Tommy
Nice job,
Heinsohn, and Bill Fitch.
You've always thought Red overrated coach.
Overrated coach.
Coach.
He's a great executive.
One of the best.
Overrated coach.
You thought overrated coach.
Yeah, he stepped down and they won like 2 right in a row without him. They didn't even need him.
With a player coach of the team, for God's sakes.
Thank you. Yeah,
they literally didn't need him.
Overrated coach. Yeah. But certainly now Joe Mazzulla joining that group as well. One of the youngest coaches to win the award in its history. And, it's a good jumping off point for Joe Mazzulla and his future here in Boston. A lot of you want him out. I think it's another indication he's not going anywhere, if you hadn't already realized that.
I don't know.
You think he might go somewhere?
Not this year. I don't think it's going to happen this year. But this is not
to be clear.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Okay,
I mean like
that's
this
fair.
offseason.
No, I don't think
he might get fired 1 week into the year or halfway through the year. But I mean, I mean this offseason before they play a game, he's not going anywhere.
I don't think Coach of the Year is any kind of job security.
I saw been historically.
I saw some people tweeting after he won yesterday, being like, "Oh, some people want him fired." It's like just because you win Coach of the Year doesn't mean you're safe. In fact, it might mean the opposite. It might put a target on your back. Now, at least so you know who was the Coach of the Year last year?
I don't.
Kenny Atkinson.
Oh,
this is the guy who thought they won the series against the Knicks.
Were they counting real wins or were they counting?
I think they were counting real wins.
He thought hypothetical victories.
And then the Thunder coach, Mark Dagnall, was the Coach of the Year 2 years ago, so it sort of has righted the ship a little bit. But there was a run. Like Mike D'Antoni won it with the Rockets. Didn't last much longer.
No.
Dwayne Casey famously got fired the year he won it with the Raptors.
2 days later, actually.
2 days later.
How
2
about
days
that?
later. So he's like, thanks to everybody for this award. Like, you need to put that on your resume because you need to use that. Update your LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Hurry up. Update it. Mike Budenholzer won it with the Bucks. He got fired not too long after that. Nick Nurse with the Raptors also got fired. Tom Thibodeau with the Knicks got fired. Monty Williams with the Suns fired. Mike Brown. Oh, good Mike Brown.
There
No,
you
he
go.
won that with the Kings.
The Knicks
Also was let go.
The Knicks had 2 coaches of the year.
Yeah.
They fired one and replaced him with the other.
Yeah.
So, I'm not telling you it's like long-term job security. I'm just telling you he's not going anywhere this offseason.
Yeah.
And I wonder what an award like this does for Missoula. And you can jump in, 617-779-7937. He's probably the most hot button on the team. It's him or Jaylen Brown. We got some good hypothetical Jaylen Brown trades we can get to coming up here as well on Jones and Keefe. As we're starting Celtics and the NBA, Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals went the way of the Thunder. So we're closer to a Thunder and Knicks NBA Finals matchup, which I think has a lot of good talking points for the Celtics as well. A team looking to repeat versus a team that knocked out the Celtics a year ago and then swept the team that knocked out the Celtics this year. So we can get into all of that.
Split up the Jays.
Yes. Plus, on Twitter and Instagram, at Jones and Keefe. Watch along in chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI, and watch on YouTube as well. Just subscribe to WEEI. We will get to the Red Sox. We're not ignoring them. Another kick in the nuts last night. It's like a nightly occurrence now. So
it's a tough watch.
We'll get to them, but you know what happens with them each and every night at this point. Plus, Patriots OTAs start today. I think they get on the field a little afternoon. Mike Vrabel talking today at 11:30, so you'll hear him live here on Jones and Keefe. We're going to back up Would You Rather Wednesday into the noontime hour. We're going to back up the hashtag Dork Minute into the noontime hour because of some of the happenings with the Patriots, but we'll still get to all of that here today on Jones and Keefe. You think there's a chance, Keefe, with Joe Mazzulla winning the award, he doubles down on everything? Because we want him to look in the mirror and not to make a man in the mirror joke after that debate this morning with Wiggy and Chris Curtis.
Spirited debate.
Oh, it was spirited.
Yeah.
Which side were you on?
Well, this is tough because normally I would be on the side opposite Curtis in any kind of debate, and usually on the side of Wiggy.
Yeah.
Not today.
It's hard to back Michael Jackson.
Yep.
Yeah, I found myself. Yeah, I found that difficult to do as well. But to each his own.
God.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot from listening to Wiggy today. There were many things I didn't realize.
Yeah, but the facts, what we do know, we don't need to relitigate the whole thing. I did, but yes, they both made their cases known.
Joe Mazzulla, we were hoping would look at the man in the mirror, and soul search, and look deep down and say, "Geez,
I'm a smooth criminal.
How should I approach things this offseason, and am I doing things the right way? Is it possible winning the award goes the other way, Keefe, and it's like vindication for Mazzulla ball and the way he coaches, and he's like, well, look, another 56-win year. I've won 50-plus games every year I've been here. We're in the playoffs every year. We way exceeded regular season expectations. So, you know what? Screw everybody else. What I'm doing is working. Do you think he'll double down on it?
So he also said at the end of the year that he will coach based on the roster that he has. Now, again, you could pick and choose what you want to believe. If you take everything at face value, if you believe every word that Mazzulla says, you might go crazy. But if you do that, this is the guy that said he felt the same about losing in the first round as he did winning the NBA title. So put that as sort of like the backdrop to all this. He said if we had like 5 post players, we would post them up. I don't believe that.
Me neither.
I really don't. But depending on how different the roster looks, I wonder if he does make some changes. I mean, this year, for example, before Tatum returned, they did take less threes. Now, it's still a lot of threes. It was still, top 5 in the league. But it wasn't far and away the most threes. And I think part of that is your best player, Jaylen Brown, isn't just like a three-point launch guy. Like, he would go to the basket more, and he would take a lot of twos. So the roster was a little bit different. The results were a little bit different. You know, one guy, I don't know if they're going to trade him, but we were talking about Derek White and his contract, and he does have value around the league. That's the guy that takes 1,000,000 threes. If you remove him, and depending on who you replace him with, well, it might look a little bit different, right? Like, and if you added another big, for example, you know, I know there's a lot of Giannis talk, but like even like another big that's not a 3-point shooter, maybe it will look a little bit different. Now, I don't think Tatum's going to drastically take fewer threes or like some of these other guys.
That's why I think you're not going to the bottom of the league in terms of 3-point attempts with a guy like Tatum on the roster.
No.
He shoots too much, meaning like there's just too much volume in terms of your overall shot output, and he shoots, pretty close to 50% of his field goal attempts are going to be from out there. That's who he is. That's how he plays. You can try to break him of that as much as you can. Maybe a different coach would. I don't think Mazzulla is going to do that. And so you're never going to the bottom of the league in terms of 3-point attempts, or call it, the bottom 10. At best, you're going to be middle of the pack, and more realistically, you'll probably be like 8, 9, 10 in terms of threes. I don't want them not shooting threes, but maybe get outside the top 5. Certainly don't be the team that shoots the most in the postseason or the most in the regular season a year ago. And I think that's realistic. They're not going to the bottom of the league. They're probably not going to the middle of the pack. can you get outside of the top 5? And I think this is where Brad Stevens comes into it, Keith. You got to take away a piece like Derek White. And you got to, I think, as you said, skew the roster a little bit more to force Joe Mazzulla's hand. And if he doesn't, well, then we have a reckoning. Then we'll have to have a decision in season, next off season, couple of years from now, whenever that is. But I think it's Brad's job to do what he said, because he did not do that a year ago. A year ago, Brad Stevens said, we got to look at how we play. And they didn't. All they did was shoot fewer threes while Tatum was out. When Tatum came back, they went right back to launching threes. Brad said that. He didn't follow through on it last year. This year, he needs to follow through on it. We want to impact the rim? Go get someone who can impact the rim. And take away a guy who shoots more from 3 than he does from 2. Even though Derek White, I think, is a valuable player, all-defensive player this year, I would get out while I could still get something for him. And if you force Mazzulla's hand on that, let's see how they play. Let's see if there's a difference in style. If there isn't, then you got to look at the coach. And I know a lot of you are already looking at the coach. I think that's how I play it this offseason. There's a lot of this is on Brad.
The New York Knicks playing as well as they have this year and in the playoffs with a new coach, like that to me jumps out maybe even more than just the failures of the Celtics.
Look, I'm not firing Mazzulla. You haven't been firing Mazzulla either, right?
No, I'm not yet, but I'm closer to that.
That's hard to ignore. It's hard to ignore that the team that beat you a year ago fired their coach, got in here this year, swept the team that knocked you out, and now is in the NBA Finals, winners of 11 in a row.
It's right in your face.
And they didn't change their roster hardly at all.
No, they swapped out the coach, and a coach who had previously won Coach of the Year
That's
with
hard
that team.
It's hard to ignore.
And a coach that beat you head-to-head. I thought Tom Thibodeau outcoached Mazzulla last year, but then he failed the next round, and he lost his job. And not that we thought Mike Brown was like this great coach either, and then he steps in, and now they're in the NBA Finals. Just circling back to the three-point shot, Celtics last year finished 4th in threes per game regular season. Do you know, we can play a little guess them stats, where the Knicks, Thunder, and Spurs ranked but in the league three-pointers per game?
I don't, so let me guess.
Yeah. Yes.
So Celtics are 4th. Is it safe to say they were all below the Celtics?
That is very safe.
Okay.
That is safe and true.
Let me say the Knicks were like 10th.
How about this? None of them were in the top 10.
Okay. The Knicks were like 15th.
12th.
The Thunder were like 15th.
The Thunder and the Spurs were tied for 13th.
So I was going to say
the Thunder and Spurs shot the exact same number of threes.
I would have guessed the Spurs were lower, to be honest. Yeah. But okay, so they're all in the top half of the league, but none are in the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good place to target for the Celtics. I was saying outside the top 5 just to start, but if you want to get them outside the top 10 but still in the top half of the league, that's fine.
You want the top 6 teams in threes this year? Now, this doesn't always work. Now, the year the Celtics played the Mavericks in the NBA Finals, they were 1 and 2.
Let me take some guesses on this. Is Charlotte one of them?
Yep, they're number 2.
Is Utah one of them?
No.
Oh, I thought Utah launched a bunch of threes this year.
No, Utah's more middle of the pack.
Who else?
I mean,
launched threes?
one's still doing it despite not having great results.
Who? Warriors?
Golden State.
Okay.
Golden State was 1 this year. Charlotte was 2. Portland was 3. Celtics were 4. Suns were 5.
Okay.
And then Bulls were 6. So not a lot of great squads there.
No, not at all.
No.
Blazers, Warriors, Suns were all play-in teams. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And then the Celtics. Yeah, that's not good
company.
With
the Hornets.
Hornets were play-in team. Good call. Yeah. So if you want to get to the play-in game,
you can play in like that. Yeah.
Launch some threes. So look. How do you get Joe Mazzulla to get out of his Mazzulla ball ways? Mm-hmm. And do you think the Coach of the Year award is going to have him doubling down? Do you think he's going to be feeling his oats a little bit and saying, well, look, this is recognition. And even though I claimed I thought the award was stupid, this is recognition and this is evidence that what I do works. The team won 56 games. We were the 2 seed in the East. Yeah, we didn't do enough in the postseason, but my methods work. This is proof of concept. Do you think he doubles down, or do you think Brad Stevens can force his hand this offseason?
So I think he can.
I'm worried he's too stubborn.
Maybe, but if he has any knowledge of recent NBA history, Coach of the Year and NBA champions lose their job like crazy. And it's almost like the expectation raises when you accomplish both of those things. So now he's on like an ever-growing list. It's not even that short of a list, I don't think, to be Coach of the Year and win the title. Not even necessarily in the same year, but like just looking back on the Thunder did it.
Budenholzer.
Budenholzer did it. Nick Nurse did it.
Did Malone
Steve
do
Kerr did it. No, I don't think Mike Malone was Coach of the Year. But anyway, those guys did it. And then I think that it puts a little bit of a target on your back. Now the expectation is for the Celtics next year. I mean, barring some wild roster moves around the conference, if they're not in the conference finals next year, something really went wrong.
617-779-7937. Guys, the Knicks lost DiVincenzo. That was a couple of years ago. That was the Towns trade, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was in that one because he was with Randall, right?
DiVincenzo's been gone for a few years, so that's not a new move for them.
No, this is the team that beat the Celtics last year is the team that's playing now.
Guys, the reason the Knicks are in the finals is because they play a similar style to the Celtics. Keith just told you that's not true. The Knicks are outside the top 10. In terms of threes, they defend it way better. They play together way more, and I think everybody understands their role, as Keith has illustrated. Jones, you never mentioned the roster before they lost in the first round. How's that Brad's fault? I did. When Brad won Executive of the Year, I thought that was a joke. I don't think it's a very good roster. I like Tatum and Brown.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a great roster beyond that, quite frankly.
You know what one of my takeaways from the last couple of days where Jaylen Brown's second-team All-NBA and Joe Mazzulla's Coach of the Year, the writers have given more credit to this season to Mazzulla than to Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, it's fair. I wouldn't do that. I would have it the other way.
Same with me. Look at the Detroit Pistons.
I would have put Jaylen on the first team, and I would have voted JB Bickerstaff for Coach of the Year. So I would have had those flipped, yeah.
So, because that's the direct parallel. The Detroit Pistons had a better record. Their best player was first-team All-NBA. Their coach didn't win Coach of the Year. So I think that's crazy. I think Jaylen Brown was way more important for the team.
It's a good point.
This year to get how many wins in a quote-unquote gap year than Mazzulla, who I thought was good in the regular season, right? It's a regular season award. He was awful in the playoffs and deserves to be ripped for it. He was terrible in the playoffs, and I hated what he said afterwards. But in the regular season, that's nuts. If I was Jaylen Brown, I'd be like, what are people watching?
Also, text line, you guys are missing the point. Why does Derek White shoot so many threes? Fair. That might be a chicken and an egg thing. Like White, I don't think shot the volume of shots in San Antonio, but he was closer to launching as many threes. Almost 50-50 in San Antonio some of those years as he was here. But he's been a different player here, and did Mazzulla and Brad turn him into that? Is that what he is? Either way, that's what he is now, and that's the easiest piece to move, if you ask me. Joe Mazzulla, Coach of the Year. What does that mean for the future of the Celtics? Are they going to keep playing the same way? Does he double down? Is he too stubborn to recognize the error of his ways? Or are the Celtics going to force his hand, make some moves this offseason? And that may include Jaylen Brown, Keith. That's another one who's been very hot button this offseason along with Joe Mazzulla. How about some hypothetical trades for Jaylen Brown? What could you get for him?
Okay.
What trades would you make, if any, for Jaylen Brown? We've talked a lot about Giannis, but we have more. We'll get to those trade ideas right after Trending with Billy Lanny.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. It's 4 losses in a row for the Boston Red Sox after falling 7-6 to the Atlanta Braves at Fenway Park last night. It just may be, but the series continues tonight. First pitch is at 6:45. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly early will get the start for the Sox against the Braves' Bryce Elder. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 6:45. Boston Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla was named the NBA's 2025-2026 Coach of the Year. New England Patriots begin OTAs today. Mike Vrabel will address the media at 11:30, and you can hear it right here on 93.7. Visit the 99 Restaurants the day after the Red Sox win and get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchased. The 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Original WEE.
Jones and Keith live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We'll get to Jalen, second-team All-NBA. Who we trading him for, if anyone? Some rumored deals out there. We'll go through them and give a thumbs up, thumbs down, pro-con on Jalen Brown. Joe Mazzulla, though, does win Coach of the Year, which I imagine when he gets the award in the mail, he just disposes that right in the garbage.
Trashes it.
Yeah, he puts that out with, the weekly recycling or whatever. I'm not sure what materials it's made out of.
I think what you do is you go Lindsay Lohan from Mean Girls, and when she's prom queen, you rip the tiara apart. A little piece for you. Regina George gets a throw. You get a little piece.
Got it.
So if it's a staff award,
Got it.
he's going to melt the thing down and hand it out to everybody.
Break it up.
Yes.
A little piece for everybody.
Everybody gets a little bit.
Damien, you get a piece. Everybody
Jr.
gets a piece. Yeah.
You get in here. Sam Cassell.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, those guys all deserve it.
I think when he goes up for his acceptance, just getting it and just dropping it straight in the trash would be my personal approach, since he hates the award and thinks it's dumb.
They shouldn't even give it out.
Exactly. Right. So I am a little worried, and Joe Mazzulla, if you haven't noticed, is a bit of a stubborn guy.
A bit.
I'm worried this has him doubling down, if he wasn't already, on his methodology, and the Celtics won't play any different. And Brad Stevens said all the right things last year. Oh, we got to look at how we play. Look at Indiana. Look at their cutting. And he said this last offseason, and they did none of it. All they did was miss Tatum for a bunch of games, which externally changed the way they played. But there was no difference in their play style once Tatum came back. They led the postseason in three-point attempts while they were in there. So there was no appreciable difference in how they played.
But what's also tough to tell is we haven't seen Joe Mazzulla be a head coach anywhere else, right? So there's not anything else to compare it to. So when he was on Udoka's staff, and even Stevens' staff, they shot a lot of threes. Wasn't like record-breaking threes, but they shot a lot of threes. And was he just like, all right, this is what we're doing? And then when he gets promoted and you're the guy, like, yeah, we're going to keep doing this. And he's like programmed to do that, where he feels like a guy that you might be able to reprogram him into something else.
My guess is part of the reason he got the job is because he's carrying out how they want to play.
Well,
and so I don't separate Brad from this. And it's why I lump in Brad's comments a year ago saying, yeah, we got to look at how we play, and they didn't change a thing.
No.
So he could say, yeah, we got to look at impacting the rim, just like he looked at, we got to look at cutting more.
That's what he said, yeah.
And they didn't do it. So Brad 0 for 1 on saying the right thing about changing the way they're going to play and then not following through on it. But let's see if he follows through on it. And I think that's a way to, as you said, reprogram Mazzulla, change the players he has, change the makeup, force his hand. And we're not saying go to the bottom of the league in threes, but
no.
I like the numbers you gave us. The Knicks, the Thunder,
12, 13,
the Spurs,
14.
They're all right in the middle of the pack, between 10 and 15. Try to get there, or at least the back end of the top 10 in terms of your three-point volume. And I think that can have you going farther in the postseason without splitting up the Jays and changing the prominent two players at the top of your roster.
Yeah. No, you do need to do all of that. And so I think what the roster ends up looking like is going to be dictate probably what they do, right? Because we saw a little bit of it this year. Then Tatum comes back and it kind of swings the other way. But I think Brad Stevens, maybe even more so than Joe Mazzulla, has to look at it and say, we're going the other way. I mean, you win the title a couple of years ago, then you lose in the second round, then you lose in the first round. Like, there's no other way to see that, because you could have said, oh, if you roll the balls out, you're the best team in the Eastern Conference. Now you can't say that. So not only do you have the Thunder and the Spurs, which seem like a thing like down the road, but you just have to get through the Knicks now. Like, now you're not even better than them. So, like, you're going the wrong way.
Correct.
So if there was ever a need for change, it'd be now.
Right. If you're still in the Eastern Conference Final every year and you're coming up a little short or get to an NBA fine. Losing in round 2 and then losing in round 1, and then that team getting swept by the Knicks?
You can't spin it.
Come on.
And because Tatum was playing really well. I know he didn't play Game 7, but whatever. You already lost 3 games with him to the Sixers.
So that's Joe Mazzulla, your coach of the year in the NBA.
No doubt. Congrats.
Wouldn't have been my vote, but he takes home the award, so good for him. Meanwhile, the other hot-button issue this offseason for the Celtics, beyond their play style and whether or not Mazzulla will keep his job, is Jaylen Brown. And we've come up with some hypothetical trades. Some are rumored. Some were more connecting dots. But Billy's going to read through some of these trades, Keith.
Okay.
And he can let us know. We can fill in any gaps if there's more that needs to be added or subtracted from these deals.
There's probably very few that are like a 1-for-1. Like, a lot of them would include either multiple players or draft picks or blah. But basically the principles.
Give us the principles here, Bill. What do we have for some hypothetical trades?
To the Bucks for Giannis.
All right, that's the big one. Giannis loves Joe Mazzulla. So for all the Mazzulla like negativity around here, you wouldn't get that from Giannis.
Nope.
Giannis feels like he's out of Milwaukee, if nothing else.
Agreed.
Way more so than Jalen out of Boston. The contracts would work. You could make that swap. You and I are a no, but I need changes to happen. So, like, I can't say to me it's the last. I don't think it's the worst option, I guess.
So, I think in a vacuum, he's a better player than Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
The question is he a better fit with Tatum? The pros for Giannis would be exactly what we were talking about. You bring in Giannis, that on some level, I think anyway, is going to force Missoula's hand in how they play. Now, he might shoot more threes here than in Milwaukee. I'd buy that. But I don't think he's going to be a guy launching a bunch of them, although subtracting Jalen off the team, if you really want to change your play style, he's one of the least offensive when it comes to
that's true.
Field goal attempts versus three-point attempts.
But Giannis, the last 3 seasons, has realized he's not a three-point shooter and doesn't take very many.
Well,
no, I know that could change. He could get here and be like bombs away, but at least the last 3 seasons he hasn't relied on it.
So the one thing I like about the Giannis, well, 2 things I like. In a vacuum, I think he's a more talented player, and it would change their play style. I think on some level, I still wouldn't do it. I don't like Giannis. I don't think he's a good fit with Tatum. I know Jalen on some level works. It's been underwhelming the last couple of years. I know it works. That one's tempting, but I wouldn't pull the trigger.
I wouldn't do it. Giannis in 24 and in 25 led the league in 2-point shots. That's a lot of dunks and whatever, but still, like, led the league in 2-point shots. So that would definitely
dunks
change.
are impacting the rim.
Yes, they are.
As Brad likes to say.
Yes.
Okay, what else do we have on the list, Billy?
The clip is for Kawhi.
Kawhi had an awesome season. Now, you would need something else in return, right? You would need, like, a pick. They have a really high pick. You need something like that.
They have the 5th pick.
Yeah, to offset Kawhi's age.
So, like, Kawhi and the 5th pick. That's a pretty good offer.
Yeah.
I just feel like the 5th pick in most NBA drafts, as high of a pick as that sounds, and specifically in this draft, I don't know if I want the guy who's the 5th pick in the draft. Who would that be?
Oh, good point. Acuff?
Would it be maybe Darius Acuff?
I like him.
I like him too.
Yeah.
So call it Acuff and Kawhi. Kawhi, 1-for-1. They were both second-team All-NBA.
Yep.
Kawhi averaged upper 20s, 27, 28 a game this year.
Probably a better defensive player.
So
as he was.
I think it's tempting. I wouldn't do that. I think Kawhi comes with too much baggage, too much missed time, too many injuries. Uncle Dennis. I don't think
whatever he's doing with the Clippers, is he in trouble with that thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think
the
so.
Trees?
Pablo Torre will
be
hot.
Trees?
Pablo Torre will be hot on his trail.
I would also say Kawhi's probably better than Jalen, but if you looked at the 3 and you're like, who's going to play 70 games next year? I'd be like, Jalen Brown will.
Me too.
Giannis, I'm not sure. Kawhi, probably not. So, yeah, I would say no on that.
Okay, that one's close, though.
Yeah, that one's tempting.
All right, what else, Billy?
The Hawks, Jalen Johnson.
So, for Jalen Johnson, I think I would do it. Now, a lot of the Hawks rumors that are out there involve, like, a potpourri of everybody not named Jalen Johnson.
Right.
Like, they basically want to pair up the Jalens in Atlanta, and that'd be a good team. So you're getting, like, Risha Shea, like the former number 1 overall pick. You're getting, like, guys like that. You're getting, yeah. No, I'm a bit. If Jalen Johnson's not involved, I'm hanging up immediately on the
But
Hawks.
if it's 1-for-1, and I agree, I don't think the Hawks are doing it.
Yeah,
1-for-1, and work with us on that. Those are the 2 principles. I think I'd pull the trigger on that one too.
I think I would too. He's young and he's.
But that keeps you further away. I don't think maybe you're not a title contender anyway, but I don't think you're a title contender to the same degree with Tatum and Brown as you are Tatum and Jalen Johnson. I think you take a half step back now for some longevity and a younger player there.
Definitely longevity.
Whereas like Kawhi and Giannis would be, you're still right in it. You're still a title contender. I don't think this move is that.
But this, if you are worried about a Jaylen Brown sharing the limelight after the season that he had, Jalen Johnson, I think, would show up and be like, oh, Tatum's the man.
I think, and he is, a triple-double threat every night. I think he's comfortable sharing the basketball and fitting in. So, yeah, it's easy for him to fit in Atlanta when he's the guy.
Right.
I think he would fit in with Tatum. I think it'd be a good match.
He's 24 years old. He averaged 22.5 points, over 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and was third-team All-NBA. So, I don't think they're trading him.
No, me either.
But if he was involved, I would do it.
If they did, that's the kind of move I would do as well. What else, Billy?
The Trailblazers, Scoot, Grant, etc.
Okay, so that's Jeremy Grant and Scoot Henderson?
Yeah.
That's a no. You like Scoot. I don't even like him.
I like Scoot, but I don't know if I like him that much.
No, I don't.
That's a no, but apparently their name is out there quite a bit. The Blazers, a lot of these reports are Blazers, the Hawks, another team we're going to get to, and they're really trying to get them. But, I don't think they have enough stuff there that I'm all that interested in.
All right, 2 more quickly, Billy. What do we have?
Rockets, Şengün, etc.
I like Şengün. I wouldn't do that trade either. I feel like I'd rather have the wing than the big. If there was some way to get a big added to Tatum and Brown, that's the kind of move I'd like. But
what if you get Thompson too? If you got Şengün and Amen Thompson.
Well, now we're talking because I like Thompson better than Şengün. So
if you got both of those guys, I think you might have to do it.
Okay, maybe that.
Why would?
If I'm getting both of them, I like Amen Thompson.
But again, they probably wouldn't want to gut their whole team just to have Jalen.
I think they're trying to bring in Jalen to win, and I think Udoka would love to have Jalen. I think Jalen would love to go to Udoka.
Or they have Durant for another year?
Well,
what's his deal?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You never know. Does he want out? You never know with that guy.
I have no idea.
Great question.
Maybe going somewhere else.
Last one, Bill?
Grizzlies and Ja Morant.
No.
I'm going
fun,
Ja Morant.
Fun, though.
Super intriguing.
If you remember like 2 or 3 years ago, Tatum or Ja Morant was like, I think, a pretty good debate.
Yeah.
I think it was a pretty good debate. Now it's like you wouldn't even trade Jalen for him. He's way, way, way too much of a wild card.
I mean, of all the availability of all the players, he would have to be the lowest, right? Yeah, you got to go back to
it's injury, and the guy can't quit guns.
Loves guns.
He can't quit guns in his social media
and like
videos.
posting pictures of guns.
Just don't post them.
Yeah. 2022, he was second team All NBA. 23, he was also an All Star.
And he is fun as hell to watch.
Super fun. Then he played 9 games, 50 games. This past year, he played in 20 games. So I'm surprised he even made it through 20 games this year with Memphis. I'm surprised they didn't move on from him. So they're probably looking for some kind of a deal.
What's the rumor with him? Miami?
Yeah.
That was one of the things that Ocho or whoever Ocho was doing the podcast with.
Well, the guy asked Ocho about it. Ocho, I don't know anything on Ja. I don't know about Ja. But they might get Giannis and Ja.
Giannis and Ja is interesting on paper. I don't know that would work.
He's an age like Kemba. He's going to break down real quick.
Yeah, he already is.
So to me, I think the exercise tells me, or I guess or what I already knew, is I'd prefer to keep Jaylen Brown. I'd rather have Jaylen Brown and Tatum and those two guys as my core for another year. If Jalen really wants out, right? If something happens between now and the draft or whatever, and he really wants out.
I'm not itching to trade Jalen. Jalen might force your hand. And now you got to take one of these deals. I mean, that may happen to you, but
I'll rank them for you.
I'm not itching to do it.
My first one would be Hawks if it's Jalen Johnson.
Yep.
If it's not, then the Hawks are now on the bottom. The second one would be the Rockets if it's Şengün and Thompson.
I agree. If those are the packages, I would rank them 1 and 2 in that order.
Number 3 would be Kawhi with the 5th pick
over Giannis.
Again, these are all hopeful. You might not get the return that we're all asking for. Then I would probably go Giannis.
Then Blazers and Grizzlies, probably in that order.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Those are 2 that I'm not real interested in. I would have the same order, especially for those top 4. Assuming Jalen Johnson is available, he's probably not. Assuming Şengün and Amen Thompson are available, they're probably not.
So that's why I think it's going to circle back to Giannis, because the Clippers might say, we're not trading the 5th pick. The Hawks and the Rockets are like, we're not trading our young, up-and-coming stars, so you're back to Milwaukee. You're right back, unless there's another one that we haven't thought of, which is always a possibility. But.
And I'm not doing that. Like Zion, wouldn't do Zion. That's another name that's probably out there. Not doing that.
Zion's a funny one. I would think, obviously, a couple of guys that worked with Jaylen Brown would really want him. I don't know what Utah would have to offer. I guess Markkanen, but I'm sure Danny Ainge would want him.
No, thank you.
I was also thinking, Ime Udoka with the Rockets. That's a guy that when he wants something, he gets it. So there's a chance.
That is true.
You
can't rule that out.
When he puts his eyes on something.
That's true.
He usually gets it.
617-779-7937. Mike Vrabel on the way less than an hour from now, live from Patriots OTAs. You'll hear that here on Jones and Keefe. Mark it down. Don't miss it. You can probably start missing the Red Sox on a nightly basis. It's pretty easy to predict what happens with them every single night.
Yeah,
Let's get to the Red Sox because their pitching now is starting to fall apart on top of everything else. That's next.
start. Frustrating ball game as the Braves take game 1 of this series.
Not a good night for the Red Sox. Although that's an evergreen rinse and repeat comment.
Yeah, sure is.
They're a season worst, 9 games under 500.
Tough.
It's the worst since 2022, late in that season. They have lost 4 games in a row.
Right.
They never win at home. They're 8-18 at Fenway Park.
Worst home record in the majors by like a wide margin.
By a ton.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be you.
It's over, Jones.
You waved the white flag yesterday.
The Twins series killed me because last week I was like, all right.
I still want to hold out, but it's
For what?
It's pretty tough.
What are you waiting for?
So
as a great woman once said, what are you waiting for?
Well, Carabas is like begging for Craig Breslow to just start selling right now. He's like, set the market and sell.
What are you waiting for?
As Julie James
What are you waiting for?
famously screamed into the sky, what are you waiting for? You might as well. This thing is over. You get 2 more with the Braves. Probably going to lose both of those.
Okay.
Then you go to the Guardians. You're going to lose those games. Your team stinks.
Devil's advocate. Team does stink. Devil's advocate. They're only 4 games out of a playoff
League
spot.
stinks.
The American League
Devil's
is
advocate instead of devil's advocate.
Yeah.
There's like a million teams though.
Yep.
So
That's fair.
You're not chasing one. If you told me you're chasing one team 3 or 4 games out, you're like, all right. You stare down the Twins. I gotta beat the Twins. I have to have a better record by 4.5 games than the Twins the rest of the way. All right, you got me. But you also have to have a better record than these 6 other teams.
Sure.
And who's to say that one of them doesn't turn around or one of them doesn't make a move or whatever else?
But 4 days ago, when or I guess more than that now, 4 games ago, when you were coming off your sweep of the Royals, you were 2 games out and you had leapfrogged a bunch of those teams.
True. I was also thinking that when they swept the Tigers, then they had that rough patch in the middle, and then they swept the Royals. I was thinking, all right, well, that rough patch in the middle may have been more the opponent. Right, it may have been.
They were playing some good teams.
You're playing the Braves again. You're playing the Phillies, who were like red hot.
They should beat up on the worst teams in there, and then they got swept by the Twins.
You need to, and so that was a double whammy because you need to turn around your home record. Obviously, you can't be the worst home record team in baseball and expect to make the playoffs. And then the Twins aren't very good, and they are one of the many teams that you're trying to leapfrog over, and you just laid down and died against them.
So here's the deal. Last night, they get a 2-0 lead.
On dingers.
Duran and Rafaela go back-to-back to start the game. You're like, here we go.
What is this?
Ron Hare's on the mound.
Yeah.
He's cooking.
Yep.
All of a sudden, he falls apart.
Wow.
2-out walk, 2-run homer. Can't get anybody out when he comes back out for, what was it, the 6th inning?
Yep.
So he falls apart. Red Sox battle back a little bit. They're down 5-4. The guy who throws 103, Guerrero or whatever the hell his name is, like 102-mile-an-hour sinker he pumps in. No idea where it's going.
No.
Harris hits one off his ankles to deep center.
Yeah, that wasn't fair.
So now it's 7-4, and you're
Yeah.
like, game's over. They battle back again in the 9th inning. They get in there. Oh, by the way, did I mention earlier in the game, they had bases loaded, nobody out. Mickey Gasper double play. They only score 1 run to make it 5-3.
Nobody out is unreal.
So they battle back late in the game. Abreu taps out to end the game. Rafaela rolls over to third base prior to that to get a force at third. Red Sox lose 7-6. Extra frustrating, although your guy, Keith, Jaron Duran, is somewhat encouraged by what they did
good.
in that 9th inning.
Good.
It would be so easy for us to just give up and roll over and be like, all right, the game's over, we're losing, whatever. But one of these times we're gonna put together what we do in the 9th the whole game, and we're gonna go on a run, and it's gonna be sick. So, but it's tough. We like to fight to the end. So I love that out of my teammates. We'll always back them for the way that we approach the game. I love it.
You sure about that?
They're going to go on a run, and it's going to be sick. Keith, put it on a T-shirt.
It would be sick.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Just lucky to be in the American League.
Honestly, you can.
Oh, that was kind of
Falefa.
We're lucky to be in the American League.
That's more sound. I feel like that logic makes a lot more sense. If they do go on a run, I agree with Jaron. I think it would be sick.
I think it would be sick.
I've
been waiting for one. It would be sick.
You can start whenever you want.
That's very Heim Bloom, isn't it?
You can start right now.
We're going to go on a run and it's going to sick.
I
don't think Heim Bloom's ever said sick.
I think he said beep
we're gonna
boop
make
beep
a run,
boop
and
is
it's
what I
gonna
think
be
he said.
sweet. I think that's what
Maybe sweet. It's gonna be epic.
He said beep boop beep boop. That's what he said.
So Jared's
We're going
calling.
to do this.
Yeah,
it's gonna be awesome.
Oh, awesome.
I also love
be
how
gnarly, bro.
It's in the same vein.
Yeah, no,
I also
right.
love
Good
how
call.
now we have to give credit to guys that make millions of dollars to play 9 innings. He's like, we played the whole game. Like, cool.
Yeah, you did win.
I would hope so.
You never even tied it. Once you blew the lead, you never even tied it.
No, you've lost all these games. Like, you've lost all the last 4 games. You've had like a little bit of magic. You've had like a base runner in the 9th. Doesn't mean you're going to win the game.
All right. Our guy Justin in DC wants to talk about something I actually wanted to bring up. Is that the pitching? Now the bats have woken up and the pitching's falling apart a little bit. Of course. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen. Sorry, there's some audio issues going on here, I think. Am I on?
Yes.
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, now I can hear you. Sorry about that. I just want to call, Jones, you got to give it up, man. I am so sick of hearing about how good this pitching staff is. It's completely overrated. First off, the ERA is only 10th in Major League Baseball. And then if you go to ESPN and sort pitchers by WAR, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, most contending teams have 2 or 3 starting pitchers.
The Blue Jays
relievers
aren't contenders,
in the
FYI,
top.
but yeah.
Sure, Jones. But your whole thing is they have enough pitching to compete in the playoffs, and my point is they don't. The best Red Sox pitcher by WAR this season is 67th, and that is Chapman. All of the other teams that have significantly better hitting have higher elite end pitching. The Blue Jays have 3 in the top 30, man.
Fine. So, but the Red Sox don't have Crochet yet. And Tolley, I don't know. Like, the more Tolley pitches, the higher he's going to climb on that WAR chart, I would think. He wasn't even up here for a bunch of starts. And using the season-long ERA, I think, is misleading for how good the pitching was doing in May because they didn't start the year. Their first 2 turns through the rotation, they all stunk. So, of course, they have to make up for that.
Yeah.
I think the way they were pitching in May probably was over their heads. They're clearly not as bad as they showed the first 2 weeks of the year. Unfortunately, right when the bats started to wake up, the pitching kicked the bucket, and that's a poor comment.
Yeah, because one of the worst ERAs on the team is Garrett Crochet. I don't think he's one of the worst pitchers on the team. I think hopefully he comes back and maybe is helpful to the team. They also, if you just look at the American League, 6 teams make the playoffs. They have a top 6 ERA in the American League.
Yeah.
So I think the pitching staff, you couldn't rely on them to go 1 or 2 runs allowed every single game. Nobody expected that to happen. But it is just classic bad team where as soon as you figure out one part of the game that was struggling, the other part falls
100%.
Yeah.
That's a sign of a bad team.
Yep.
I do love, people got to pick, though. The Blue Jays are contenders now. They're 3 games under 500. So they're a game out of a playoff spot. But again, everybody's a couple of games out of the playoff spot in the American League. They're 3 games. Now that's a contender.
The American League,
according to Justin,
the American League has 3 real teams: the Rays, Yankees, and Guardians.
They're contenders.
Those are the real teams.
Okay.
I don't even know if they're contenders. They're just real.
617-779-7937. So people got to pick. Losing record is good or bad. I don't know. Apparently with the Blue Jays, it's good.
Yeah.
We got
3 games under is better than 9 under.
No,
on your way to 14 under.
No, it is. But the Red Sox were just 2 games out, and everybody was ready to bury them. Justin was ready to bury them when they were 2 games out. The Blue Jays are 1 game out, and they're contenders. That's consistent. Come on. We got all your phone calls here, 617-779-7937. We can also get back into the Patriots. Mike Vrabel speaks live at 11:30. You're going to hear it here on Jones and Keefe. What are we looking for on the field, off the field, all your OTA storylines with the Patriots hitting the field this afternoon? That comes your way next.
We're going to go on a run, and it's going to be sick, so...
Tom, where do you come down on Will Campbell at left tackle and just how long the Patriots will stick with that? I know they've very publicly they've maintained that he is the left tackle. Even after drafting a left tackle in the first round, they said Will Campbell is the left tackle. That's the message that they want out there. But at some point, do you think they would consider this season a move?
I think he has to face plant entirely and utterly and be an abject disaster. I think that it would have to be an epic failure on his part to hold down the job.
So what he did in the playoffs.
Basically the playoffs.
Yeah, just what he did last postseason.
Yeah, you get 10 games of that where you can't block anybody, then yeah, I guess the playoffs. But I think he's a starter, certainly can perform at a starter level, on a healthy knee. Now, you must attribute some of what happened in the playoffs, Jonesy, to the fact that he was coming off an injury that probably would have ended his season if the Patriots weren't playoff bound, right?
Certainly two ways of looking at it. That was Tommy Curran yesterday here on Jones and Keefe on WEEI, one of the top on-field storylines to keep an eye on. At OTAs today, Patriots hit the field shortly after noontime in Foxborough. You're going to hear from the head coach of the New England Patriots, Mike Vrabel, live less than a half an hour from now here on Jones and Keefe. So keep it locked in. We'll make sure you hear Vrabel talking for the first time since missing day 3 of the draft. I think people are missing that. We get flack in the Twitch chat, text line, everywhere, Keefe.
Everywhere. Coffee shop.
Just from all angles. Hey, Jones.
Grocery store.
Keefe, pipe down about it. Lay off Vrabel. So
leave him alone.
He's talking for the first time since he missed day 3 of the draft and said in his last press conference before night 1 of the draft that he might miss more football-related activities. He was asked, will you miss more? He's like, I don't know, to be determined.
Yeah.
So
he's there today, though, we think.
We think so.
Yeah.
He left the door open for that. He then missed day 3 of the draft. So there are like real football questions. If you don't want to get into the navel gazing, as Curran put it, with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini and those other questions, well then fine, so be it. Maybe he won't get asked those, and maybe he shouldn't. We can agree to disagree on that. The football ones, I think we all agree this is relevant today, and it's newsworthy today, and you're going to hear it here on WEEI. And we went through that yesterday, Keith. Yeah. Like, I think all that stuff is fair game, and I think if Vrabel can answer it, and he's not snippy about it, and guys, we're just here to talk about football, I think that would be the right approach, and I think he might have to put up with it for one more day. And barring any explosive photos being out there, I think he can put it in his rearview mirror. If he wants to get contentious about it and dig in on it and be like, guys, we're just here to talk about football today, even though the last time I talked to you guys was before we drafted and I missed day 3 of the draft and I said I might miss more football activities, then I think it's going to continue to follow him around and dog him and be peppered about it by it's not going in his rearview mirror with the national media and the New York Post and everything else, TMZ. But with the beat writers on a day-to-day basis, let them get their questions in today, and then I think they'll all move on, which means you can move on, Mike.
Yeah, the last time we saw a photo of the two together was the nothing
innocuous
Super Bowl party photo from 2022. That was on May 11th.
And she really did have her arm around him.
Oh, she was whispering something
but it was in the middle.
It was
in the middle of a giant crowd at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Those events are loud, as Portnoy pointed out. Those are loud events. So that was really a see nothing photo.
We don't know what she could have said to him.
No
idea what the context was. But that was 2.5 weeks ago. So it feels like if the Post or if TMZ and they're going back and forth with each other, if they had anything else worth anything, I feel like it may have been released over that time, right? It's not like they're just spacing it out every day or every couple of days. It's been 2.5 weeks since we've seen anything.
So that's also what I think.
So I think he has a chance to sort of talk one last time or answer questions about his availability, because I think that's the easiest one where you're like, we're not even going soap opera route. We're going football route. Like, are you going to be available for all this stuff football-wise? Because before you said you weren't.
Yeah.
Also, you missed the draft. That's not a common occurrence. NFL head coaches don't typically miss the NFL draft. And so you could talk about that and what that process was like and sort of see where it goes. And then I'm sure they'll move it on to other things. Like, I don't think Vrabel handled the initial response to this very well.
Me neither.
However, he is good typically with the media. I think he has a good kind of, like sarcastic temperament about him. And he's usually, but he also will give you information. And like, I think he's handled it really well. Now, last year, it also came with a lot of winning. Super easy to have everything going great. Like Alex Cora in 2018. Like, it's super easy when things are going well for you. So now this isn't even wins and losses, but you have some things going against you this offseason. So now what's it going to look like? And we won't know this for a few months, but if you get off to a little bit of a slow start, like, what's that going to look like? Because, we saw the guy go 14-3 and then rip off 3 straight playoff wins. Then you lose, you get smashed in the Super Bowl. You have to talk about it once, then you're gone. Right? So, like, we'll see how it goes this year.
So we're going to find out what he says 20 minutes from now. He should get peppered with some of these questions. We'll see if he actually does. If he doesn't, we'll rip that. But he should. And I think he should stand there and answer the questions today. And I think if he does that, he doesn't need to answer it again tomorrow or the day after that or next week at OTAs, barring massive explosive photos. And that's on a day-to-day basis with the beat writers. TMZ is going to be TMZ. Yeah. The New York Post is going to be the New York Post. The opener in Seattle, it's going to be a talker. But I mean his day-to-day life professionally at the facility. I don't know what's going on in his household.
No.
Maybe they cleaned up everything with that one-day counseling in Utah. Maybe he'll answer some of that
There's
today.
a pretty sweet sweatsuit he bought.
But he's going to have to deal with that.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about professionally in his job with the media, answer it for a day, and I think that aspect of it moves on, I think.
Yeah, like the signs in the crowd in Buffalo and...
Oh, you're going to deal with that all year long.
Right, like if you ever decide to go on Twitter again, if you're Vrabel, like maybe don't.
This was a life decision you made that opposing fan bases are probably never going to let go of.
Mm-hmm.
So just the sooner you realize that, the better.
Mm-hmm.
But the beat writers will let go of it as long as you're not standoffish and snippy and shooting everything down today. I think they'll let go of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think none of them want to go near it anyways.
No.
But I think if you're snippy, they're going to continue
Some
to dig
of them
in.
literally won't talk about it.
Right, exactly. 617-779-7937. So that's the biggest story today at OTAs, which are effectively shorts and T-shirts. They're not out there full pads. It's not a mini camp, never mind a training camp, never mind a preseason game, never mind a real game. So we're eons away from that. But we asked Curran yesterday about some of the storylines to keep an eye on. And I do think where Lomu lines up and what the combinations are on the O-line is interesting. You're not going to be able to tell who can block and who can't block standing there in shorts and T-shirts, but does he mix in with the top unit? If he does, is it on the right side? Is it on the left side? Does he mix in at guard? I think that O-line and those combinations and some of those attendance things, I think, are the big things to watch today.
Yeah, I think, because, Curran spoke about it a little bit yesterday. It's not full pad, so it's going to be hard to tell, Campbell's doing a good job, defending the edge. No. It's not going to be any of that stuff. But I do think this is a pretty interesting OTA, which will then lead into an interesting training camp for the Patriots for a number of reasons. I think sort of just the offseason in general, there's sort of 5 things to me that jump out. One is Vrabel and sort of what's his temperament like? How, does he give Karen the first question today?
I was literally going to say that. You pointed that out?
Yeah.
Someone should point that out to him if he hasn't realized that, hey, Mike.
If you want to get back to what you're doing normal.
You say everything's normal, you're not letting Karen have the first question. You did that every press conference last year. Maybe get back to that to at least make it seem normal.
Is he defensive or is it it's classic Vrabel from a year ago? I think Christian Gonzalez, which we can get into, are they any closer to an extension? Will they get an extension done with him before? A.J. Brown will know more about next week. Then I would say Will Campbell and whether or not he is strictly only the left tackle. And then I'm always interested in the rookie class, and that's sort of where Lomu comes in. And is Lomu the second team left tackle and just always going out there left tackle, left tackle, left tackle? Or does he play a little bit of guard? Because that's something I didn't know when they drafted him that was something he could even do. But a lot of sort of draft experts pointed out, he could maybe even be a guard if they need him to be a guard. Or obviously he could be a right tackle if he needs to be a right tackle. So, how much are they going to be moving him around? And then, Akis, is he just, penciled in automatically as a starter? I would think so, but we'll see.
I would think not.
Yeah, well, who do they got?
Is Landry healthy yet or no?
Oh,
So I was going to say Landry and Draymond Jones, I would assume are the first two through, but I guess I don't know enough about his health. Maybe that's something we'll start to find out today.
I mean, I guess maybe you're not starting. Maybe he's not like with the ones right away, but I would say by week 1 or 2 he is.
So fine.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like at OTAs today.
Yeah, probably not.
I bet Lomu doesn't mix in anything first team. But if he does, I think that's noteworthy.
Sure.
I think these OTAs, it's going to be a lot of veterans first time through.
Yeah.
These are effectively teaching camps. It's not competitive in terms of like your spot on the roster is what the coaches tell you.
Well, also,
I think they're evaluating everything, but they'll tell you it's not competitive for your spot on the roster. So I bet a lot of veterans go through first. There probably won't be much to glean from the roster, but if Lomu is up there or Akis is up there, I do think that's noteworthy because starting at the first OTA when the media is there, already you can glean some depth chart stuff. I think that would be pretty telling.
Well, yeah,
if it happens.
Plus, you'll have to see like who's there, meaning like some of these guys are hurt, some are really hurt, some are fake hurt, some are whatever.
We think Gonzo's there today, right?
Yeah, he's been there to other stuff.
Well,
but it wasn't.
He has been.
Yeah,
but how do you make your point? First day the media shows up there, you're not there.
I think you're there until the pads come on, and then all of a sudden, well, it'd be a little bit more advantageous for me to have that contract for me to put the pads on. I'll walk through it.
Yeah.
I'll jog. I'll chase after, Keyshawn Booty. Well, I don't even know Booty's there, but like
my hammy.
Yeah.
Ouch, my back. Yep. Stuff like that. Sure. You want to make a story out of it though. The first day the media shows up, you're not there.
Mm-hmm.
So Gonzo can show up to stuff. Let's see if he's there today. I'm assuming he will be, but let's see. Same thing with Booty and Onwenu. Those are two guys who have not been there at everything this offseason. I would anticipate Booty not there. I'm not sure about Onwenu. I think that's a wild card. That's a guy who's finished all his guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Onwenu's not there, maybe Lomu is practicing at guard, or maybe he is factoring in on that first team. So I think that sort of attendance stuff is interesting as well.
Well, because it could very well be Campbell, Vera Tucker, Wilson, Onwenu, Moses, right? I think that's probably what the penciled in first team offensive line looks like.
Yep.
But between now and week 1, whether it's like, I feel like Onwenu's been in trade/cut rumors for the last like 5 years. You're like, oh, is he going to be on the team or not? And then was it last year, the year before? They're like, I think he showed up like 400 pounds. So we're like, okay, hustle of the week.
Right.
But so is he in shape? Are they happy with him? And is Lomu did they have to find a spot for him? Also, is Vera Tucker, after a whole year from playing football, like what kind of shape is he in?
Is he good to go?
What's he going to look like? I have no idea.
So I think the Gonzo thing is pretty fascinating. That's the type of thing that Vrabel should get asked about today. And I wouldn't expect him to volunteer much, but just kind of feel Vrabel out and read between the lines on how he's talking about Gonzalez. Does he sound happy with the work ethic? Does it sound like it's a positive tone towards working something out between player and team? Because I do think Vrabel is the biggest storyline at training camp. I think physically, what does Drake May look like? I think we're going to get a lot of reports on that. I bet they're glowing. Everybody's in the best shape of their life, as we like to joke about. So, I bet they're going to be glowing about Drake May and what does he look like. I saw some pictures going around, Keith, maybe a little thicker in the upper body.
Ooh, I like that.
Biceps, shoulders, things like that.
Been putting in a little protein load.
Looking a little thicker.
Yeah.
So, I imagine you'll hear some of that later today. I think, what does Drake May look like? And it is basically a passing camp. Again, hard to glean, but how does he look when he's throwing the ball?
Yep.
Who's he throwing to? Who's he looking to? What's that top team out there today? Is Booty there?
Well,
I think
Romeo
all that
Dobbs,
stuff's relevant.
Romeo Dobbs is like a big pickup, and will he have a breakout year? Because he had his moments in Green Bay, but was obviously never the lead receiver. They also had a bunch of different receivers that would have good weeks here and there. But obviously his role is significantly more if you don't get A.J. Brown. But even with A.J. Brown, if you think this is going to be a really good offense, Romeo Dobbs should have a really good year. So what does that look like? What kind of chemistry does he have with Drake May? And could he have a breakout year?
No, look, I think all that stuff's important, but I think Gonzalez is a big one, obviously. Yeah. And Witherspoon declining an extension or not coming to an agreement with the Seahawks yet, I think those two are tied together this offseason. And if I'm Gonzalez, I wouldn't want to sign before him, honestly. A lot of the offseason, we're like, what are the Patriots waiting for? Why haven't they worked this out with Gonzalez yet? And the answer might be, well, Christian Gonzalez doesn't want to sign before Witherspoon. I think he's better than Witherspoon. He played better in the Super Bowl. He hasn't won a championship yet like Witherspoon did, but I think he's a better player. Maybe you disagree, Keith, or maybe the league disagrees with that. I'm not signing before him if I'm Gonzalez. So that's another complication with all of it. I don't know how much urgency there is with Christian Gonzalez to go out there and sign right away. I know he said he wants to get paid flashing the money sign and eating money sandwiches at TD Garden. I know that's what he claimed he wanted, but he wants a big payday, probably bigger than Witherspoon, and I wouldn't blame him for that.
Yeah, and just like, how long is this going to go for?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because we've had examples.
That's why I think it's a big storyline at this.
It's huge. I think all the corners of this generation of corners. Some was it Derek Stingley signed in March, we talked about, and then you had others that waited right up until the season. So I don't know, like, do the Patriots have a hard line in there, or like, are they just going to pay this guy anyway? And like, why even drag it out any further and make it any kind of distraction? Like, I feel like they will pay Drake May, right? Like the next year, I feel like they will.
However, I have no qualms they're paying him.
But if you're dragging it out with Christian Gonzalez, I mean, I don't know. Like, he's proven that he's worth paying.
It might not be pen to paper at the first second.
Well, yeah.
But they're going to pay him. I think, this is me, what I think, they're going to pay Gonzalez. But we'll see. Yeah. I don't know who's in a rush to get what done. This is a new one in the Twitch chat, Keith. I'm not familiar with Energizing Sloth. Are you familiar with
Energizing Sloth?
Energizing Sloth.
It's like a bit of an oxymoron.
Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI is saying we're fabricating the whole left tackle thing. Not a potential LT, guys. He's a replacement for Moses. It's already been stated by the team. Well, when do teams ever lie about that?
The team's on it.
All I know is they
Vrabel also said it was laughable that him and Rossini were in a photo together.
All I know is they moved up from 31 to 28 to draft a college left tackle in the first round. 1 year after taking a guy who may have been a left tackle, probably a guard, projected by many at 4th overall. Maybe.
They drafted Devin McCourty and they thought he was going to be a corner.
Maybe Campbell will be their left tackle. Maybe. But just because the team said he's going to factor in on the right side at some point, I wouldn't take them at their word on that. Their actions tell you, not only did they go get a tackle, after drafting a tackle, they moved up to take him in the first round. So that to me is pretty telling in their actions. Forget what they're saying, their actions. 617-779-7937. More of your thoughts coming up. We have Mike Vrabel speaking for the first time since missing day 3 of the NFL draft. Prior to that, a few days prior to their selection of Caleb Lomu, who they drafted in the first round and moved up to take 1 year after taking a tackle in Will Campbell. I put that in quotes, a tackle in Will Campbell. Vrabel left the door open that he could miss more football activities going forward. So what's Mike Vrabel going to say? What's he going to be asked? You will hear all of that live here on Jones and Keefe right after Trending with Billy Laney.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. It's 4 losses in a row for the Red Sox after falling 7-6 to the Braves at Fenway last night. The series continues tonight. First pitch is at 6:45. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Connolly earlier will get the start for the Sox against the Braves' Bryce Elder. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 5:45. Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla was named NBA's Coach of the Year. Patriots begin OTAs today. Mike Vrabel will address the media at 11:30, and you can hear that coming up next right here on 93.7. Dig into the 99 Restaurant's $14.99 big deal meals. Available all day, every day. Save on big hearty favorites like grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Laney. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The Red Sox Station.
Ocean Avenue, where I used to sit and talk with you. We were both 16 and it felt so right. Sleeping all day, staying up all night. Staying up all night.
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Mike Vrabel scheduled to speak at any moment. Live from Patriots OTAs. You're going to catch it live here on Jones and Keefe.
Football's back.
It really is.
It's been too long.
Just in time for the Red Sox to circle the toilet. We do have the Patriots back at OTAs. So, again, you may not think it's relevant for Vrabel. And if you don't, you don't. I would just tell you it's the first time he spoke since he missed day 3 of the draft. Right? He's given no thoughts on their draft, period. Right? The last time he talked was before even the Lomu pick, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So he's given no thoughts whatsoever on their draft.
No, I mean, he didn't even draft half the players.
On day 3 of the draft, missing it.
2/3 of the players.
Prior to their pick on night 1, he made it pretty clear that the door is still open for him to miss more time in terms of football activities. So let's see what he says coming up here at any moment when he speaks. You'll hear it live here on WEEI. We were talking about some of the big storylines at OTAs with them out on the field, which, again, it's a passing camp. You know, it's you're not going to get down and dirty in the trenches with guys in pads. It's shorts and T-shirts, effectively. So I was looking at some of the roster projections. Phil Perry had one at NBC Sports Boston. He has Keyshawn Boutte not on the team.
Oh.
Now, he
sort of seems like it's headed that way.
So I'm just kind of anti this, I guess. He has A.J. Brown, Dobbs, Kyle Williams, Mac Hollins, Demario Douglas, and Efton Chisholm in the receiver room. He says Boutte is the odd man out in this projection.
And people love Chisholm.
So, like, they really do.
Okay.
So if Boutte has to go to Philly, they really want him to close the door on the A.J. Brown trade and get it done. Fine. I would do that. If you're just trading Keyshawn Boutte because you feel like your receiver room is too crowded, I think that's a mistake.
What if it's him?
Say it again.
What if it's Boutte that's like, I don't want to be here if I'm the third or fourth option?
What am I getting for him? A 5th or a 6th round pick? I'd rather just have him here.
Okay.
And all right, you're a malcontent or you're away from the team or whatever. Oh well.
So
that's on you. I don't need the 5th or the 6th round pick that badly.
I am with you on that. You know, because it's not like if he asks for a trade, it's not met with laughter like when N'Keal Harry asked for a trade. Right. You're like, well, no, somebody would have to want you to dictate an actual trade.
You'd have to be good at playing football.
But this is where Mike Vrabel being the good players coach comes into play, where you're like, all right, you have a player who's not super happy with his role, but he's good. Can you get him to buy in for this year? And he obviously is going to be thinking about his next contract, as all players are. Vrabel's even voiced that himself. Vrabel's talked about that. He talked about that last year with Gonzo. Like players, and Vrabel even said it's his job to put them in positions to earn the most money. This is stuff that he said. And so Keyshawn Boutte is probably looking at like, I had a good year last year. We were comparing him to Alec Pierce as far as like deep ball threats. See the contract Alec Pierce got?
Yep.
So if Boutte shows up this year and he says, all right, well, A.J. Brown's on the team, at least next week, we hope that he's on the team, and he's going to be getting all kinds of targets and everything else. Romeo Dobbs is probably slotted ahead of him on there. Mac Hollins, I don't know if on game to game he's going to get more targets, but Drake May had a pretty good rapport with Mac Hollins last year.
Yeah, he was like,
as he did with Hunter Henry.
He was like one of the guys who actually showed up in the Super Bowl. Mac Hollins,
he did with the backs, right? So he has a lot of guys to throw to. But Boutte did turn into a really good deep threat receiver. He had that highlight reel touchdown in the playoffs. So I'm with you. I'd like to talk him into staying. I'm not just dumping him for a 5th round pick.
And I think the timing on when you trade Boutte matters too. Like, if he just doesn't want to be here and it's the offseason program, well, that is the kind of guy you can wait out some injuries. And that is the kind of guy where you can wait out later in training camp and say, oh, you're making some final roster cuts and you need a receiver? You wanted to give us a 5th round pick back in May? Well, guess what? We want more than that. And maybe that's a way to leverage a little bit more out of Keyshawn Boutte. I just think, as nice as it sounds on paper to have Brown, Dobbs, and Hollins, after that, Williams and even Pop Douglas to me are total question marks. I'd want Keyshawn Boutte in that room. And I think everything slots in better, even with A.J. Brown. Unless you're telling me they're bringing back Diggs or something like that, which I don't think is happening.
But that's the thing, because I mean, he might be thinking, oh, like, well, A.J. Brown and Romeo Dobbs, like, that's so many more targets. And it is. But you're also removing 102 targets that went to Steph Diggs a year ago. So I guess Boutte, if it was just 1 for 1, maybe he'd be okay with it. But I guess maybe it's the 2. He's afraid he's going to get pushed down, because when you go over all the names that are on there, he's more reliable than Kyle Williams, Pop Douglas, Efton Chisholm. Like, he's definitely more valuable, and he has more of an upside than a Mac Hollins does.
Agreed.
Right, like he could potentially be on the team longer, but
I mean, the play
I don't think they're gonna pay him. So that's the other thing too.
He
like,
made in that Texans playoff game.
Oh,
You called it like an all-time Patriots playoff touchdown. No, I agree.
Yeah, it was great.
Now we're just giving the guy away.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't want to give him away. Do you think they're going to pay him, though? Do you think they would pay him after this year? I don't.
Probably not.
So is any of that part of the equation where you're like, oh, we're going to get something for him rather than
Maybe,
just walking
but
away?
if the something is a 5th or a 6th round pick, I'd rather get another year where now we're really trying to win a title.
Yeah,
and I feel like he helps in the room. And if I miss out on a 5th round pick, oh well. Like then he
could be Joe Cardona.
He can be paid coming up. Here we go. Mike Vrabel speaking live right now. Patriots OTAs.
If the opportunity presents itself, perhaps even.
F- on the Tonga and Kyle Williams questions.
Didn't need those.
Otherwise, Karen basically asked about A.J. Brown without asking. That's how she started.
Mm-hmm.
Not a great question to start either.
Nope.
But they did get into some questions about Mike Vrabel and whether or not he'll miss more time. He did leave the door open.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Unfortunately, no one followed up on it. They had to get to Kyle Williams and Tonga and everybody.
Yeah.
No one followed up. The very next question was about Kyle Williams.
Where's Kyle Williams going to line up?
He put on
That's
some
what I was
muscle this
wondering.
offseason, That's definitely the thing to ask about today. You couldn't ask that at any point in training camp.
Super interested in Kyle
or
Williams.
any OTAs. But okay, Vrabel left the door open. We'll delve into that.
Yep.
He also threw the reporters, I'd imagine strategically, some red meat on Christian Gonzalez to move the heat off him and focus on something else. So let's react to everything Mike Vrabel had to say, minus the Kyle Williams, Kyrus Tonga, A.J. Brown questions in there. And we'll get into the rest of it. Lomu might play on the left side. Sounds like he's going to play on the left side. He brushed aside missing day 3 of the draft, left the door open to miss more time. We'll react to all of it next.
The Red Sox Station.
That was Mike Vrabel just moments ago. You heard it here on Jones and Keith. I think that was the single most important question he got, and I think he was uncomfortable answering it. I think it was one of the few times he wasn't up there filibustering. Like, how long was he talking about day 3 and all this moving around and what you don't understand about the draft, all this filibustering.
Oh, yeah, NIL. I don't need to hear about NIL.
It was NIL. Yeah. Oh, the coaches were having all these smooth conversations. Like, clearly, and I think this is smart from a PR standpoint.
Yep.
Drag out the softball questions because there were a lot of them.
Sure.
Talk as much as you want about Kyle Williams and Tonga.
Yikes.
But when you get something that made him uncomfortable, that question made him uncomfortable.
Who knows what's going to come up?
Could be anything. To this point, I didn't think all this stuff was going to come up, and it has. So.
I didn't know I don't know what pictures are out there.
I've been surprised myself thus far.
I don't know what's out there about me. But depending on what it is, sure, I might miss more time. He like clearly was uncomfortable and clearly left the door open that he could miss more time away from the team when it relates to football.
But he
activities.
also wanted to make sure he didn't say anything that could then be thrown back into his face later. So you can't like definitively say I will never miss another thing,
right?
Because then when you do, everyone's going to play that back in your face. So then you end up saying this.
No, I think you're right.
But then it comes across as like, what do you mean? You don't like know what the hell's going to happen?
I'm going to be out there today.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to come up?
Who knows what's going to come up?
Anything could happen.
It's like a Missoula quote, right? Wasn't Missoula like we're all day to day? He's like, you could be dead tomorrow. Like that's Missoula. And Missoula takes it to that degree, right? He's like, yeah, I'm alive right now. He's like, you don't know what the future holds. And you're like, okay, that's a little bit more morbid, but
I agree. The actual, if we're reading between the lines, what he actually said was, I'm not planning on missing more time.
Yeah.
I think that's what he actually said. But again,
he leaves the door open there.
Who knows what's going to come up? I don't know what TMZ has.
Could be anything.
I don't know what the New York Post has over me. God knows what other pictures, videos, images, other women. God knows what else is out there. So guess what?
Yep.
I plan on being here for now. I think that's the proper way to read it.
He did shout out his wife.
He did.
He mentioned his wife by name.
And his kids.
Not by name, though. He just said his boys,
My
right?
family's great, he said.
Yep.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure the family's just doing peachy.
Yeah.
Based on what you dragged them through this offseason. Love Jen. Love the boys. And then he went right to talking to coaches and how smooth their communication was in the balance of family and football. So I think, look, I think asking that question about, well, you missed day 3, you left the door open, could you miss more time? I wish there was a follow-up. The very next question was on Kyle Williams.
Yeah.
Which is just maybe sit that one out. If your question's about Kyle Williams and how much muscle he added.
You didn't have it today. You
feel
didn't have a great question.
I feel like today you didn't have a real question.
Keep it under
so
your
just
hat.
sit that out. I love our guy Taylor Kyle's not the day for a Tonga question either. Like you can ask those at any point in the entire
I don't
offseason.
think Kyle Williams would have asked the Kyle Williams question. I think he would have been like, I'll see where it goes. I'll see where OTAs are. Maybe circle back to me a little bit later on. I'm good. I'm good right now.
And at least Kyle waited till the end of the press conference. $10 Shake says, shame on them for asking football questions. He just told you he might miss more time. Yeah. And the next question was about Kyle Williams. Yeah. There wasn't a follow-up on missing more time.
No.
Like, so anyone I think out there with any shred of, not being biased on this, any shred of a journalistic bone in their body would say, well, that's probably worth a follow-up. He just left the door open and said he might miss more time. Well, but no, let's get to Kyle Williams and the 8 pounds of muscle he added.
So I also feel like for those that just, I guess, wanted the football questions, he is scheduled to speak June 2nd, June 9th, June 15th,
There's so much
June
time
16th,
for football
June
questions.
17th. Right, where this is, and as it was pointed out, we haven't heard from him since before the draft. So, like, a lot has happened in that time, including him missing a day of the draft.
I'm happy you
and
brought
then
up...
as far as, like, the quote-unquote football ones, I don't even know if they're football ones, so I don't know if that bothered people. But we'll get into this coming up. But, like, Christian Gonzalez and Kayshon Boutte are both very much major topics right now. So, like, that's worth asking about as well. But, like, where Corey Durden's going to line up, I don't really give a rat's ass.
Smart, by the way, to throw the red meat of Gonzo out there. Because now you know
we're gonna latch onto that. That's gonna be the biggest headline.
The beat writers don't want to talk about Vrabel and Rossini. They're more than happy to talk about Gonzo. I think it's a very relevant story.
Yeah,
we're gonna get to that coming up. But that was some red meat he tossed out. You brought up day 3.
Yeah,
Bedard asked this long 2-part question where he asked
several questions.
He actually got a decent answer on Lomu out of it, but it was thrown all in one question, which is not the way to ask it. But he did get into kind of brushing off day 3 of the draft. Did you catch that?
Oh, yeah. He's like, I don't know all 300 players.
I'm not going to know all 300 guys. But then he's like, but I do know all the guys we took. I'm like,
you can't have
sure?
that.
You don't know all 300, but you do know that you like.
By the way, nobody asked him about the kid from BC who got arrested.
Good point. Another good one.
Yeah, it didn't get asked.
Honestly, that might have flown under my radar, but that was a fair one to ask. That one I've lost sight of, but good one.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to know all 300 guys. Like, out one end of his mouth, he's like, yeah, big deal. I missed day 3. Out the other end of his mouth, he's like, yeah, but I knew all the guys we took.
He's like, was it Texas Tech? He's like,
Yeah.
I watched
Texas A&M. Of course I watched Texas A&M.
Most of the day 3 guys, they came in for visits also.
So, Prunty did, right? That was one of them.
I think 3 or 4 of them did.
Okay, so I knew all those guys. Sure you did. I thought you didn't know all 300 guys.
Yeah, but he did kind of yada, yada, yada day 3 of the draft.
He absolutely did.
Yeah.
He tried to brush that aside and downplay it while also leaving open the door that he could miss more time. So interesting today from Mike Vrabel. He also volunteered quite a bit on Christian Gonzalez. Not there today. Keishon Boutte. Not there today. Let's get into that with all your thoughts. 617-779-7937 coming up next.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
You know, and that's pretty much the guys that won't be at practice.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Mike Vrabel spoke in the last half hour or so. We've been reacting to it here. Mostly on Vrabel leaving the door open that he could miss more time coaching this team this offseason. He also brushed aside missing day 3 of the NFL draft. Well, I mean, what do you think? I'm not going to know all 300 guys.
How could you possibly?
In this draft. So he downplayed that. And I think largely from a PR standpoint, I think Vrabel did a pretty good job of filibustering and even tossing out some red meat for us and specifically the beat writers to go chase down because Gonzalez is a big story. And he told you right there, and there was a big preamble, and you heard some of it, like, look, the communication's been great. We're not surprised by any of this. We love everybody here. We want to coach them. But if they're not here, they communicated it to us. And by the way, did we mention it's voluntary?
No.
So Christian Gonzalez, and I'd say to a lesser degree, Kayshon Boutte, are noteworthy absences today. We expected Boutte. We didn't expect Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Kayshon Boutte.
Oh, I always expect Boutte.
We didn't expect Gonzalez to be absent, although we did talk our way through this earlier.
I thought Gonzo might be there because they're not hitting each other or anything like that. And you could be like, oh, I'm going to play this out. And then as soon as it gets into like a little bit closer, oh, like my hamstring's barking at me until I got a contract.
But we did talk through if you want to really make some impact, reporters haven't been in any of these other off-season workouts. Yeah. So the first one that reporters are at. OTAs, reporters are allowed to be there today. That's why Vrabel spoke. They're going to be on the field observing the workout. Mm-hmm. The first one where reporters are there, Gonzalez isn't there.
Well,
and so I think if you want some impact and you want to really send a message, this is the first day you wouldn't show up.
So I think all of the absences are actually notable because there are, 90 guys on the team?
Yep.
And he just named 6.
Yep,
that aren't there now. 2 of them, Harold Landry and Kyle Dixon. It definitely sounded like
they sounded like they were they're here rehabbing, but they're not practicing.
My guess is Harold Landry's always hurt, right? And like he's a gamer, the guy plays, and I like him, but it's just like I'm guessing he's always dealing with something, especially at this stage of his career. So he kind of separated them. So you're basically talking about 5 players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so the whole team.
Akis is one.
Akis is not there. Hollins, Gonzo, Boutte, Carlton Davis. Yeah, Carlton Davis also had a weird training last year.
This is why I'm not worried about Carlton.
I'm not worried about him either.
Carlton Davis missed tons of stuff last year. It was a big deal for us when we were at training camp. We're like, he's not here. What's going on? Turns out that guy was out on jet skis, just like Steph Diggs was on his party boat, and he was missing all kinds of stuff. And then he showed up, and I think he's pretty good on the field. And look, would I rather have him there? Yeah, I'm sure Vrabel would rather have him there. That one I don't read into.
Matt Collins, I don't really know. Matt Collins, honestly, I don't really know. Maybe he's like grounding somewhere and he's like he's on like a nature walk. But I don't think
he's got some aliens video. Right. He's got a.
But maybe it's not a coincidence that you're talking about 90 guys, 5 aren't there, and 2 of them are both involved in either a contract, potential contract extension, and the other guy sounds like maybe he wants to get traded, or is at least in these trade rumors, whether they're on from his side or from the other side. There's just something up with Kayshon Boutte. And he's probably not thrilled with Dobbs coming in and the worst-kept secret and A.J. Brown coming in. So he's a little disgruntled. And then, obviously, Gonzalez is at the Celtics games doing the money symbol. So we know where those 2 guys stand, and they're not there.
But also, Gonzalez was at the voluntaries like a month ago.
Oh, I think he's been at most of the offseason stuff, which we said, look, we're fair.
He was in the schedule. They got into Six Flags.
We're fair.
He was on the schedule release.
When he was there, we said, boy, that's a good sign towards a contract extension.
Does that speak to how they're going, though?
He's there. Good. Now the media's there. He's not there at the first day of OTAs open to the media. I would say that's bad. What do you mean? Does that speak to where
does his
negotiations have gone sideways?
Yeah, I don't know anything when it comes to this.
Right, but it's worth reading into. He was there, now he's not. Why?
Because maybe his agent is telling him, like, hey, let's play this out. Report to that. They probably don't even expect you to go to that. Go to that. See how that goes. Play nice. Sit on the front cart on the roller coaster for the worst schedule release video in the NFL. You could be a part of that, and then we'll see where this is going. And what if they're getting like a brick wall? Or what if they're getting they're not getting what they want in response? And he's like, well, OTAs are coming up. Maybe his agent is like, all right, you're not going to that. You're not doing that, and we'll see if we can get any headway here because it's not getting done.
And again, the impact of missing it while the media's there is way different than, like Keyshawn Boutte hasn't been there in the offseason. Onwenu has missed, I think, some weeks and been there others this offseason.
Yeah.
But no one's there. That's all from like sources inside the building talking to these reporters and getting it out there. And we knew that Gonzo was there. The impact is going to be much greater. Shots on the field. This guy's not there. Vrabel said these guys aren't here today. The impact of that is much greater. So, again, if you want to send a strong message, you don't have to show up to anything. But not being there today is the day to send that strong message.
Also, something where I don't really believe Vrabel, although I understand why he says it this way, he's certainly not going to throw any players under the bus, right? Like, he says who's not there, but that's a fact. They're not there, and they would have found that out anyway. But when he's talking about he's going overboard about how great the communication has been, and he's like, for specifically with Keyshawn Boutte, he's like, all right, you like where you're working out, that's great, but like when you're ready to come in, like then we're ready to coach you. There's no way a single NFL coach would be like, just work out on your own. Otherwise, there would be no OTAs, there would be no training camp, and it would just be games.
No,
there's not a coach in the world that is like, yeah, go work out on your own, and you'll get more out of that than coming in here with the team.
No, he said it in a couple of different answers.
Yeah.
I think he says it in this answer, but he's like, we want everybody here so we can coach them, but it's voluntary. They don't have to be here, but our preference is they be here. I think he says it in this answer. So Mike Reese, this is called a follow-up for everybody down there.
It can happen.
He volunteered that Gonzo won't be there. Mike Reese said, whoa, 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 and followed up immediately on Gonzalez's absence, unlike the absence of a follow-up when Mike Vrabel left the door open to maybe miss more actual football-related activities. No one followed up on that. Reese did follow up on Gonzalez's absence.
I don't know what that, again, those are personal choices for players. I would say that I value the communication that I've had personally. I know that our defensive coaches that have had conversations with Christian, again, I wish that they were all here so that we can coach them. But the ones that are here, that's where our focus will be, and we'll pour everything that we have into those players. But I know that his professionalism and being ready to go, or whatever personal choice that these some guys have during the spring, I'm confident that they'll all be ready.
Okay,
it's sort of like an honesty sandwich where you're like, these guys can do what they want. I wish they were here, but they can do what they want, right? It's sort of like, let's start and end it with that to sort of like soft shoe it around the players.
I think that's
how he feels.
It's a relatively truthful answer.
Yeah.
We wish they were here so we could coach them.
Yeah.
All of them. Communication's great. It's voluntary. They don't have to be here.
Communication's been through the roof.
But
yeah,
we wish they were here so we could coach them. I think that's the real way that he feels, and I think that's not unique to Vrabel. I think any coach feels that way. As you said, Keith, they want them there. They want them here. It's the player's right to not be there, but it's the coach's right to want him out there and on some level hold it against him. I don't think he's going to hold it against Gonzalez, by the way.
No, that one's so they're both very different. Obviously, Gonzalez, that one can be written away.
It might get held against Boutte because he's not as good of a player.
Well, not only that, it just seems like it's more likely the beginning of the end for Boutte in New England than it is for Gonzalez. Like, Gonzalez could sign in 2 months, and it'd be like each day it's going to feel like in the moment a really long time. But then when you look back on it, right, like we only know this because we were like looking it up. But how many like NFL fans know the date Patrick Surtain signed versus the date Derek Stingley signed versus the date J.C. Horn signed? Like, it doesn't really matter as long as they're not missing games. So I don't think we're there. I don't think Gonzalez is missing games. But Keyshawn Boutte already kind of wants out, and the next big thing we think is going to happen is A.J. Brown officially joins the team next week. I don't think it's going to get any better. I don't think Boutte's like, oh, Brown's there? I'll show up now. Now I got even less targets. So, yeah, this doesn't seem like it's going in a direction where he's going to be on the team.
No, No. For Booty, I agree.
For Booty. No, Gonzo, I'm not that worried about yet.
I'm not either, but him not being there was a step in the wrong direction. When we started the show today, we expected him to be there. He had been at other stuff. Now he's not. So what changed? Why is he not out there today? 617-779-7937.
People are asking.
That's another way of putting it.
That would have been my follow-up to each one of them.
What happened?
Yeah, I just would have said, what happened?
Gonzo not here. What happened?
Yeah. You missed the draft. What happened?
Hey, what happened?
Great. Honestly, it's classic follow-up.
It's good.
If you need a
What happened?
If you need a fallback follow-up, that's a pretty good one to just have in your back pocket. Yeah, what happened?
Get them back on their feet.
In general, though, the thing that we talked about yesterday and at the beginning of the show today, did Vrabel move forward? I think, yeah. I mean,
I'd say so.
I think he engaged in every question.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't snippy.
No.
And so I think he did a pretty good job with that. I don't think he was asked enough questions. I certainly don't think he was asked one prominent follow-up, but that's a media discussion. That's not Vrabel. I think Vrabel, in terms of the daily Q&A with the beat writers down there, barring photos of Diana Rossini and him or someone else in him, I can't imagine they're going to ask him about it now day to day anytime soon. I think that's now in the rearview mirror. I think he succeeded from a PR standpoint with that.
Yeah, we haven't heard from him in a month, and he was asked about Corey Durden and Kyle Williams. So my guess is the next time we hear from him, it's going to be just all – I shouldn't say all on field, because I think the Booty and the Gonzalez questions will arise, and that's not like X's and O's.
But it won't be about
like
his personal life and his
so.
dating life and his marriage.
Nope.
I don't think he's getting asked those by beat writers anytime soon.
I don't think so.
The other newsy thing, you tell me if I'm missing anything else. So Vrabel leaving the door open to maybe miss more time, number one. Gonzalez, number two. He tossed red meat out there for everybody to focus on something else. Gonzalez not there. We wish he was there. He's not. It's voluntary, but we wish he was here so we could coach him. That's number two. Booty's somewhere on the list.
Yeah, I'd put him probably three.
I didn't expect Booty to be there, but that was confirmed today.
Yeah, right.
And he did say, like, guys, the offseason's over. We're now on to the preseason. A lot of respect for him. When he's here, we'll be ready to coach him. But I thought the tone on that was a little different than even Gonzalez, if you want to read into it. The other newsiest thing, and it was part of like a 10-question bullet point from Bedard.
Yeah.
But he was asked about Lomu, and he did say Caleb is learning the pro game, learning the system. He's coachable, young, big, athletic. We're going to find out where he plays. He could end up as one of our 5 best linemen, and he's going to play both sides starting today, the right and the left side.
How about that?
Which I didn't expect. I thought he'd start out working backup, probably just on the right side. He's going to factor in on both sides. So let's see when they hit the field. They're hitting the field like now-ish, right?
Yeah.
Supposed to be 12-15. Let's see if he mixes in with the top unit at all on either side, because that to me would be pretty noteworthy.
So what jumped out to me too, and again, this is us reading maybe between the lines. He wasn't even asked about Will Campbell. I understand that. He was asked about Caleb Lomu. But in that answer, he said what you just said, play the best 5 guys. So if Will Campbell is one of your 5 best guys, but it might not be at left tackle, I think he's at least opening the door up to that, right? So Caleb Lomu, right now we're talking about, could he be a right tackle, could he be a left tackle, could he be a guard? I think he's going to be playing a lot of other spots. But if you're I like that answer more. I think you should play your 5 best guys. Like, it's all about protecting Drake May. He said that too. So it's like, give me our 5 best guys. And if Michael Onwenu is a part of that, great. If Jared Wilson is, or if he isn't, like, we'll figure it out. But drafting a guy in the first round, there's a decent chance he is one of your 5 best guys. You just have to find the spot for him. Now, like, long term, based on their age, Will Campbell projects to be here way longer than Morgan Moses does. But who was better just last year? Morgan Moses.
Yeah, probably
he was better.
Moses,
like,
yeah.
over from start to finish, he was better. So if you're trying to just protect Drake May the best you can and put your 5 best guys out there, and let's say hypothetically in this perfect world they're all healthy to start, I don't know. Sounds like Lomu has an opportunity, and they're going to move him around and see where he fits best.
Again, forget everything else. Just look at their actions. They moved up in the first round to go get this guy, and their offensive line in the playoffs stunk last year. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's one of their 5.
Yeah.
It wouldn't shock me if he was a right or left tackle factoring in, or even at guard. And that might not mean week 1 against Seattle. But early on in the year, they obviously like him. They moved up to get him with a division rival. So,
but here's what I don't like about it.
I think he's going to factor in early.
What I don't like is there's a scenario where
he might not be able to play. I just think he's going to be out there early.
He might not be, and we'll find out if he's out there so much. No, but this, I don't even know if it's a plan necessarily, as like, let's say Moses misses a game. Now he's playing right tackle. Oh, Will Campbell misses a game. Now he's at left tackle. Now Onwenu misses a game. Now he's a guard. Like, I don't know if you want your rookie, most inexperienced guy
Bouncing
being the one
around
that's
that
like the
much.
number one backup for every single spot. It's hard enough to learn one position to now all of a sudden you're playing everywhere on the line. Now it's May 27th. We're a long way from that happening, but I just wonder if already today he's playing right, but he might play some left, and then depending on the depth of guard, he might be in there. It's like, man, you're putting a lot on the guy's plate. He could go from not playing, like redshirting this year, or the top backup for everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Swiss Army knife piece on the O-line. So that was down the list, but I thought that was newsy today from Mike Vrabel as well. What'd you guys think? 617-779-7937. Now, normally on Wednesdays, we have Would You Rather Wednesday at 11:30. Vrabel was speaking then. Normally, we have the hashtag Dork Minute at 11:45. We wanted to react to Mike Vrabel. So hashtag Dork Minute comes your way today about 25 minutes from now at 12:45. When we come back, right after Trending with Billy Lanny, time for some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. The Red Sox series with the Braves continues tonight. First pitch from Fenway is at 6:45. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Stock Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Stock Market, proud to be local since 1860. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 5:45. Patriots OTAs are officially underway at Gillette Stadium. Mike Vrabel addressed the media and discussed the attendance for today's practice.
And let me just say this, like the guys that aren't here, we communicate, or our guys that aren't at practice, everybody's got a different practice plan. We've talked about that, but the communication has been great for whatever reason that guys aren't at practice, but Carlton, CD, Booty, Hollins, Gonzo, Gabe, and then Landry won't be at practice, Kyle Dixon, and that's pretty much the guys that won't be at practice.
Visit the 99 Restaurants the day after the Red Sox win and get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchased. The 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
This is Stories from the Pitch.
Would you rather?
Would you rather Juan Soto or Would you rather have a pet monkey or a mini pig? Would you rather be a werewolf or a vampire?
On Jones and Keith.
Choice is yours. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you get with this, because this is where it's at. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you get with this, because this is kind of that. Come on.
Would You Rather Wednesday here on Jones and Keefe. It is brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or private party, you can book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests at goavellino.com. It is Jones and Keefe. We are live today inside the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Mike Vrabel, we've been reacting to what he had to say in the last hour. We can get back to the Celtics and the Red Sox, plus more thoughts on what Mike Vrabel volunteered. But because Vrabel spoke at 11:30, Keith, we had to push back Would You Rather.
It's all right.
We've also pushed back the hashtag Dork Minute.
Oh, that's going nowhere.
It was a busy hour.
Yes.
So we have Would You Rathers now, Dork Minute coming up. What's first up in our Would You Rathers today, Billy?
If you're the NBA, would you rather Knicks Thunder or Knicks Spurs?
NBA?
Yeah.
Knicks Thunder.
Yeah, I think so. Just because you're talking about a team that can repeat, and it's the reigning MVP, although he's not the most fun to watch. I'd rather watch Wemby play.
And Knicks Spurs, if you care, is like a rematch. You can throw it back to 99. Like, if you really want to go all in on that,
but
you
Spurs,
have that tie-in.
Even though this isn't your older brother's Spurs, those were boring, really good, boring Tim Duncan-led teams. This one is Wemby, who's like the most alien freak type player we've ever seen before. So I would rather see an NBA Finals with Wemby in it. But it's still San Antonio. And I think the idea of the NBA has had so many back-to-back champs and so many dynasties that I think they're already thrilled that it's New York. That's a big win, I think, for the Eastern Conference.
Could have been
representative.
Cleveland
Could
or
have been
something
Cleveland,
like that. Yeah,
Detroit,
it's a huge win. Yeah.
So they're pumped that New York's there. That's going to help them, even if it might only be a 4-game series. I think probably the MVP, that probably helps, right? Because like San Antonio,
I also think
still
just
tougher.
The team that was there last year, I think more casual NBA fans, they probably know who Wemby is.
Yeah.
But more casual NBA fans are going to be familiar with the Thunder because they were in it last year, won the title last year, I should say. They were in it even the year prior. So, yeah, I just think they've been here a little longer, and I think there's more staying power, Q rating, if you will, with the fans. And so I think that'd be best case scenario for the league.
Yeah.
You saw Wemby blew off the media last night?
Yeah.
He didn't speak after the game?
That's weird.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Like, the best players talk after it's like
they do. They have like press conferences. It's not even just like locker room scrums. Like they go there and have big press conferences.
Quarterback not talking. Like that's a bad sign for him.
Yeah, let's see if he does that tomorrow night.
Sorry, go.
Oh, I have a trivia question for
great.
you. And it's for everybody.
Okay.
But Jones is the one in the
room. But I'm the one who's going to get embarrassed by not knowing it? Okay.
It's sort of it's a two-parter.
Great.
So I was just thinking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander being back-to-back MVPs. He's Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Wembanyama, I think, was going to probably win multiple MVPs. French.
Sure.
Who was the last American-born MVP? And as like a bonus, what year was it?
Oh.
Yeah. It's a thinker. Like a Billy and Nick thinking back there. People driving around probably thinking about it. Or yelling the answer, perhaps.
Okay, so Giannis has won MVPs. It's not him. Jokic
it's
has won
not
MVPs.
Giannis.
It's
Greek.
Not him.
It's not Jokic. Serbian.
Was it Durant?
It was
LeBron James.
Not LeBron James.
Was it
not
Durant?
Kevin Durant.
Was it Westbrook?
It was more recent. It was the guy after Westbrook. So
Harden?
Yes.
Wow.
2018 was the last U.S.-born. It's no longer our game. We've lost the game of basketball.
Okay, but there was a string of them in there, though, right? It was KD, Westbrook, Harden. Was that all in a row?
It was all Americans. There was a stretch of, let's see. The list is really small. It's just growing now. So Hakeem Olajuwon was born in Nigeria. He won it in 94. Then Steve Nash, Canadian.
Oh, yeah, back-to-backs, right?
Back-to-back.
Or at least one, too.
Yep, two back-to-back. And then Dirk. Then there was a long run from 08 all the way to 19 or 18, where it was all Americans.
It was our game.
Now it's not.
Now we've lost it.
We've lost it to Giannis, Jokic. Embiid also won one in there.
Oh, yeah.
He was born in Cameroon. And then Shea. And then I assume next year, and then look at top 3 this year. None of them were American.
Wow.
And if Giannis comes back healthy, I mean, Because we remember we were making the case, like, is Tatum the best American player?
He might be.
He might be.
Yeah.
Which makes him, what, like the 5th or 6th best player in the league?
That is true. He might be the best American
Yeah, it's kind of
player.
crazy.
Okay, interesting. I did not realize
It's a fun trivia question. You can use that one this weekend, guys, if you want.
Bring that one up at the bar.
Oh, yeah.
You can bring it up all summer, actually.
Wherever you want.
You're not in any rush. Yep. Okay, what else, Billy?
Would you rather sit in the monster seats or behind the bullpen?
Well, Lou and the crew, Nesson, last night were in the monster seats.
Makes me nervous up there.
Too high.
Yeah, aren't you a little nervous that, like...
I've never sat for a whole game
I'm
up
going
there.
to lean over...
I'm gonna fall?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go for a foul ball or something. Like Lou's got all this pressure on it.
Shelf, you're not going anywhere.
I don't know. I don't think I love it up there. I think I want the bullpen.
You know how the morning show always talks about irrational fears?
Yeah.
One of my irrational fears is when you're walking on the second level of the mall.
Yeah.
Close to the side.
Yeah, it's spooky.
I think a lunatic's going to run out there and pick my feet up and dump me.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm always
yeah.
like...
You've watched too many movies.
Yeah, I
you
have.
can't take the subway in New York. Yeah,
No.
like that's, okay.
I'm literally head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to walk next to the thing, but just in case somebody's like, I'm going to grab that guy by
I
the
don't-
shoes and dump him over.
I don't have that
Stand
irrational
on the
fear.
outside of the sidewalk.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
I don't have that irrational fear. I just don't like looking down. I don't like heights. So that's a bad way to go, by the way. Like falling off the mountain. That's a really public way to go.
Oh, they all
a really
see you.
public, emasculating way to die is to like reach for a foul ball and like
Well, then it could be a
like
key for,
fall
it could
off
be a
and
key
like
for madness. That's show
tumble,
content.
like tumble to your death, and everybody's like, "There goes Jones."
There he is.
Dropped the foul ball and died. Like you don't want to go that way. I don't want to go that way.
No, he's dropping
That's a-
homers in the sky. Yeah, because you would
Not only did I
Did the
embarrass
man
myself.
die? He did.
Yeah, I think I would. I'd be afraid up there. I don't want it up
remember there was a kid a year or two ago that made like an awesome catch in the monster seats.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't even think people realized the difficulty of that because you got to have
Terrifying.
like, vertigo. You're up there, you could go down.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I think I'd rather, because right behind the bullpen's not a bad spot. Right there, you can yell at the other team's bullpen if you want.
Yeah, give them the business.
Give them the real business. And then you're like field level.
Yeah.
Like you are eye to eye with the
I
players.
think I'm going bullpen.
I think I might go bullpen also.
Plus, people are like tarps off out there. It's like a party out there.
Oh, you can remove your shirt.
yeah, you can do that.
If you want.
Monster seats. I feel like
scary.
that's maybe my worst way to go.
Although I don't know if they still do. They used to sell a monster dog on the monster.
Oh.
It was like a 3-foot hot dog.
that might be enough to get you up there.
Yo, yeah, yeah. You gotta split it with a friend, but it's good sized dog.
Did you hear what happened to Jones? Yeah, he was eating his lobster poutine, not paying attention up on the monster.
Fell off the
Foul
monster.
ball came. He dropped the foul ball and tumbled to his death.
Almost crushed poor Masataka Yoshida out there. Still learning to play the ball.
Well,
off
he's
the
in
wall.
enough pain as it is after
Yeah, I
last
don't
night.
need
He took
that.
one to the groin last
He
night.
was wearing a cup, I bet. Don't you think?
Not an
Do they wear
outfielder.
cups anymore?
If you're an outfielder, you don't.
Also, was he DH? Yeah, where was he even last night in his alignment?
He stayed in the game after that.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't.
Yeah,
wearing-
Wilson Contreras.
Maybe he wasn't wearing a cup.
Wilson Contreras drilled Yoshida, and then he had to go check on him. So if you missed the game last night, I don't blame you. Yoshida's on the on-deck circle. Wilson Contreras check swing foul ball right to the groin of Yoshida.
Yeah.
I'm like, if there was one image to sum up the Red Sox this season, it would have been that.
I think that does sum it up rather
Tough.
well. What else do we have, Billy?
Would you rather spend a week in Oklahoma City or San Antonio?
Have you been to either?
No.
Me neither.
I've not been to either one.
Riverwalk?
That's
I
all
hear-
they say about it.
I hear Riverwalk's nice.
Oklahoma City.
I don't hear nice things about the women there from Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley rips the women in San Antonio.
But I'm a happily married man, Bragg. So
Same.
not a
Yeah.
concern of mine. I don't need to worry about the women there.
That's true.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, that came up after the two women sitting behind the Spurs head coach from game
Oh, my
5
God.
or whatever it was.
Nice.
Game 4.
Heck yeah.
You want to change your answer on who the NBA wants in the finals after that one?
Maybe, actually.
Sure.
Maybe. Those two.
Those
two.
They can
Four, as it were.
send them out to
Yeah.
New York. They could sit next to Chalamet. That'd be good stuff.
Nice.
I don't know. So you have like, I've never been to San Antonio. I've been to Texas. I've never been to Oklahoma, anywhere in Oklahoma. Yeah, thank you. I think Oklahoma City
Yeah.
would be my answer. I don't know what has better food. I think Brian's got the.
I think those four. I mean, two. I think it's probably who the NBA wants
She
there.
pulls out her breast and she's juggling them.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Nice. Good day to watch on twitch.tv.
Yeah.
/Boston WEEI.
Every day's a good day.
Well, at
Jones.
least in San Antonio. So San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Probably some good Tex-Mex, I'd imagine there.
Probably.
I got the Alamo. I got the Riverwalk. What do I have in Oklahoma City?
Well, let me tell you, things to do in Oklahoma City.
They have
touring the Oklahoma City National Memorial and Museum
for the bombing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
that what
might
that is?
that might be informative, but I don't know. That's not like uplifting by any means.
No. Yeah, that's tough. They have sunset views at Lake Hefner.
Hugh?
Yeah, maybe.
Got to be his lake.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
There's
Point
been
for OKC.
There's been some stories coming out about that. I think one of the bunnies has been talking again.
Oh, no.
Or one of his wives.
Oh.
Yeah. Believe it or not, they weren't all into it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know who has better food.
He's looking down or up at us. You're saying he might be looking
Hugh
up
Hefner?
at us. Yeah.
Oh, he's not with us?
I don't think so.
Oh, no, he's long dead.
Yeah, smoking jacket
I think
in the sky, I think.
Depending on who you ask,
yeah.
He's either taking photos of naked women in the sky or perhaps looking up at us. Don't know.
Okay.
I never met the man personally.
What was your answer? San Antonio?
Oklahoma City.
Oh, I went San Antonio on that one. Okay,
Yeah.
well, we agree to be different on that one. What else?
Would you rather have a drink named after you or a sandwich named after you?
Sandwich is pretty cool.
So it's a drink. Mego had a drink named after her at the last road show.
Greg
Hototinis.
Greg still doesn't even know the name.
Isn't it Hototini?
Yeah, but he says it differently like every time.
That's part of the charm.
But that one was a little it sounds like a hot toddy, but it was actually a martini.
Yeah,
with a little confusing.
Absolute Tabasco.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Sounds great.
Wiggy said it was a little too spicy for his taste. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have the sandwich named after me.
So if somebody walked into a restaurant, they're like, give me the Adam Jones.
Yeah, give me the
It's
Jones.
like a big, like, Italian with hots.
Small cocktail wiener.
I think the drink would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what would be in it. Like the hyperspace punch that I got at the theater to watch.
Yeah, what would my drink would just be like a light beer. I'd be like, give me the Jones.
Give me the Jones.
Yeah.
Like it's a Bud Light.
Barely
we poured in a
barely
Jones
even
cup.
has alcohol in it. Yeah, like that'd be mine. Like a sandwich would be
Room
nice.
temperature.
It's like a shanty.
Yeah.
It's like a 2%er.
Say shanty?
Shanty?
Shandy.
Shandy.
Shanty's like a little home.
Oh, yeah.
Shandy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little 2%er. Yeah.
Shanty.
A rattler.
A rattler.
Yeah, those are nice.
That's trash. Yeah. I don't know. I think the drink would be cool. Either way, just being on the menu is going to be quite an accomplishment.
Yeah.
Like, that means you've made it and then some.
If I had the sandwich, you had the drink, they could order the Keith and the Jones.
That's right.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Give me the Jones
They
and Keith.
pair
I'll
well
take-
together.
Yeah,
That's what
10
they
to
say.
2.
Yeah. How about that?
I'll take the 10 to 2.
Yeah, I'll take the 10 to 2. Give me the Jones and Keith if you don't mind.
A lot of inside.
Oh, sir, you get it.
Yeah, a lot of party lingo there. Oh, that's good.
Nice.
Good answer.
There you go. Would You Rather Wednesday, brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant here on Jones. And Keith, we'll get to your phone calls.
Update real
Yes?
quick. According to a article, the Spurs fans that you just saw on Twitch and YouTube before,
Yeah, please. I'd like to see them again, Brian, if you don't mind. Yeah.
they said they will be in attendance for Game 6.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Guess who will be in attendance watching?
Who's got two thumbs to be watching that game?
With the pictures turned around and the candles lit and Cat nowhere in sight. That's who's going to be watching this. I agree with E from Brockton. Go Spurs.
Fire up the DVR.
617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls coming up. Plus, we have the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe next.
Tonight, Sox and Braves, the Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arkin.
this new Marvel. People are saying it's actually nuts.
I'm going to give it a rock hard 5 out of 6.
Ah, don't spoil it. Do not spoil it. What's going on?
Make sure you subscribe to the
Dork Podcast. All right, time for the Dork Minute here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. You can check out the Dork Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast, 2 episodes a week. This week, The Mandalorian and Grogu. I mentioned it briefly in the grab bag yesterday, thanks to my popcorn bucket and my hyperspace punch. I really enjoyed the movie. Now, it's getting, I would say, mixed reviews. The critics, 62% on Rotten Tomatoes. Fans, though, 88%.
Nice.
88%.
And you consider yourself more of a fan than a critic.
I 100%.
You can be
more of a
quite
fan.
critical, but you're more of a fan.
I'm a critical fan.
Yeah.
I'm a fan with critical thinking. But I thought it was very enjoyable. Like, I don't know what people expected it to be or wanted it to be when you're like, all right, here's The Mandalorian and little baby Yoda, Grogu. They're going to do a movie. You're like, is it going to change the world? It may not. But I thought it was fun. And if you want to say, well, it seemed like 2.5 episodes of the show, I'd be like, yeah, but 2.5 good episodes of the show. The show's what was on for 3 seasons, and there were some super high highs in there. There were also some lows. So, like, going into the movie, I was a little afraid it was going to be more like that. But I thought they did a good job with the returning characters. They brought in some new characters. They also, for the real Star Wars nerds out there, some of the animated shows, they brought some of those characters to live action, which is super sweet. So if you like deep cut Star Wars stuff, they have a lot of it in there. If you don't,
what were you telling me about, like the stuff from the first from A New Hope, where they like had those?
Oh yeah, like so this is like not really a spoiler, but so there's that scene on the Millennium Falcon where they're playing like a game and it's like animated. It almost looks like chess, but with these like crazy little like monster characters. That's sort of like a throwaway scene, but like diehard Star Wars fans are very well aware of it. Then there's like a gladiator pit scene in Mando and Grogu, and some of these creatures that come out to fight are those exact characters.
So it's like an homage, a deep cut reference in there. Yeah,
because the guy who runs Star Wars now is Dave Filoni, is like the ultimate. Like he probably knows more Star Wars than like George Lucas does. Like he's like obsessed with it, and he's done a pretty good job at like bringing stuff forward. So I thought the movie was fun. I have my live action Star Wars movies ranked.
Okay,
you ready for that?
Yeah,
1 through 12.
Let's hear it.
Do you want 12 through 1? Do I count down or start with 1?
Start with 1.
Start with 1. All right, Empire Strikes Back.
I think it's easier to wrap your head around it that way. Okay,
Empire Strikes Back. Number 1, Empire Strikes Back. Number 2, the original Star Wars.
Okay.
Which we said came out 49 years ago yesterday. Number 3, Rogue One.
Okay.
Number 4, this is where it might start to get a little controversial.
Uh-oh.
Number 4, Revenge of the Sith. That's episode 3.
Thank you.
I needed
that. Okay, got it.
5th on my list is Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
6th, Mando and Grogu.
Wow, so right smack dab in the middle.
I have it 6.
Okay.
7, Force Awakens. 8, Phantom Menace. Now, overall, it's a pretty terrible movie, and there are some really bad parts in it, but I think it has higher highs than all the movies after it.
Okay.
So you get Darth Maul in that. You get the Duel of the Fates. Even the pod racing was fun, especially as like a kid watching it. So I think there's some good stuff in that. Number 9, I have Solo. 10, The Last Jedi. 11, The Rise of Skywalker. That was the last of the sequel trilogy. And then number 12 is Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
Oh, boy.
Which was junk. That was... Hayden Christensen got better as Anakin, but that was the first movie he was in as Anakin. And the conversations that he has with Padme are like not all-time bad.
Not strong. So I think I saw all of the prequels, if you will, all 3 of those in theaters when they came. I don't think I've rewatched any of those since.
They're fun.
So maybe not worth it.
If you like the TV shows, like the animated shows, they take place like in that time zone. They sort of like add to it. They've actually made them a little bit better. But anyway, that's my take on Mando and Grogu. It's definitely worth watching. The Boys came to an end last week. 5 seasons of The Boys on Amazon Prime. Still one of my favorite shows. Probably like top 25 show ever. Last season, not my favorite season. People have all kinds of different gripes with it. Some don't like the ending, and like I have less of an issue with the finale than I do just the whole
season.
Yeah, I just kind of like
whole season was kind of a waste of time until you got to the finale.
I just sort of lost interest in it.
Yeah,
believe it or not, I was like, all right, it kind of ran out of speed.
Top 25 all-time show though.
It might be.
Wow.
Because and then even if you look at that list, they didn't all stick the landing. Either the finale was bad or the final season was weaker or whatever. Davey and I were talking about this on the podcast. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, The Leftovers, Friday Night Lights, and like a couple others had really
Stuck the
strong
landing.
final seasons.
Yeah.
More of them kind of don't. Or it might be like people are really pissed about the Sopranos finale or the Seinfeld finale. Obviously, the whole final season of The Office didn't even have Michael Scott, so that was trash. Like, there's a lot of like shows that just aren't able to figure it out. One show that is great is a show called From. Didn't have an episode this Sunday. They took a week off. It was their bye week.
Memorial Day.
It was a bye week.
It's a holiday week, Keith.
Other shows are working. There were other shows on Sunday that were out there.
You're saying they lost that dog in them. They don't have that dog in them.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Actually, I do know what they're doing. They're trying to squeeze one more month out of me for MGM Plus.
This is why you care.
They're getting my $8.
This is why you care. You're like,
Yeah.
damn it.
It's 10 episodes, and they don't do like an episode dump, or they don't even do like, here's 3 and then weekly.
They bleed you dry on this thing.
11 weeks to get through 10 episodes? They're killing me. That's 3 months MGM Plus.
I mean, what other holidays are coming up? No Juneteenth episode, no 4th of July episode.
Probably,
look out. You might not get those.
They'll probably take them all off.
This thing might be going till Labor Day.
Anyway, we're halfway through. They apparently needed a break. All the actors needed a rest, so they said, "All right, we're not going to have a show." This is like a minor spoiler for the people. It was a major spoiler for me.
Oh.
The show Euphoria is also, speaking of bad last seasons, this is limping to the finish. The finale is coming up this Sunday. They did not take last Sunday off. I didn't watch the show when it aired. It airs like 9 o'clock on Sunday. On Monday, I was minding my own business on Twitter, and it said, point blank, what character died? It was like trending, was like, this character died. And I was like, excuse me?
Man.
It said like the name of the actor or actress. I won't tell you. And it said like,
Would you consider
said how. And I was like, what?
Would you consider even knowing like there's a big death and you're not even sure who it is? Would you consider that a big spoiler?
I do.
Yeah.
So I apologize for even saying that, but
Yeah.
I feel like not a lot of people love this show anymore. It kind of sucks. And if you really liked it, it's been out for 4 days or
Yeah.
Like you probably have caught it by now.
And if not, it's been ruined by the
it was
internet for you.
splashed
Yeah.
all over Twitter.
Wow.
And
Also, apparently it's being billed as season finale, not series finale.
Oh.
They might want to change it to series.
Yeah.
It should be the series finale. But because there's no way they're going to get all these actors and actresses back on this show. They're all too famous now. Like, and they clearly aren't interested in being in this season. I can't imagine being interested in yet another season. So that show's whatever. I'll see that through just because I've made it this far. 2 shows that I like a lot that are on Apple Plus, Widow's Bay and Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Nice. With Tatiana Maslany.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, let me Google her.
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk.
And she was in Orphan Black, I
Chris
think.
Jones has seen She-Hulk.
No, not that one. The one with China? Not that one.
Got it.
That's not what I'm talking about. Oh. So Widow's Bay is more of like a horror type show. I'm really enjoying that. There are like 7 or 8 episodes in. You know Tatiana Maslany, right? Or maybe you recognize her?
No, apparently not.
3 episodes in on Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed. This one
What's
is...
that about? That sounds more my speed.
So it's sort of like a dark comedy. And so this is like in the first 10 minutes of the show. This woman is a divorced mother, and she's having sort of like a relationship with a cam boy.
Well, cam boy.
Cam boy. Guy who goes on a camera. You can see him. You can Skype with this guy. He'll take his pants off, and you can just talk to him. You can do stuff with
the old Ric Flair. Charge you $20.
Yeah, this guy's doing the Ric Flair.
Oh, okay. So it's about cam boys.
Yeah, about cam boys.
Oh.
But then this cam boy, while she's talking to him, gets like attacked.
Oh.
And then now you're like, what's going on? Like, what do you do? What would you do if your cam boy got attacked?
I can speak from personal experience.
What did you do?
Yeah,
That's
when,
my question.
When that happened, I said I'd like my money back, please. I'd like those $20
Log
back.
off, close the laptop, watch the rest of the Sox game.
Watch the Red Sox score 2 runs and lose again. Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that looks dangerous.
Ooh, Homer Simpson right back out.
Is Giovanni Moran in the game yet?
Got it.
Anyway, but it's good. It's good. Spider Noir is going to be released today on Amazon Prime. This is the Nicolas Cage show I was telling you about, where it's a live-action Spider Noir. And all 8 episodes are out today. So this will probably be an upcoming Dork podcast at some point. Back Rooms is a movie coming out this weekend in theaters. 20-year-old director. Remember we were talking about like this, the
cereal and milk guy? This is different than
different
that guy.
guy.
Okay, but another young
So
YouTuber.
he did like a short version of this on YouTube.
This is not
20 years old.
This is not a cam boy. This is a young youthful director.
This is a young man.
Okay.
Not a cam boy.
Not a cam boy. Okay.
Although I'm sure he has some
you got to do what you got to
experience
do.
with
Yeah.
that.
Well, he had to get the cast he got somehow.
Yeah, you got
the cast is insane.
Yeah, you got Chiwetel Ejiofor and
Renat Reinsve.
Yeah, Renat Reinsve.
It's Norwegian, so good luck.
No, you got it. Good.
I did have to look it
I'll
up
take your word for it.
times.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and then last thing, I watched The Bride. Brag.
Okay.
So you don't have to.
Horrible.
It's one of the worst movies ever made.
Oh no.
Christian Bale.
Sure.
And what's her name?
Jessie Buckley.
Jessie Buckley, who just won Best Actress. Some were suggesting they might take the Oscar away from her because she was so bad in this movie.
She might have to give it back.
Maggie Gyllenhaal directed it and wrote it. And I remember when this was in theaters earlier this year, people were tweeting about how like the closing credits, like the cut like credits, they played the Monster Mash. And I thought that was a joke.
Not a joke?
No, they played it.
Real Monster Mash.
Yep.
Honestly, might have been the best part of the movie.
There was not a best part of the movie. It was comically bad.
Wow.
And I was like, well, I'll see this through. I like the ideas. Frankenstein's the Bride of Frankenstein, like all good actors in it. And you're like, this sucks. It sucked so bad. It's on HBO if people want to.
And you were aware that it sucked, but you still said,
No.
I'll check
You
it
know
out.
what? Honestly,
It got real mixed reviews. Like some
Okay.
people loved it, some people hated it.
yeah, so that's the thing. I don't know. Let's see. Roddy Tees gave it a 57 critics, 70 audience. So like, there's worse movies than that.
That's not that terrible. Yeah.
It's way worse. It's way worse than that.
You wrote a strongly worded review.
I don't care for this.
Drag that down.
Take it off HBO.
Okay, well, that's the hashtag Dork Minute. A little later today because Mike Vrabel spoke earlier in the day, so we pushed back Would You Rathers in the hashtag Dork Minute. We can get back to Vrabel. We can get back to the Red Sox as well with all your phone calls. 617-779-7937. We'll do that next.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
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 Last few, we're talking about the balance of family and football. Just how would you describe how that process has been going?
Oh, really good. I think that's, again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends. And then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players, more importantly than the coaching staff.
That was Mike Vrabel earlier today. Jen's great. Kids are great. My personal friends are great. Is that what he said? I missed that
Personal
the first
friends.
time.
Yeah, it's personal friends. I don't know what the other kind of friends would be.
Well, if I were Jen, I would like a clarification.
Facebook friends.
Well, just
That's what he
clarification
meant?
on who are these personal friends? Are they male or are they female? Who are we talking about there, Mike?
That's not a. To who's to say?
He thought he was doing a good job by saying kids are great, Jen's great, but
My
then he
personal friends and.
I've seen a few photos.
Oh, no.
One of those personal friends.
That's going to be an awkward dinner tonight at the Vrabel household.
He's like, I mentioned you. What
I
are you
would
talking
say
about?
largely, Vrabel did, I think, what he needed to do to start to put this in the rearview mirror, at least with the beat writers day to day. And that to him is an important relationship, working relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Where, all right, am I showing up? Am I going to be getting questions about this every single day? They don't want to touch it. Most of them haven't touched that story. A bunch of them today didn't touch that story. They don't want to. And what I said yesterday and today, and I felt strongly about this, Vrabel could make it go away if he just stands there and answers. And that was a question about balancing football and family. I mean, that's a pretty softball question.
Yeah.
We all know what the question's about. He knows what it's about. But, there's no specifics there. There's nothing uncomfortable about that question. The only uncomfortable one was from Volan about if he might miss more time, and he left the door open for that. How are you balancing family and football? If he wants to get snippy about questions like that are softballs, and he wants to dig in his heels, I thought that would have been a poor approach. He didn't do that today. He answered that for 20 seconds, and then, Nick, he pivoted on a 2-minute answer after that, right? About the
there's some
coaching staff,
filibustering
and
going
it's
on.
great to be
Yeah,
back
it was
in the
about
building.
2.5 minutes of it's really good to have second-year coaches and second-year players.
Which, play the game.
44, I think he said 44 new players.
I think he played the game. Nice. So, I think he did what he had to do on that front today. Now, it doesn't mean if there aren't more pictures in the future or some other bombshell as it relates to Rossini, or she does a sit-down interview and says something, it doesn't mean he won't have to answer more questions and it won't be a distraction. But I think until that happens with the beat writers, I think he's kind of now in the clear because he played the game today.
Yeah, because I think one question people had was, is he going to sound the same? So say week 6 this season, if you listen to a press conference of his and then you compared it to something from last year, would you even be able to tell a difference? And we don't know the answer to that yet.
No, but today was closer to that.
That's what I'm saying. And so even something as stupid as the who gets the first question, right? Which he did all of last season, then he didn't do for those 2 pre-draft, hostage videos that he had to talk around an apology or whatever he was doing then. This one was back to Karen had the first question. Then he was going back and forth. Didn't get snippy with anybody. Didn't say we're only talking about football. Didn't get too defensive or anything like that. And so my guess is he talks a bunch more just this summer before they even play a real game.
Yep.
For all the people that are just talk about football, it's well, they didn't have a game for a while, and he still has to talk over and over again. But I think it is going to be a little bit closer to that, which is good. Now, it doesn't mean, the memes are going to go away and what people are going to say and when he visits other stadiums and things like that. I think that'll still be there. But as far as the day-to-day, yeah, there's going to be way more questions about Christian Gonzalez, Drake May, hopefully A.J. Brown. There's going to be a lot more stuff of that than there is, these photos that came out a month ago or what's going on with you off the field. Because you're right, when he missed the draft, that made it a football story. We haven't heard from him since. He was asked about that, talked about it, right? Didn't you don't have to love his answer or not, but he talked about it. And you're you can't ask him that next week. It makes no sense. But yeah, you missed the draft. Yeah, I know. We talked about it.
Right.
So, like, I think as far as that's concerned, as long as nothing new comes out, and that's a big if, then I think he's kind of put it behind him.
Me too. At least for the time being. So, I think the bullet points today, if you're just tuning in, you missed this earlier. He spoke almost 2 hours ago now, 90 minutes ago, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
The first bullet point is he did leave the door open that he could miss more time. He's like, who knows what's out there? That's not what he said. Let me get his exact
Well,
wording.
no, I think what he was doing was basically like a Joe Mazzulla, like living in the now, I can't predict the future type of answer.
It meant I plan on being here. But what he said was we're going to be out.
Who knows what's going to come up?
Thank you. We're going to be out there today. Who knows what's going to come up? Who knows? Anything could happen.
That's
so I
also
think
true.
the door is still open that if something else happens, he could miss more time. I think that's number one. Number two, Gonzalez not there. Gonzalez has been at other offseason stuff. Today, the media is there for the first time at OTAs. Gonzalez, what do you know? Not there. And that's on a weekend that Devon Witherspoon also turned down an extension from the Seahawks, so those negotiations rage on. Kayshon Boutte also absent. I think that one was expected, but still noteworthy. And then he also said that Lomu could play some on the left side and mix in at both tackle spots starting today.
Yeah, he's going to start right side today and then see where it goes. And I thought the line that I liked the most, now it was about Lomu, but he said he wants the best 5 guys for the offensive line. The plan already is to move Wilson from guard to center, right? He was a guard last year, and that factored into what I assume was their best 5, at least what he thought was their best 5. And now already this year, you're making one position move. Hopefully you can get Campbell back up to speed, and hopefully Campbell can, be a lot better than he was at the end of the year. And maybe it's health or maybe it's not, but if he's one of your best 5, and maybe Lomo is too. Like, you used a first-round pick on him, and you traded up a couple of spots to get him. So obviously it's somebody they wanted.
So I do think just by the calendar shifting forward to OTAs, never mind minicamp, never mind training camp, preseason, all this. By the calendar shifting forward, now there are some football storylines. You said, Keith, next week, if A.J. Brown's a Patriot, that shifts it even farther forward. So just by the calendar, flipping ahead a month and getting to actual football activities, that helps put some of this in the rearview mirror.
Yep.
And now we have some football storylines to get into, along with all the Vrabel stuff. It's 617-779-7937. That's our thoughts on that. You can also discuss the Red Sox. I know Juan in Framingham has been wanting to do that. Go ahead, Juan.
Hey guys, I'm at with the doctor's office, so I'm going to make this quick.
Oh,
I just want to know your opinion
Juan, everything's good. We're hoping everything's okay.
Yeah. I was about to get my colon checked.
Oh, okay, great. I got one of those coming up. I do. I got my first one.
It's important.
Yeah, it is. Okay, good.
Yeah. So I just had a quick question, guys, before I go. I just want to know, do you think we'll ever win with Breslow on the team, and do you? How bad do you think he can get? Because look at Kyle Harrison, 6 shutout innings yesterday.
Ooh.
How bad is it? Wasn't Kyle Harrison for the Brewers?
Yeah.
You just traded him.
He was great.
6 shutout innings, and then Priester, last year 13-3. Granted, he's hurt now, but 13-3. So I just want to know your opinions on that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Juan. Best of luck with everything.
So yeah,
good PSA though for all our listeners.
It is.
I think that's HIPAA.
Wiggy is a champion of such things. In fact, Wiggy has said, get that checked out, and I'm following suit, Keith. Not in July. I have mine on the books.
Good.
First one.
Is it during the show or is it after the show?
I think it has to. I think it's going to have to be a weekday. I think I got that first one on the books.
It could be after 2:00.
It takes a whole thing though. There's a lot of prep work for that.
Yeah.
You might need to take a day.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need you in here running back and forth to the bathroom the whole day.
That's content though.
It is content, but we're going to lose him for a while.
No, but
depending on when you take that stuff, you need to clear your schedule.
Jones getting cleaned out. You're trying to buy a soccer ball. It's just madness. That's
it would be a good visual representation of the Kyle Harrison trade, though.
That is true. To answer his question, I love how his doctor's waiting for him to finish his take.
He's like, hey, doc.
He's like, let me get in here. I got a quick
Breslow take.
Yeah.
I want to mousetrap Jones on Kyle Harrison.
So the way things are going right now, no, I don't think they're going to win with Breslow. It is really taking quite a turn. And he is right to point out Kyle Harrison, who he acquired. He correctly acquired, then made the mistake of moving on. Kyle Harrison now, have you seen the updated numbers on him?
159 ERA or something like that.
157. Yeah. He's 6-1 with a 1.57 ERA. He has 61 strikeouts in 51 innings. He's made 10 starts, and he might win the Cy Young.
Okay. I was just going to say this. He's like legitimately in the mix for the Cy Young in the NL.
How could he not be?
I mean,
he's 24 years old.
So here's
good grief.
Two things.
Anderson Hicks
They both suck.
Thank you for playing that, Nick.
Not true.
Because two things are true.
Hicks was bad.
Two things are true. That was your guy briefly.
Hicks was atrocious.
Two things are true.
He threw darts.
Harrison has been a brutal trade for Craig Breslow. That's true.
Terrible.
Also true, no one cared when they traded him. Not one person. In fact, that's what everybody said. Harrison, Hicks, they sucked. The whole Twitch chat is like, Kyle Harrison, terrible. You didn't get enough for Rafi Devers. So, like, both those things are true. What I think happened is they made certainly a misevaluation on Durbin. Duh. I mean, that goes without saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you might be right. People weren't like, you got to keep Harrison. But nobody asked for Durbin.
Oh, well, that's fair.
Nobody wanted
No one
Durbin.
liked the return of Durbin. I think that was pretty fair right from the jump. But no one cared they gave away Kyle Harrison. No one.
Can't
And
it also be kind of an indictment on the pitching lab that Breslow has?
Well, yes and
that
no.
These guys are leaving and pitching well.
Well, aren't the guys here pitching
or
well?
maybe the Brewers
is
pitching
early
lab just that much better.
Well, is Early not pitching well? Is Tolley not pitching
those
well?
guys
so
are
like,
good. No, I think the pitching is fine.
No, but those are two guys that developed. But Harrison was horrible here, and then he goes and Quinn Priester, and they go to the Brewers, and they're all of a sudden way better.
I see what you're saying. I mean, they got Priester hurt. I don't know how much credit I'd give them for that, but yeah, the other. I mean, look, I don't think it's an indictment on their pitching lab. I think it's an indictment on the evaluation there, where I think they thought Harrison was an extra piece, and right now he's pitching better than Tolley. He's pitching better than Early. He's certainly pitching better than Jake Bennett, who they went out and got this offseason and probably immediately thought slotted ahead of Harrison, and they were wrong. But, like, both those things can be true. No one cared they traded Kyle Harrison. In fact, people mocked that they acquired Kyle Harrison for Rafi Devers.
Yeah, but you did move on from a guy who looks like he's nasty.
No.
Like, so even if the fans didn't care at the time, like
the trade is brutal, and it's a horrible evaluation, and that's an indictment on Breslow.
Well, and I don't know what he's doing now, but the dude James Tibbs had like 10 home runs in the first week of the minors. He's probably cool.
I think he's cool.
He's probably cool just a little bit. No, but like if I'm going to give you credit for not Breslow, but if I'm going to give someone credit for trading Yohan Moncada and having him not really be anything, or like trading Kyle Teal and him still being in the minors, like you have to go the other way too.
So text line's right. Jones, no one cared. We're not the CEO of the team. No, I agree. Yeah. Breslow's the most important decision maker in this, and he's the one who's got to wear it.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea of like, why do you trade Kyle Harrison? Like people knew what Kyle Harrison was going to be. I reject that because no one liked that trade when they made it and got him. No one was like upset they got rid of him.
But then,
so I just make sure you guys remember what you thought Kyle Harrison was. That's all.
But I just think that if Kyle Harrison was in the Garrett Crochet trade, you say, well, it's cost of doing business.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like if he's in like even like the one that all of our fathers would tell us about, Jeff Bagwell for Larry Anderson. You're like, well, at least you knew what the point was with Larry Anderson, and it didn't obviously work out for you, but like you were being aggressive on a really good team. This one was like, what is this?
Tibbs is also not cooled off, by the way.
He's
hitting 316 with 12 dongs with over 1,000 OPS.
Yeah, but I don't know, but he had 8 home runs
he still has
right
over
away.
1,000 OPS.
Yeah, but if he
was on pace for 2,000.
It's not like he's cooled too much.
He's
He's still hitting over 300 though. He's probably hit a lot of doubles since then.
Yeah, but he hit like 8 home runs in the first week of the year. He's hit like 4
12
since.
home runs. He'd lead the Red
a guy
Sox by a
316
mile
with 12 dongs and 1,000 OPS.
That's the best hitter on the Red Sox.
I last I looked, trust me, I follow these things. Last I looked, I thought he had cooled. Perhaps he's heated back up. But no, when it comes to that trade, I get what you're saying. Crochet, it doesn't matter what you give up.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have to give up good pieces to get good pieces sometimes.
Jordan Alvarez, I don't really care what you give up.
Right. If that guy, it comes back to bite. It's like, well, you're not going to trade just bad players or just bad prospects.
Even if Durbin did what he did last year in Milwaukee and you got exactly what you thought, it's still
terrible
a bad
return.
Trade. No, I understand your point. 617-779-7937. Couple of things here on Breslow, who did speak to The Athletic, by the way.
Yes.
His current outlook on the Red Sox after their coaching staff change-up.
Oh, okay.
He said, I certainly wouldn't look back at our win-loss record over the last month and say it was an incredible success.
I would agree with Craig on that.
I would, too. As someone who tracks these things day to day, they are currently 12-14, -4 run differential under Chad Tracy versus 10-17, -13 under Cora. It's better, but I wouldn't say it's anything good. He says, I wouldn't call it an incredible success, but I think we're starting to more consistently put together good at-bats. We have to put all aspects of the game together to make sure we're winning more games. The irony with the Red Sox, and this is a hallmark of a bad team, you said this earlier, Keith. The irony is, right when the bats start to wake up, the pitching craps itself.
Of course. You're never going to have them all locked in at the same time.
That's what bad teams do.
Yep.
Right when the pitching's going, the hitting doesn't go. When the hitting wakes up, the pitching doesn't go. When they're both going, the fielding will fall apart. Like, that's a hallmark of a bad team. Breslow also said...
We're going to put together what we do in the ninth the whole game, and we're going to go on a run, and it's going to be sick. So
It's going to be the sickest.
When they go on a run, it's going to be... What is he... What's going on a run in his mind?
Going on a run?
4 wins?
Yeah, 4 wins in a row.
I don't think they've done that yet this year. 4 wins in a row would be a run.
Oh, no. They had a chance.
And that would be sick.
That would be so sick. Then if they win, 4 in a row, they'd be 4 games under 500 or 5?
Cut that right now. Yeah. He was also noted to McCaffrey that they're discussing some outside additions. He said another way to improve is additions from the outside. Oh.
Is that right?
And we're having conversations every day about those.
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
At the same time, I think there are a bunch of other teams that see themselves in a similar position where they're probably underperforming relative to what they thought they would be in the league that is pretty compressed, which makes it a lot harder to line up on trades. I would look at a couple of teams in the National League because those teams have fallen out of it.
We're honestly just lucky to be in the American League.
Because
well said.
Connor Falefa is right. If AL teams aren't bailing, I don't blame them. Hardly anybody's worse than you in the AL. So I don't blame them for not bailing. But teams like, I don't know, the Rockies, teams like the Giants.
My guess is
those are teams that are probably ready to blow it apart. In fact, the Giants have already started to sell off pieces.
I would think Rockies, Giants, Marlins. I also think in the American League, Tigers, Angels, I think those teams are done. Maybe even the Royals. Like, the Red Sox should be. They're not. But, there's teams below the Red Sox I would think would want to move on. If Tarek Skubal gets healthy, I think that's, the big one that could get dealt this year.
Yeah, but not here.
No,
yeah,
God,
okay.
No. Why would you sell to a seller?
Well, I mean, look, when I in the offseason, we were talking about Skubal, I'm like, just overdo it on pitching. This team can't possibly do that. They've already overdone it on pitching.
They need a couple sticks. Is what they need.
Can't be doing that again. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls there here on Jones and Keefe. That's how you dial us up. You can jump in line as well for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. We are live today from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Rich, Ken, and Ted are all going to be at Fenway Park today, leading you up to what will probably be another Red Sox loss. So stay tuned for that. We'll get you the clip du jour. And right after Trending with Billy Lanny, it's time for Grab Bag.
Take a look at my grab bag. Grab bag! Not much of a grab bag. Grab bag! Take a look at my grab bag. Grab bag! Ba 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 ba! Not much of a grab bag. Grab bag!
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Red Sox series with the Braves continues tonight. First pitch from Fenway is at 6:45. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Stock Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Stock Market, proud to be local since 1860. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 5:45. Patriots OTAs are officially underway at Gillette Stadium. Mike Vrabel discussed opening the season in Seattle.
Playing the Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champions, that would be a tough game, win, and wherever we played it. But I think we'll eventually be ready for the challenge. We're clearly not ready for it yet. I don't think anybody is, but that's what we'll build to. We'll have to, so many different times handle the environment, and that'll test us early. So that'll be something that we'll focus on through training camp.
Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduced joint pain, improved libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the most of Western One Sports. Men's French Open Tennis Round 2 continues.
It's time for Grab Bag. Oh, it certainly is time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And the Boston Red Sox, Jones, are back in action tonight in a place that has been a house of horrors, Fenway Park. Sox are 8-18. It's the worst home record in the majors.
Not great.
No. They are taking on the Atlanta Braves, one of the best teams in the majors, who improved to 20-8 on the road. Road Warriors, some are calling them.
So bad combo there. Sox bad at home, Braves great on the road. You saw that last night.
Taking on the Legion of Doom in the Atlanta Braves. Bryce Elder gets the start for the Braves. You're probably wondering, he can't be very good. He has a 1.97 ERA, which is the 7th best. Taking on Connolly early, though, who's been really good.
I was going to say, on paper, I like this pitching matchup. I guess I didn't realize Elder had been that good.
Yeah, Elder greater than early.
Like Sales and Otto lost tomorrow, right? Even with Tolley.
Get the brooms out.
Like, they're not going to score off Sale. Tolley might not give up much, but they're not going to score. Today I kind of thought was their chance. I didn't realize Elder had been that good.
I have faith in early and Tolley, but you're looking at 3-2 losses, 3-1 loss over the next couple of nights. Once again, it's sort of they quick pitch you with these 6:45 start times. I'm not ready for that. My mental clock isn't prepared for 6:45.
When do they go back to 7:10?
The Sox hit 2 home runs before I got my ass in the seat last night. So 5:45 pregame right here in WE. Yeah.
Maybe that's the key.
What's the? Oh, you have the keys?
No, maybe you not watching.
It's not really your jurisdiction.
Maybe that's the key to unlocking the offense, though. Maybe you're not watching.
Or 6:45 starts. Yeah, the keys to the game. Start the games earlier.
Start the game early.
Play them even earlier.
Yeah, there you go.
But anyway, Braves, Red Sox. Something does not have to give tonight.
Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be so hard.
With the crap bag.
Let's take it back to the start.
I like the effort.
I have questions.
I like the effort there.
NBA playoffs last night, Jones. It was Thunder Spurs, and it was the Thunder with an impressive 127-114 win to take a 3-2 series lead. They will head back to San Antonio for Game 6 tomorrow night on NBC and Peacock, where those two ladies that were sitting behind the Spurs bench.
They will be.
Yeah. They're going to be there. They're going to be in the house.
Nice.
People are pretty pumped about that.
One trend I've noticed is after when the Spurs win, this happened both games they've won in this series. Greg Popovich gets all this credit for like a rally speech. This has happened now twice.
Hey.
It's like, when
he needs 2 more speeches this series.
It's like, where was the speech for this last game? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've already noticed this with Pop, where it's like, he got the most out of Wemby going into Game 2. He woke him up, or going into Game 1 rather.
Yeah.
He woke him up. And then it's like, they bounced back when they won whatever it was, Game 4. Popovich really riled him up.
Game.
I'm like, where's Pop been with all this other? If he's so good at pushing the right buttons, where was he when they were about to fall behind 3-2?
Saving it.
I guess.
Saving it for
6 and 7
tomorrow. Yeah,
I guess.
Back-to-back must-wins, potentially. Or there might just be one game, and then you're done.
We're gonna be crap bag. We're gonna be crap bag. We're gonna be golden with the team of the crap bag. I'm from the crap bag with the Jones and Keith.
We already have a golden one, don't we? Yeah, we have
the second golden one. We have a lot of duplicates.
Ones.
A lot of people out there have a similar mindset when it comes to these.
Well, it's certainly not.
It's 15 round ball rocks.
Yeah, we don't even load all the round ball rocks in, by the way. We like the round ball rock.
Yeah, we do.
There's too much.
We can only have so many of those.
There's too much.
Yeah.
But anyway, NHL playoffs, because I think this was the original round ball rock. Grab bag, grab bag, grab bag. And you can't really improve upon perfection, so I don't know why people keep sending in more grab bags.
How do those sound?
Like that.
Oh, okay.
No.
I think I had another one queued up.
No, we don't even roll them in. Nick's like, we get them like once a week. We get like a new round ball rock one. We're like, we have them.
We've never rolled in any of the duplicates. Just I thought you meant just just the newest ones.
Oh no, I cut it off at like 2 duplicates.
I was gonna say, I feel like I've heard
can't have them all.
A handful.
NHL playoffs last night. Golden Knights eliminate the Avalanche. Clean sweep. So the Golden Avalanche series is over, and Vegas apparently made the right call firing Bruce Cassidy. It seems like.
I can't believe it. That was one that I stared at the face. Wrong about that one.
Dead wrong.
I'll fight on the Red Sox sinking ship until they're, I don't know. I actually don't know what my line is
Tomorrow?
on that.
You say the same thing tomorrow when they lose to Bryce Elder and the
Maybe.
fellas?
Let's see. I mean, we'll wake up and see tomorrow. But on this one, you can't even fight it. They pushed the right button on this, which I'm shocked at.
This is like, so the Golden Knights are going to their third Cup final in 9 years. Original six teams didn't make the Cup final that often. There's only 6 of them.
It's a good point.
That's an insane run that they're on.
Huh. I guess I kind of forgot about the first.
They
was that
went
with Fleury? They went on that first run and got there and lost, and then
Yeah.
they won the Cup, and now they're third time back. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
They're there all the time.
Golden
And they
Avalanche.
fired Cassidy like a day before the season ended.
Yeah. The Golden Avalanche wasn't worth what you paid for it, though.
Sadly, that is over. But if you're looking for some playoff hockey tonight, Jones, guess what? You're in luck. Canadians Hurricanes, 8 o'clock on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. Carolina leads that series 2-1.
Okay. And they've outshot Montreal
400
it's like 40 to 10 every night. Yeah.
a few more shots. Kendrick Perkins was involved in a little bit of a fracas at an AAU game.
Oh man, those can get hot.
Oh, they can.
Yeah.
You can already see in the early going. We have younger kids, but they're both playing sports, and so you can already tell that there's going to be a lot of obnoxious other parents, not me, other parents.
Well, I was going to say,
and kids, not my kid.
If you can't tell, you might be that parent, and
True.
or it might be your kid. Yeah, if you can't tell, if you don't see the other people, then it might be you or your kid. Yeah.
There's a lot of that already. Brian has the video if you want to put it up on Twitch or on YouTube. But Kendrick Perkins had to be held back. A little altercation during an AAU game, which he's doubling down on. He's like, I'm going to stick up for all these kids as if they're my own kid.
He's standing on business.
Ever do it. When you look at Moses Moody,
The TMZ had the story. They said they reached out to Perk's representative, Kennard McGuire, who told us, quote, or told TMZ, quote, Kendrick is very passionate about everything, especially when it involves his kids. So it looks like
it was really more shouting than anything.
Court got stormed. Yeah, some guy had to get in the way a little bit and kind of hold him back.
It was one of those, but yeah, he walked him off.
He's holding him back.
Heated altercation at AAU game needs to be held back. That's technically right, but it was more yelling, more woofing than anything.
I'll tell you who I would not want to try to hold back is Kendrick Perkins. I don't think that would go great.
Pretty sure I couldn't.
I think that would be a challenge. Do you believe in bag after grab? Every weekday at 1:30, I really don't want the show to end now. Do you believe in bag after grab? How about this? Travis Kelce, now a minority owner of the Cleveland Guardians. So in a couple of days when the Red Sox take on the Guardians, they're going to be taking on Travis Kelce's team.
The guy loves Cleveland sports. He was there
Sure
at the
does.
Cavs.
Yeah.
Cursed them the other night.
Yeah.
There for the Guardians, I
I
guess.
was in
now as
Cleveland
a
last year.
partial owner, yeah.
Bragg, and him and his brother's beer is like everywhere. They put his face. They have a beer that they made.
I feel like I remember you talking about this. Oh, you didn't try
It's
it?
everywhere and you didn't try it?
No.
Why not?
Well, at the game,
was
Miller
really quite good.
Miller Lights were $2.
Oh, that's a
So
good.
I
reason.
had
That's
those.
it's actually a good
I
retort.
had a lot of those.
Okay, nice.
A few what? A few small beers.
Yeah. My buddy said he had it. And he was like, "It's fine." I was like, "Yeah, I'm not. Didn't sell me."
So you would think they played for the Eagles and the Chiefs. Like you would think maybe Browns fans wouldn't want to drink a ton of those, but I know I understand.
But they're
from
Ohio
there.
guys.
Well, I get that, but like
New
it's
Heights.
not like they played for their teams. But okay.
All around me are familiar segments. Would you rather? Tier Tuesday. Bright and early with my daily Celsius. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Courtney. Called the station, I was very nervous. Jones was friendly, Keefe was frisky. Tell me, Raycroft, now what is your problem?
Good question.
Won't be traded, won't be traded. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. Jones and Keefe is the best show the station's ever had.
Wow.
Some credit goes to Billy, a little bit to Nick. Every weekday at 1:30, it's a very special grab bag. Grab bag.
Terrible story in the NFL. Did you see this yesterday, Jones? Josh Jacobs, the Packers running back, was arrested on several domestic violence charges. He's denying it, but there was a laundry list of stuff. So we'll see what happens, I guess, going forward here with Josh Jacobs.
His lawyers just in the last
just now?
2 minutes put out a statement. We're
Okay.
extremely pleased that Josh has been released from custody.
Okay.
No criminal charges have been filed against him. As we previously stated, we encourage everyone to keep an open mind while this matter is fully being reviewed. I've already read, though, like they could take his money. They could put him on the commissioner's exempt list. Never mind any legal fallout from this. Yeah.
Sweet dreams are made of these. George and Keith will disagree. They bitch and moan to the 10th degree. Everybody's looking for grab bag.
Jones, what do you say we go to the phones right now and we try a live grab bag with our guy Paul and Quincy? What do you got, Paul?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Great.
Good. I just had a really short and sweet, quick grab bag for you.
All right.
Okay. I told you. Grab every bag. Everyone? Everyone!
When it's 10 in the morning and my job is mad boring, I don't think I can get through the day. Open the Odyssey app, and just like that, next thing I know, it's 1:30, and it's time to grab the grab bag.
Derwin James signed another extension with the Chargers, highest paid safety in NFL history. And it's funny because last year, Jim Harbaugh, Chargers head coach, said Derwin James is the greatest safety in the history of the league. It's like, I'm sure his GM was like, great, Jim, great. We are going to have to pay him like that all the time now.
To pay him now.
But no, he is really good. And so he's staying there
good for him.
For big bucks. Yeah, for pretty big bucks.
Hey, Jones, you want to hear my grab bag? It doesn't matter if you want to hear my grab bag.
All right, Jones.
Jabroni.
Oh, so forgot about that part at the end. Sorry about that. I apologize.
We can delete that part. No, we don't need that part.
Jones, people want to know, this friend of the show, Tracy Bingham, who joined us not that long ago.
No.
Does she follow me yet on Instagram at RichKeefe WEEI?
No. But I appreciate you saying yet, like it implies that she will.
Any day now. Any day now.
You got a better chance of those chicks in San Antonio following you at this point.
Oh.
Nice.
Don't it always go to show you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, put up a grab bag. Ooh, grab bag, bag.
All right, Jones, is A.J. Brown a Patriot? Yeah.
No, close.
We're getting there.
Close,
We're getting
less than a
super
week.
close.
Yeah.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, Jones, people also want to know, has Bob Ryan tweeted?
Yes.
Yeah.
He sure has. He has a standalone tweet.
Oh.
Attention, Celtics fans.
Oh, I'm one. Okay, yeah.
What the Knicks did in their Game 4 destruction of the Cavs was play classic Tom Heinsohn basketball.
Oh.
That was the greatest fast break clinic since the 70s Celtics, and that includes the 80s Showtime Lakers.
Shot at the Lakers
Yeah,
there.
big
My
shot at the
goodness.
Lakers,
So,
yeah.
like, Bob's talking up one rival in the Knicks, but he's shooting down the other, spotting dimes, eating onions. Okay, wow, that's the best he's seen since the 70s Celtics. Wow.
Also, Sophia tweeted out at Sophia50020 Sophia.
Let me check that out. Oh, two Sophias in there.
Yep, Sophia on the front, Sophia in the back. Some numbers in the middle. You don't see that on it.
50020 Sophia? Oh, I see her. Yeah, she's got a blue check mark. I see.
I
her.
feel like you should be Jones 937 Jones.
It's not bad.
Oh, that could be his Instagram.
Good.
So
That'd be a good IG handle. Yeah.
So the bot, Sophia, posted a meme that says there is a word written in this image. Word is spelled WORDD. And then there's like an image. It looks kind of like a face.
Okay.
And it says 80% of people are unable to solve this famous mental challenge. Are you looking at it?
No, I don't think so. Maybe I got the wrong Sophia numbers. Sophia.
Yeah.
Maybe I got the wrong one.
Has he done this one before?
He probably has. And hence why he responded, so easy.
Damn,
liar.
I don't know what it is. Do I got to go to his timeline? Maybe I got to go to his
maybe
timeline.
go to his timeline. He also often responds to Thriller the Gorilla, who had a tweet that said, the average American has only been to 4 of these cities, and then he lists 20 cities.
The word is liar?
That's what Bob said.
Yeah,
I didn't confirm that. You found
Yeah,
liar in there?
I found it, yep. What is, I'm sorry, which cities?
20 cities.
Sure.
How many have you been to?
Okay.
Give me a yes or no.
Okay.
Orlando.
Yes.
New York City.
Yes.
Las Vegas.
No.
San Francisco.
Yes.
Boston.
Yes.
Miami.
Yes.
Chicago.
Yes.
DC.
Yes.
LA.
Yes.
New Orleans.
No.
San Diego.
No.
Denver.
Yes.
Seattle.
Yes.
Philadelphia.
Yes.
Phoenix.
Yes.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Houston.
No.
Nashville.
No.
San Antonio.
No.
Honolulu.
No. Oh, I went cold. I have been to most of these.
Bob's done all of them.
Damn. I got cold there at the end.
Bob said, clean sweep here.
Wow.
Is what he said.
Nice.
Grab bag.
Jones, let's find out who the best basketball performer was from last night. Was it Victor Wembanyama, 20
Definitely.
points, 6 boards?
Kind of stunk. No.
Was it Julian Champagny, 22 and 8?
Real hot to start. No.
Was it Alex Caruso, 22 points, 6 assists?
Ball Bamba. No.
Stefan, King of the Castle, 24, 5 and 6.
No.
Or Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, 32 points, 9 assists.
I'll go Caruso, I guess.
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
All right, Jones, who was the best baseball performer from last night? Was it future Red Sox Yordan Alvarez? 2 for 5, 2 home runs, 4 RBI.
Yeah, it turns out he's not hurt.
Was it former Red Sox
hurt.
Mookie Betts? 3 for 5, 2 home runs, 5 RBI.
Ooh.
Was it Ahmed Rosario? 4 for 6, 2 home runs, 4 RBI, 3 runs scored.
Damn.
Was it Joe Ryan? 7 2/3, the Red Sox that never was. 2 earned, 9 Ks.
I feel like I know this next one.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna swerve you.
Phew.
Emerson Hancock, 6 scoreless, 3 Ks.
Sorry, is it one hand or 2?
Hand.
Let's go with
Kyle
Mookie
Harrison.
Betts. Mookie Betts. Yeah, I was waiting for Kyle Harrison.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a one-time All-Star who was a former shortstop, also played some second base, 14-year career. Cup of coffee, 1990. Hung up the spikes, 2003. 2003.
It was not Elvis Andrus. That's what I was thinking. Okay, keep going.
It was not Elvis Andrus. He was a All-Star in the year 2000. The year 2000.
Okay.
That was his only All-Star season.
Good year, though.
He finished 21st in the MVP 1992.
21st.
Little guy.
Got like one. Oh,
Little bit of a guy.
not Eckstein.
I guess average size
Eckstein?
guy. No, not David Eckstein. 5'11", 170.
Adam Kennedy.
That was me going into high school. Let's just say it was not how I left high school.
He's not
or
Adam
going
Kennedy.
into college, I should say. Going into college, it did not leave that way.
Another little bitty fella.
He had a 20 home run season in 2000. That was a career high.
What teams did he play
Yeah,
for?
we need the teams.
Oh, sorry. A's, Orioles, Blue Jays, Mets.
Oh,
A's.
time in the AL East. We should get this.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Don't say, oh, yeah.
Twitch has it.
Mike Gallego.
Oh. No.
Oh.
Mike Gallego.
Randy Velarde?
Who's that?
Is that too random?
No, that name sounds familiar.
I love those A's teams growing up.
I didn't know Mike Gallego. That's on me. That's fine. He played. He
Yeah,
pretty
how
much.
does it feel to be on the other side?
That's tough.
Yeah,
It's a tough
you
game.
got
It's
pretty
really
good
tough,
there.
guys.
Yeah, how about that?
A's and Orioles, he spent the vast majority of his career, and then just like a little bit with Toronto and the Mets.
Not Tejada. He was way too good for that. Obviously, he was on those teams. I'm looking. I don't know. Mike Bordick?
He got it.
Oh.
The Red Sox win.
Mike Bordick.
Even reading it, I wasn't confident. I feel like I've guessed Mike Bordick in the past. Obviously, not today.
Should have guessed him today.
Yeah, it would have been the day to do it. It turns out. Mike Bordick.
Yeah, Mike Bordick's your random player today. Congratulations to Mike Bordick.
Random ball player each and every day in the grab
I
bag.
get no points for Mike.
Here on maybe. You were sweating it out a little bit when he said Mike, weren't you?
I kind of think he made up a player. I gotta look that guy
Google
up.
Mike Gallego.
I'll look him up.
You thinking of Gary Gaetti? No,
No,
you meant
Mike
Mike Gallego.
He's thinking
Okay.
of Mike Gallego. Let him have it.
That's a real guy?
I guess.
All right. It's the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe live.
About the bag. Let's see if you can grab it.
Live from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We got Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They are live at Fenway Park. They come your way at 2. We'll get you the clip du jour next.
The Red Sox Station. WEEI.
All right, back here on Jones and Keith, WEEI. It's time now for our clip du jour. Jones, are you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
I'm so glad you asked. It's the clip of the day. And today, of course, it was a Would You Rather Wednesday.
Would you rather spend a week in Oklahoma City or San Antonio?
Have you been to either?
No.
Me neither.
I've not been to either one.
Riverwalk?
That's all they say about it.
I hear Riverwalk's nice.
Oklahoma City.
I don't hear nice things about the women there from Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley rips the women in San Antonio.
But I'm a happily married man, Bragg. So
Same.
Not a concern of mine. I don't need to worry about the women there.
That's true.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, that came up after the two women sitting behind the Spurs head coach from game
Oh, my
5
God.
or whatever it was. Game 4.
Heck yeah. Yeah.
You want to change your answer on who the NBA wants in the finals after that one?
Maybe, actually.
Sure.
Maybe. Those two.
Those
two.
They can
Four, as it were.
send them out to
Yeah.
New York. They could sit next to Chalamet. That'd be good stuff. I think Brian's got the.
I think those four. I mean, two. I think is probably who the NBA wants
She
there.
pulls out her breast, and she's juggling them.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Good day to watch on Twitch.tv.
Yeah. According to a article, the Spurs fans that you just saw on Twitch and YouTube before,
Yeah, please. I'd like to see them again, Brian, if you don't mind. Yeah.
they said they will be in attendance for Game 6.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Guess who will be in attendance watching?
Who's got two thumbs to be watching that game?
With the pictures turned around and the candles lit and Cat nowhere in sight. That's who's going to be watching this.
So I was thinking they would be probably the two biggest celebrity fans of the Spurs after the last game.
Oh, did you dig in, though?
I dug in.
Oh, good. What'd
Some
you
of
find?
these names may surprise you.
Okay.
According to the internet,
Well, I know.
according to internet.com,
Selena Gomez, big Spurs fan. That one I know.
Selena Gomez.
I know she's a big one.
Lady Gaga.
Oh, was unaware of that.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, good for her. That must have been from her Eddie days.
Well, she coached the Knicks, so
Yeah.
the conflict of interest.
Yeah, but I bet she became a fan somewhere along.
Danny Trejo.
Okay.
I love Danny Trejo. J. Cole.
J. Cole. Okay.
Shawn Michaels, a.k.a. the Heartbreak Kid.
Uh-huh.
Michelle Beadle.
Oh, Michelle Beadle. I
Michelle
think
Beadle?
I think I did know that one, yeah.
Matthew McConaughey.
Oh,
Brad Pitt. Didn't realize that for some of these.
real mixed bag.
This is who, these are the Spurs fans. These guys, they love Sean Elliott.
Knicks fans probably
Larry
got him
Johnson.
there.
Knicks fans might.
Who are the hardcore Thunder fans?
Thunder fans, I don't know.
Not Frazier. He must hate them.
Oh, I would say
He
he's
must be
pissed.
really
Yeah.
out ever since he lost his basketball team.
They-
Him, Niles, they're all upset. Daphne.
Bill Hader,
Oh, nice.
James Marsden,
Okay.
Kristen Chenoweth, Olivia Munn,
Oh,
Drewski.
nice.
Yeah, that's about it.
Oh, skip right over Jim Ross.
Jim Ross.
How about that? That's a good one.
Yeah, old slobber knocker.
That is the clip du jour today on Jones and Keefe. We're brought to you by the 99 restaurants. You can dig into the 99s. $14.99 big deal meals like the grilled chicken teriyaki. Available every day, just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. Stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson live at Fenway Park. Probably another Red Sox loss. We'll be reacting to that.
That's why they play the games, John.
We got Bradfo tomorrow, Keith. We go on the clock at high noon. Bless the Keith for Madness. It all starts at 10 here on WEEI.
Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is 93.7 WEEI, live from Fenway Park in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay for, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Me, I'm Rich Shirtley. Right there is Ken Laird, and to my left, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And a beautiful day out here at Fenway. A ton of metalheads walking down the street. There is a techno metal band called Electric Callboy playing. And the amount of heavy black jackets and leather I have seen on a day that I think is supposed to hit 83.
Playing a part, huh?
They're playing.
You gotta take a day off from that. You gotta just totally, if you're gonna go all the way. Right?
Do you wear the leather on the bike this time of year, Ted?
I do sleeveless.
Oh,
yeah. The leather vest is my choice when it's this hot. So yeah, you have to be very very you got to make sure you are dressed right for the bike. If you're not, it's not fun. But when it's a day like this, sleeveless leather vest is the way to go.
Oh, hell yeah. There was one time he came into work and he had the sleeveless shirt, and it is something. Like, you're just like, whoa, you are a biker, sir.
I'll do that next month.
Well, I want Ted with the tarps off in the outfield here at Fenway. That's what I want. By himself. Just roaming the stand.
Was that a 1 week trend? Like, is that dead now?
No, it was last night. They brought it back. It didn't work, but
You know what? I didn't even see it last night.
Yeah, they tried.
It hasn't worked, right? I mean, that's
0 for 2.
Okay, well, maybe I need to be the change up.
Bring it back. Exactly.
Wouldn't that suck if they kept the one time you did it, they won, and everyone just wanted you to keep going back? You're like, damn it,
Dude,
got to do it
that
again.
Would suck. But you know what? I have gone. I have geared down on our shows before, though. So I have taken the shirt off.
That is true
when asked. So I am not beneath doing something.
If they go on a streak, maybe Chad Tracy could make a special request. And by the way, Chad Tracy in studio today at 3:15, which is great because the first time that Ken interviewed him, he insulted him instantly.
I did. We had a really awkward exchange at Worcester. So I covered his dad, Jim Tracy, in Pittsburgh, and at the end of he's really good with the media, by the way.
He seems like a good dude.
The team is not doing well, and he's under 500, but I think he's done a pretty good job. Maybe not a Vrabel job, we'll get to that, but pretty good job handling the media. But after he was done, I was like, oh, hey, Chad, I covered your dad in Pittsburgh. Those teams were really horrible. I mean, they lost like 100 games. And then he kind of just stared at me, and I was like, but your dad was awesome. Like, he really handled that well.
Were you expecting a different response?
It didn't come out right.
Okay.
All right.
You know those teams that your dad was responsible for the success of? Yeah, they stunk.
It wasn't his fault. I mean, the team was as bad as this Red Sox run.
That is the thing that really just is going to always jump out is with those teams. With his dad being the manager, is that they sucked. And
but when he took over for Colorado, they went on a run, which we asked Chad about a couple weeks ago when he first joined us. And
sure.
You were hoping for that kind of magic, the Don Mattingly Phillies magic, or
that's working,
the Tortorella Vegas magic, where you get a guy in and boom, you take off. It's unbelievable what's happening with Vegas and their hockey team.
How does it feel to be Bruce, man? You got fired, and all of a sudden your team looks indestructible.
That's crazy.
That is really a strange.
Crazy
how they're like 19-4 since that firing.
Oh, that
amazing.
Just sucks. You know, Bruce is one of those guys that apparently, like, players, like, he shows up to a place, writes the ship, everyone's buying into what he's selling, but he's got like an expiration date where players turn on him, doesn't he?
Yep.
It seems that each of the places that he was a coach, it's like it goes from, wow, this dude's really got everyone buying into his message. And what is it, 3 years? About 3 years later, everyone's like, get this guy out of here.
Yeah. But it was just 2 years ago. He's got the cup. He's bringing the Stanley Cup around here, flaunting it and shaking his ass around every. It is. I mean, the NHL coaching carousel is a short-lived kind of profession. But
because that sport, unlike others, is such a game of passion and emotion. It feels like just one change like that can make a difference. Whereas baseball, if you don't have a hitter in the middle of the lineup, no matter who's in there, you're going to suck.
He has, howeher, a great career ahead of him on TV. I've seen him do some stuff like since he was fired, and he's excellent
for 3 years.
What's that?
Just go to TV.
Hell yeah, and that's like Tomlin. Like Tomlin's going to be really good. I'm assuming he's going to be really good on TV. The dude seems like he's always like interesting with the media. My God, my son like clips a bunch of memes of him at his press conference.
He's gonna have to shorten his answers down though.
Yeah,
I mean, he can go on like these long soliloquies where he just keeps going and going and going and analogies and So TV, you got to kind of get in and get out. Quick.
Yep.
Can we later address Tom Brady getting passed over for the Emmy by Greg Olson, the number 2 in the broadcast, and how humiliating that is?
Oh, I didn't even hear about that.
So Greg Olson, the number 2 in the Fox team, won the Sports Emmy for Color Guy of the Year or whatever.
Greg Olson's better.
He totally's better. But how do you justify having him on your number 2 team?
Then why the F not? Because Tom brings more eyes. Like, Tom is a bigger star. Like, that's how you justify it, but Greg is better at his job. Now, will Tom Brady get to the point one day where he's, feels a little more relaxed and isn't as uptight and non-committal as to what team he's going to be rooting for in the Super Bowl? Who the hell knows? But I do know that Greg Olson got screwed. He got screwed, but that's show business. You got a name like Tom Brady. It's not like you're going to put him on the number 2 team.
Well, he should hold out now, like Gonzalez. Let's go. Bidding war.
I mean, he's worth it. He's worth every penny. I mean, the thing is, he's likable and he's knowledgeable. And those are two things that I want in my broadcasters, and he's got it. I mean, he teaches me something every time I watch. I'll be honest, Tom could teach us so much, and I feel like he just holds back.
It's true. It's true.
He doesn't give you everything.
I mean, I've said it before. The guy is literally the smartest player to ever play the game. He probably knows more about football than almost all of the coaches, maybe all the coaches that are out there, about the modern game. He's won at the highest levels multiple times. That one time, remember, he said, "I know the answers to the test." Mm-hmm. Did anybody go, "Oh, he's full of himself"? No, he went, "Yeah, he knows the answers to the test." And so all he had to do is, when he got in the booth, just say exactly what he sees. But he has been holding back lately, and it's right, Ted. It's like, I'm not learning a ton when he's in the booth like I do with Greg Olson. But that's going to change. I think he'll get more comfortable.
I think you will. I mean, I think, he can give great anecdotes. He could tell you, when we were in this game, this situation, but he doesn't, and he could just give us so much more. And I don't know why look, when I went right into the media when I retired, and it was weird. It was strange to cover guys that I knew, that I was friends with, that I played against. But you just didn't want to say anything critically. And
not anymore. You're just ripping guys left and right.
I have no. You know what? And I sleep better at night. You talk to this guy, you talk to that guy. I'm like, I'm better off not talking to those guys, so I can just say whatever the hell I want.
We did have a scene last year though, where you and Vrabel, first meeting, you guys dapped it up and gave it a little man hug, and it was, I brought a little tear to my eye. I was like, Teddy's back with Mike.
It felt good.
You interviewed him,
Yep, it was good. I was softball pitching too, man. I gave easy ones. So it's not easy. I get it, but the more Tom gets distance from, retiring from the game, which he's been out for a few years, he will get probably better at his job.
And you can tell which ones immediately have the cold feet. Like Drew Brees was like that. Drew Brees was afraid to say anything critical about anyone, and he didn't last very long when he went in there. But then there's guys who can't wait to talk trash on people, like Kendrick Perkins. Like, Kendrick Perkins just came out. I mean, remember when he was just like a once-a-week guest on ESPN, but he was so freaking good at calling people out that they just kept bringing him back.
Right.
And
calling Scal out left and right these days.
Well,
let's go to a fight at a AAU game. I just saw the footage of that. Perk's like going after some kid's father. It's a crazy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I would not want to be on the other side of a Perk fight. Do you think, like, Perk could still kick somebody's ass? I guess he is.
Yeah. Again, he's from Beaumont, Texas. If you don't know Beaumont, I mean, it's not the, easiest place to grow up. So he's got a little country, little street in him, So I would not mess with Perk, man.
I would just like run around the gym and wear him out after the first lap. Like, that's the one thing I'll say about Perk. Perk's one of those dudes. He's like, who was the big fat guy in the UFC who just hardly even worked out, and then he would just do one punch and knock you out. Like, that's what I think Perk is like. But you could just
Huggy Bear
run away from the guy. I don't think his cardio is where it needs to be.
Probably not. But the length, the reach is if he just gets you on one shot, you're dead.
Yeah, without a question. All right, well, we have a ton to talk about today, and Mike Vrabel indeed spoke for the first time, and you know what? Maybe we'll just take one call because I want to get deep into this Vrabel stuff. Let's first get to Jay. Jay, what's happening, Jay? What's up, man?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, guys. You guys might think I'm crazy. I mean, that's what my psychiatrist says about me, but that's another story. I was thinking the change of the format of the football. I love the format of hockey, in which the two final teams are the absolute best teams playing. You couldn't do best of 7 with football, but what about best of 3? It sure as hell would generate income.
God, like a Super Bowl that was 3 games? I mean, listen, Ted,
it was a crazy idea. I'm sorry. I'll pass.
There's more money in it. The NFL consider it.
Yeah, I mean, what makes, I think, the NFL so must watch is the fact that it's one and done.
Yep.
That there's so much at stake in those games that it's loser goes home, and so I just think that the whole essence of what makes watching NFL playoff games so exciting and fun.
It's the perfect product. God, we can't ruin the NFL. What are we doing?
I know, Jay.
It's the one thing that we got right.
No, yeah. You know what? That wouldn't go over. I can't imagine that would be even. At best 2 out of 3. Nope. Hell no. No.
No, just it's any given Sunday. It's like it's just how you prepare for that team. You got one shot to do it.
Don't you think at the end of the day, the best teams still win it at the end?
Sure. I mean, there's some times where the sunshine, shines on a dog's ass, where you just can't believe what just happened. I'll give you the Brock Osweiler game against the Patriots, where you're just like, how the F did that happen?
Yeah. Well, New York Giants in the perfect season.
There you go.
Were they the best team, or was that just any given Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I don't know. It's tough because they went toe-to-toe with the Patriots in the last regular season game.
They did, and they did well. Yeah.
And that's a team that even though their record was, I think they're 9-8. I think they had 9 wins to get in. They were getting better as the season went on. So it's hard for me to say that team specifically, but like I don't know. The Buffalo Bills this year could be like, we were the best team in the AFC, but Josh Allen threw 5 interceptions.
Yeah,
that day, and so they that day they weren't the better team. Denver was and beat them. But every now and then, a team might get through that shouldn't. But I think at the end of the day, in the NFL, the team that's holding Lombardi at the end of the day is the most deserving team.
That perfect season Giants is an amazing experiment on the pressure that you feel to finish a perfect season. Because I've spoken to several players who were on that Patriots team. And they were like, I kind of wish we had lost a game at some point in the season because it's all everyone talked about going into it. And you already have the pressure of trying to win a Super Bowl, which is the ultimate pressure. But on top of that, there's this, you're going to be the all-time greatest team that has ever walked the planet.
It would have been too.
It would have been, but
instead the 72 Dolphins still celebrating.
Oh God, Mercury.
No one would ever talk about them again. No one.
You're right.
Because they had it was 12-game season, right? So obviously a lot different now with 16 games, but it would have put them in a class that nobody would ever touch that team.
I know, and it was such an unbelievable team to watch, but I think I've spoken to about 3 different players from that, and they all say the same thing, is they wish they would have lost just one game, and the pressure would have been off.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right, are we want to go and roll? We ready to roll? Take a break? Okay, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Chad Tracy, your interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, will join us.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Game 2, Sox and Braves. Connolly early opposing Bryce Elder. 6:45, your first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. And Arcan's got your Mass Mutual pregame show coming up at 5:45. We have the manager, Chad Tracy, joining us on the way next. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's trending.
Ted Johnson on WEEI.
When I think about you, I think about 17. I think about my old G. I think about the stars in
Is this Eric Church? It is?
It is.
How about that? We were just talking off the air with Red Sox interim manager Chad Tracy about what he likes to listen to, and he goes, Eric Church Radio, baby. Grew up in Florida. You know, you got to like country music, spend some time down there. But we have with us in studio, it is 93.7 WEEI, Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and in studio right now, Chad Tracy is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Chad, by the way, this is the first time I believe Ted and I have met you, but Ken right there, I hope you don't have any PTSD, because he told me that he interviewed you with the Woo Sox and accidentally started things off by, how did you do it? It was like,
well, it was after his media session, and I said to Chad, I covered your dad in Pittsburgh, and boy, those teams were horrible, or something like that. We had like an awkward exchange.
Chad couldn't remember, you know.
No, and you gave me a look.
So he immediately insulted, like
I didn't mean it that way.
But it came out that way.
Guy.
Chad, tell me you took it that way. I would take.
I don't actually remember you saying that.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
You're so insignificant.
Perfect.
Insist, yeah.
Well, Chad. Okay, so let's just start off by saying, at least you guys are hitting lately, so that's nice. I mean, obviously, the team is they're snake bitten at home, and the record isn't great. But when you see some of the forward movement with the offense, and you still just can't get over that hump, does any of that give you any kind of hope? I know you want the wins, and I know you want the W's, right, but at least there's some sort of step offensively that looks like you're going in the right direction.
I think that's well said. Yeah, I mean, you got to win games. Like, everybody knows that. Coaches know that. Players know that. So there is no moral victories. But there is, in a sense, when you're playing a 162-game schedule and the American League is not performing as a whole, and you feel like, you know, as we've gone along in the month I've been here, like, you know, hey, our offense needs to be better. Mm-hmm. And you feel pretty strongly your pitching is going to be good, you know, that even if it has a blip here and there. So to see us scoring runs, like, you know, consistently, you know, getting, you know, 4, 5, 6 runs at least over the last couple of weeks, as a group in a baseball sense, you look at that and say, if we can continue this for a long stretch of time, we like our chances, you know?
Yeah.
That being said, it's come, but it's happened to come at a time when we were enough games under 500 where we realized we have a lot of work to do as well.
Can you read anything into it being Fenway, where you guys seem to be snake bit most of all?
No, other than just the results of the games this week, you know, where you feel like, you know, maybe you get a lead and you didn't hold it, you know, like, and then you're trailing and you make a vicious comeback like we have 3 out of the last 4 nights, and it comes up just short. And so, yeah, that can make you feel snake bitten and make you feel like that sense of like, man, nothing's going right. But at the same time, like, there are still a lot of good things happening that weren't before.
Yeah.
And you have to look at it that way. But, you know, no question, like, you know, there's a lot of things we have to do better. We have to win games. Like, and the biggest one and the most telling one is, like, we got to win games at home.
Yeah.
You know, and that changes the whole dynamic. So we get all that. But how do you do that? Like, take the pitching and the offense and put them together for a stretch of time. Mm-hmm. That's how teams go on runs where you say, hey, man, they won 12 out of the last 15.
Yeah.
That's how that happens. You take the pitching that's been good at times, you take the offense, which looks better, and you put those together. And if you have one of those runs, everybody looks up and goes, man, like, they're kind of right in it, or they're in the second wild cards, whatever. That's how you have to look at it when you have 100 and whatever games left.
Chad, can you tell me, because there's been kind of conflicting reports, can you tell me exactly what's wrong with Roman Anthony's injury? Like, what his actual injury is?
It's a strain in his tendon in his finger on the top of his hand. So it's basically just gives him discomfort with certain movements and the way he flexes his wrist to swing.
Okay.
So he was able to take some swings yesterday for the first time, which was good. It was progress over the last time he tried to swing, and it still was uncomfortable. So there's a lot of things he's able to do. Obviously, this is not related to his legs. He's able to keep his legs in order. He can shag, he can run, he can throw. Mm-hmm. This motion doesn't hurt it as much. So it's a waiting game is all it is. And I know that's tough, but the nature of the injury is you got to be able to swing. You got to be able to use your wrists and your hands to swing a baseball bat. So you're waiting for that discomfort to go away so then you can ratchet up the activity.
So would you consider his injury a matter of pain tolerance?
In a way, it can be described as that, but also no at the same time, because I could say as a player, like there's maybe something that bothers you on a certain part of your body. I can handle that, but like if I have to swing a bat for a living,
yeah,
and I have to go out in my job, especially Roman, like everybody knows Roman has seen him last year, like what this guy can do to help us, right?
Yeah.
Which is with a bat in his hand in the batter's box.
Mm-hmm.
And my biggest attribute to help this team, and I can't do that with one hand.
Yeah.
You know, like what you would be asking him to do is like, you know, we got to be able to get him healthy. You know,
Yeah.
like you want to take a guy that can give you his best of what that is and then say, but we only got 50% of that because one of his hands is not functioning properly. So
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, in a sense, like he's got to be able to be comfortable with it, but because of where it is,
yeah,
it's really hard to do that.
So that's a good way to describe it because, Ted being an ex-athlete, and we've spoken to athletes before, that, when you hear that a player is dealing with pain tolerance and that's
Right.
the thing that's wrong, it almost, we have heard from athletes that, it classifies an injury when it's pain tolerance. It paints the player as being soft if they
Right.
don't return.
Right.
So, and can you see how that clarification, really helps out a player like what you just said, that it's not just a pain tolerance thing? Because if you're Roman Anthony, you're like, oh, geez, man, what are people thinking if they think it's just, I'm not tough enough to get out there and play? But it seems that that's not the case. It affects the actual, like his actual performance.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, try to think of it like if you're an outfielder and your shoulder's barking a little bit. Well, you might have to throw 2 balls during the game and you throw the ball in and hit the cutoff man. Like that's different than this guy's impact is as a hitter, but one of his hands isn't working.
Yeah.
Like that's not that's not an apples to apples thing.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. Like there are things that all athletes have, pain and discomfort at different times during the year, and they say I can grind through this because I know overall, like it's not going to affect the outcome of a game.
Mm-hmm.
But as a hitter of Roman's capability and what he's able to do, hey, we need you to hit without one of your hands, like without full use. Like that's not it. So like for us as an organization, like yes, we want him to get healthy. Yes, we want him back.
Yeah.
But we're not looking like, oh, it's 50%. Like get out there. Like it's not easy to do that. So. We want it to move along. Like I hope he gets better fast, and we're making improvements now, which
Yeah.
is great.
Is he going to be sent down? Like to get some?
Oh, I would imagine so at this point. Like we haven't fully got into that yet. We'll start talking more about that as we get closer to feel like, hey, he's ready to go. But the amount of time he's missed, like it's probably fair to the kid. Like let's go get some at bats and get our timing back.
Chad, how's the overall morale right now? Who are your dudes? Who are the guys that you've identified as maybe being kind of the flag carriers that, picking guys up and kind of pulling guys through these, times like you're in right now?
Believe it or not, the morale's pretty good. Interestingly enough, like I feel like it's almost better now than it was 2 weeks ago when we were winning games, but finding a way to win them like 3-2 and just scratching out some wins. But because the bats have started to come to life a little bit, I feel the morale, and I think it's what we just talked about, the sense of the guys knowing, like in the long haul, if we found our rhythm offensively, we can hold on to that for a while. They feel pretty good about we'll have a run at some point. But to answer your question, all of them, like Wilson Contreras has been an amazing addition for us. Like he's been around the league for a long time and plays the game as hard as a veteran player as that you'll ever see. That is huge for us, and we have Crochet and Ranger, all these guys. Sonny, when they're not pitching, they're the guys standing right on top of the dugout, rooting for the group to get it going. They know what it can mean if our offense gets going. So we have a really tight-knit group, and I think when you kind of watch what's going on, everybody's on the same page and feels like, is our record what we want? Not even close. Like it's not good enough. But I think everybody views it the same way, that like the team's capability, if we do some of the things we're talking about, like it could be a 2-week stretch where that changes dramatically, and you have to continue to look at it that way.
We're talking to Sox manager Chad Tracy, and one addition to the game that I love this year is the introduction of the ABS challenge system. I get irrationally excited when it's challenged. And I know the people in the crowd too. It's like everyone leans forward and are they going to get this one right? It's quick, and it's truly added to, I think, the enjoyment of the game. However, when it comes to ABS challenges, the Red Sox, I just looked it up, They're unfortunately dead last. They're the only team as of this afternoon that has lost more challenges than they've won. I think it's a success rate of 48%.
Yeah.
Is that something you're discussing with the players? And is the team doing like any kind of teaching on when to challenge and what they should be doing?
Talk about it a lot, actually. Talked about it yesterday. Believe it or not, you guys know I've been in AAA for a long time. This stuff originated in AAA. I've been watching it for 4 years. 48% sounds terrible, and it's, but even in AAA, all the years they did it, I think the average was around 51. So it's not a massive thing. It's usually just 50-50, slightly above. And we have numbers that we look at. I don't want to turn it into a math equation, but per challenge that we get right, our run value is actually pretty good. The problem is we're not challenging enough. We leave opportunities on the table. So our conversations with our players are not necessarily about missing one, because everybody misses half of them, on average.
Yeah.
It's more about there are opportunities, even maybe in situations where there's nobody on base, where you want to use those and keep them around for big situations.
Yeah.
But there are certain egregious calls with nobody on. If go, and not leaving strike one that's this far outside and just being okay with it being strike one.
Yeah.
That's the conversations, is being more willing to use them in spots that maybe aren't with bases loaded, but if you know. So we're having conversations around that topic pretty regularly, trying to get that thing to swing the other direction.
For instance, Ranger missed one yesterday.
That was not a great one.
Not a great one.
No. And he knows that too.
Are pitchers even allowed? I mean, some teams just ban.
Every once in a while, a pitcher in frustration, or if they think maybe somebody's head, they'll rip one, and that happens. But yeah, that one was pretty far outside.
Instantly, I was like, hang on, what's going on?
That one was pretty far outside.
Go ahead. Go for it.
I was just going to ask you about Craig Breslow. He had a quote that he said you guys were feeling each other out, getting to know each other. Obviously, you know who each other are, but I'm sure in a more intimate sense. How's that been from your perspective? You know the players probably maybe better than you do Craig in some sense.
Talking about Craig and I?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's been good. He's, obviously we know each other. It's been the last few years as me working on Myers, but just not a lot of, day-to-day interaction.
Yeah.
So now I've been here a month, and he's very present, and we get to have multiple conversations a day, before the game, after the day, and that's come along nicely. The more you're around somebody, and the more you get to them and the youth process and put them together. In addition to our staff, that's really good. So it's come along well as far as he and I's working relationship.
For instance, like on Marcelo Meyer decision to play him at short, to not play him at short, how close do you guys? How many discussions do you have to have with management about what the lineup is on a day in, day out basis?
Lineup wise, none. As far as Marcelo, yeah, we had a lot of conversations around that, and that wasn't just Brez and I. That was Flo, who works with our infielders on a daily. Brez, Eddie Romero, like we talked about. How we're going to handle that. All the way down to knowing we have to wait and see what's going on with Trevor Story. Do you want to mess with this young kid and move him to second, and then 2 weeks later have to move all the ways of the different things and how it affects people, and being very strategic about what we're going to do that. And then once we realized that was going to be a long-term thing, we're going to move the kid over there. We got him the work he needed. But as far as day-to-day, here's who's playing tomorrow. I get with Flo and we talk about that at the end of the day, and we look at it, and I make a lineup and send it out. And base that on what I'm seeing, what I think's good matchups for the pitcher we're going to face the next day. Who do I think's playing well, and I want to keep in there. And sometimes Brez is in there and has thoughts or whatever, but for the most part, not for the most part, holistically, that
out. Jarren Duran's more of an everyday player now, and it feels like there's maybe a correlation to his uptick in his hitting. Do you see it that way? Just the fact that he's getting to play in the field more, and that maybe that's a reason why he's hitting the ball a little bit better, or is it something else?
I don't necessarily think it's because the field. I think maybe there's something to he's in that could be. It could be that he's finding a little bit of a rhythm, and he's starting to square the ball up. There was periods there in my first couple weeks where he wasn't getting results and he was hitting balls hard. That can start to grind on you mentally when you feel like you're doing everything right and you're not getting the results. He's getting some results now, so it could just be that when as an athlete, when you start to feel positive things happen, it starts to stack. But certainly maybe just leading off every day and the trust of being. But what I know of Jarren is when Jarren's good and Jarren is himself, he helps us score runs.
Mhm.
You know, any guy leading off, if he's struggling, it's going to, you know, you're not going to score. But when he is right and what he's capable of doing as a leadoff hitter, hit the ball, the gap for a he helps us win. So he's starting to swing the bat better, and it's probably no coincidence that we're scoring a little bit more too.
Chad, it's been kind of interesting watching the way you put the lineup together, in that you are someone who it seems believes in having a merit-based lineup. If somebody gets in there and you give them a shot and they play well, you seem to end up having more playing time. And by the same token, if somebody goes in there, you give them a shot, sometimes they'll go back on the bench. Like, how has that philosophy affected how you put the card together every day?
Well, sometimes it's you see a guy maybe goes in there and does well, and he's not. Some of it's based on like who you're facing, you know, and you take a look at an opposing pitcher, you know, and there's lefties in the league that are more able to right-handed hitters, you know, and make right-handed hitters, you know, getting difficult match for that pitcher possible. And some of your right-handed hitters are better lefties. So that's part of it. And the next day, the righty line switches left as a righty. I'm looking at all the information about your own players, what this guy's facing is good at not. And then other senses, it's when I hear like we were struggling off, he's going to have to catch. You know, I want him to go out there and catch. And Izzy has now taken a jump forward since his at-bats in Kansas City. So, like, yeah, there are things that you see, and you're seeing trends, and you want to run with those things when you see them and try to keep as many quality at-bats in there you can. There's no secret that we needed to score more, so we're trying to do that.
Izzy said after the game, he came here to hit pull-side home runs, and he's had more of that. That must make the driveline guys so happy, right? This is exhibit A of why we're doing this.
He wants to do more damage. Is probably exactly what he's trying to say. Is like Izzy's been around the game for a long time. He knows he's got a Gold Glove. He knows he's probably got a role to fill anywhere, right? He also knows that role in a lot of cases likely is, you know, as a utility player that doesn't play a lot. Like when I first got here, he wasn't playing much, you know. I think in his mind it was at his age is if I want to stick around for a while and maybe I can grab some more playing time, whether it's here or you know next 2 years down the road if it's somewhere else, that if he can showcase that he can do some damage. And I give him so many props for jumping in on something to say, I know who I am as a player. I know I can help, but I want to do more, you know? And that's why he's jumping in on like, I have more capability in my bat, and I'm going to try to explore those things and not be afraid of that. I give him all the credit in the world for that. And he's earned the right to get some starts right now.
Chad, I'm sorry. Am I wrong to roll my eyes every time I hear drive line and the
That's my fault. I brought it up.
No, it's just that it just seems like you're taking something and over-analyzing it to the point where it doesn't get in their heads. Like if you're like a batter and you've been raised one way and you've been hitting dongs your entire life, and then somebody tries to come in and use analytics to change the way you hit, isn't that a negative effect on most players?
It can be. That's why I've said before about driveline or driveline. Even if you use that word, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. If you don't know exactly what it is, it's just becomes driveline, and everybody uses this punchline word. It's driveline, and you don't know like driveline. You know, the hitting philosophy encompasses a lot of things, right? Swing decisions is what we call them, or for us, swing at strikes, take balls.
Yeah, right.
Would we all agree that that's a very important thing?
Sure, yeah.
Good,
right.
yes.
That's a good thing. Hitting the ball hard, or in exit velocity, hit the ball hard.
Yeah.
Is that an important thing?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. Ball flight.
Now you're talking my language.
Ball flight, which is not yank it in the air at 900 feet in the air. It's like hit the ball above the infield.
Yeah.
Because that's where extra base hits are. Is that an important thing?
Sure.
This is what it is. Now, who are you as a player, right? Well, ex-player, he is really good at A, B, and C, but his swing decisions are poor.
Yeah.
They're going to focus on, like, let's make better swing decisions.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is. It's not everybody go into the batting cage and open your front shoulder and pull it in the air. That's what I think people's view of it.
It reminds me of Little League when the dad who unasked goes up and grabs your shoulder and pulls it sideways.
And that's not what it is. Like, Jaron Duran, for example, like right now, Jaron Duran is on heat. We've talked about Jaron Duran just a second ago. He's on a heater. He's swinging the bat better. Like Jaron, when he swings at balls, he swings a lot. When he swings at balls, he's not good. When he takes them, he starts swinging the bat well. He's brought his chase outside the zone down about 10% in this period of time, and he's hitting better.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's not hit it over the monster straight down the line, and that's what people think it is. It's not the case. This is our pillars, and this is how we view good hitters.
Yeah.
Where do our hitters lie in each one of those things, and how can we make them better in that one or that one or that one, and make sure, hey, you're really good at that. Keep doing that.
And half of it's like being just a good therapist, right?
That's it. That's always been a part of hitting.
Yeah.
You got to be a good therapist.
One of my favorite stories.
It's a game of failure.
Yeah, it is. And I remember we were talking to David Ortiz one time, and he was telling about this one time he was going through a slump, and Terry Francona is just kind of standing and watching him at batting practice, and Ortiz is just, he doesn't have it, and he goes, Terry, what can I do? What's wrong? Like, can you help me? And he goes, you're David freaking Ortiz. I can't tell you how to hit a baseball. And at that moment on, he went on a tear. Yeah. And it was he just needed to hear, you're one of the greatest hitters that this league has. Right. And he said that, boom, instantly it turned him around. And it's just that weird thing that someone like in your position, it's not just the X's, it's not just the stats and putting together the lineup cards. It's literally having to be a therapist at all times.
You're not wrong about that. Like sometimes it literally is just something you say to somebody that reminds them, because there's more failure involved in baseball than any other sport. Mm-hmm. It's like you go to the field every day to fail. Mm-hmm. That's what the sport is. Yeah. So sometimes it's just saying something like that to remind somebody as they are struggling and they forget how good they are, which is easy to do when you go through a stretch of failure, and say something like that and they remind them, man, I'm pretty good,
Yeah.
And it can be. I've seen that too, where it's like one little comment and the guy goes out and gets 3 hits that night. It's a mind-boggling game.
Well, let's hope the failure at home stops tonight.
On that.
Let's see if maybe this
Ed's
team
taking
can
his
go
tarp
streak.
off.
Oh yeah. That would be
I'll be
nice.
in the right field. Check that out in the 3rd inning.
You will not be able to miss him. Well, Chad, thanks for coming in, man. It's great to meet you the first time, and hopefully things get turned around because, as I said, you have guys on this team who don't even know what Fenway is like when your team is winning.
I know it.
And just to be able to tell them and show them, it's the greatest place on earth. When this team is winning, Fenway Park is one of the greatest places on earth to be. And just for them to, see that would be something else.
We feel the same. But they are going to work, and we're going to work, and we feel the same. That's what we're fighting for.
Awesome. All right. Well, Chad, thank you so much for coming in, and good luck tonight and for the rest of the season until we talk to you next. Chad Tracy, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. We'll be right back.
WEEI.